Alrighty, well, hello and welcome everyone to. I guess this is kind of like, I don't know, I guess we can call it sort of like the pre-show. No Cardin here yet, he's still taking care of business and doing some other stuff today. But he'll be here later, and that's how we're gonna probably pass off to him when he gets back for a little bit, and then we're back for the last few hours. Because it is one of the most important days of the entire calendar year. It is the... One second. It's a day that sometimes it comes and goes, and really, honestly, no one pays too much attention to it. Obviously, it's a big deal, but it just kind of comes and goes. And then there's other days where it kind of reshapes things for years to come, right? Of course, I'm talking about the NFL trade deadline, which is today, but no. In all seriousness, today is, of course, Election Day. Sorry, one second. I'm just trying to get my tablet tuned in here really quickly. And I honestly kind of don't know quite what to expect. One thing that I think I've just already seen, I think some of this unrest people were a little bit afraid of was, I don't want to say unfounded. It's early, right? I don't think people are going to be burning buildings down at 4 p.m. Eastern. That's not what I'm trying to say. But it is really interesting. I was watching CNN earlier, and it was it's in Texas, Houston area, and Houston area, I guess a suburb that didn't have very much. What's what I'm looking for? Voting access. I don't know if voting access is in the word. There was one polling location anyway. Anecdotal. Anyway, people from the left, people from the right, they showed up there. They weren't trying to kill each other. They were just kind of chanting slogans. Even the reporter was kind of like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty peaceful. Like, people are just kind of waving signs around. So, of course, I hope everyone watching did whatever they wanted to do on this election day. If you didn't want to vote, hope you didn't vote. If you didn't want to vote, hope you voted for who you wanted to, regardless of whether or not they quote-unquote could or couldn't win. Said this before, but if you vote for your dog, the odds that your dog becomes president because you voted for them is the same for if you vote for either of these presidents, and they like, just elections are bigger than you. So really, it's more about doing what you want than trying to, But anyway, here we are. We've it's like CNN right now is showing. I have in front of me my screen. I can't show you guys because CNN will send little, like the Matrix, the little robots will come and just destroy my channel, and you guys never see it ever again. But first exit polls start coming out in an hour. So I thought one thing that we can go through really quickly, the couple interesting things. One. Here we go. The Beat Trusty, thank you very much. My $5 super chat. When you hit nothing to talk about, I want to hear your live stream setup, cameras, computer. Okay, very cool. I'm sure when we hit one of the it's going to be an interesting day. It's going to be an interesting day, but yes, we'll definitely go through everything we have. And honestly, we have some stuff here we need to upgrade anyway, so I'll let you know what we're looking to upgrade to. But, sorry, I have to resize things because there we go. See, this is why I like having Cardin. When I'm doing this stuff, I make him talk. Anyway. Oh, took a vacation day in honor. Very cool, man. Very cool. Oh, sorry, 1 second, guys. Oh, I'm going to have to be stepping out for another 1 second and 1 second, but hey, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Anyway, so I believe some of the first polls are closing soon, so I brought this up. I thought it'd be fun to go through this for a second. This is what we're looking at on Predict It. So I believe this is for Pennsylvania, and that's not for you guys. For Pennsylvania, and this is what I thought was interesting, is the 24-hour. I kind of want to go through the 24 hours for some of these swing states, and I kind of want to get an idea. So as you can see, Predict It is a betting site. I'm going to do my best to avoid looking at polls. I don't think polls really matter very much at all. I just think, the world's changed. The way they do polls, it just hasn't caught up yet. Other things are catching up. There's like this just arrogance inherent to the media class where they're like, of course we could just reach out to people and get them to tell us what they think. It's like, no, man, what you're doing isn't working. There's people that feel ways you don't even know. Anyway, interesting. Pennsylvania, that was the one prediction I made, by the way, yesterday. I said, I'm not going to make any big predictions. I just do think for whatever reason Trump wins Pennsylvania. Well, according to the betting markets, that's not how people are feeling. You can see the red line here is Trump win. The blue line here is a Biden win. They have it framed as Republican or Democratic Party. But what's interesting, too, nice. So over the last 24 hours, it appears to be a straight downward slope for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Democrats kind of more or less holding the same. Now, again, these are not polls. These are betting metrics. So I just wanted to bring that up because I'm not literally, because I don't gamble on politics. Figuratively, I'd be betting on Trump in Pennsylvania. Not that I want him to win or anything. It's just that's what I saw. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, my all day at Scope, $5 super chat. Thank you. Said we did it. We made it to today. It's so crazy. I ran into this channel early last year, back Jang, and now here we are. It's been a wild ride. We've appreciated having you and everyone else here with us this whole time. I know, man. It's been what a ridiculous ride. I know. It's almost hard to believe that this election season's finally over. It feels like it just lasted forever. I think COVID made it even just more of in the forefront, and it's finally here. Actually, I have the glasses over there. I got some champagne for when we wind down later in the night and we're kind of actually done, just because, oh my God, can't believe it. Can't believe it. I agree. I really do, of course, wish. I voted for Andrew Yang. I wrote Andrew Yang just because, that's what I wanted to be president. That's legitimately who I wanted to be president. That's how I feel like voting works. I feel like vote for you want to be president. If an individual did not legitimately convince enough people to vote for them to be president, wild idea. Maybe they don't deserve to be president. That's just my crazy idea. I don't know. Maybe I hate people or something, but I just believe if you as an individual are unable to mobilize people to vote for you on such a large scale, you're unable to win. That's a you problem. That's not a voter problem. Anyway, Kenneth Booker, thank you very much for the super chat. He said, I voted for O'Doyle rules. Well, many generations. Think about it. How many O'Doyle votes alone are they? How many generations of O'Doyle get to vote for O'Doyle? So that's very good. But anyway, let's go and pull up some of the last, because these kind of are, sorry, I want to pull it up. So we looked at some of the stuff yesterday. This is the website 272 Win. Now, again, I'm not putting a lot of stake in the polls, but I just want to kind of give, just as we head into the last, first exit polls are coming out, apparently, according to CNN, in the next hour or so. So as we approach this part of the election, I think it'd be interesting to look into kind of where we are. So here's where we are today, heading into basically polls closing. I think Florida polls just closed about 8 minutes ago. Some of the early closing states just closed a few minutes ago. So heading in, this is the kind of, what's what I'm looking for? These are the big brain. This is the big brain consensus right here. So all the big smart people who tell us everything. And honestly, I think 290 is a bit high. I'm seeing some of these maps. People are saying that I don't think either of these candidates get 300 votes. Maybe they do. I'm not saying what will happen. Just, I don't think. I wouldn't bet that either of these people get more than 300 votes. And the consensus seems to agree. But what's very interesting is you'll notice in this consensus, it looks like, if Nevada and Michigan, right? It's that's how close it is. So, and that's kind of what I thought going into this thing the whole time as well. They have the consensus. Oh, here we go. Sorry. This is the big brain consensus, which is Biden at 279 and then Trump at 163 with, I have to say, I don't know. I'm not an expert. I think Florida is going to go to Trump just because it seems like that's Trump country and some of the others. But it's really interesting heading into this election how I think this is a good way of showing it here, this big brain consensus one. Sorry, the first one before, I'm not sure what I think that was the betting odds before, is the fact that there's 100 votes up for grabs according to the media here, but it's going to come down to, Biden 279 maybe. Somebody's probably going to win this with single-digit electoral votes, which is pretty crazy. Now, here's the thing. Honestly, if somebody wins this election tonight with single-digit electoral votes, I would say it's a good thing for our democracy or whatever, whoever wins that way, because it does show that even if it is legitimately close, we're not going to litigate to the point where we have to fight each other. People will say, hey, it was 3 delegates, but he got him, or 3 votes, he got him. It is what it is, right? We're not going to burn the country down over this. So yeah, that's the System and Society super chat. Thank you very much. So remember, Iowa feels like it was years ago. Yeah. I saw someone, I don't know if you saw, I tweeted out, someone tweeted something, a joke about, remember when Pete Buttigieg just like claimed that he was winning in Iowa like way before anyone else did? Actually, that's a bannable offense by Twitter now, I believe. So the meme has been that Pete Buttigieg claims victory basically always moving forward since then. I thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that it's finally here. I've perhaps been optimistic this entire time. I've continued and maintained my belief that I don't think there's going to be, like, there will be, okay, this sounds like a weird caveat. There will be, like, violence and looting and rioting across the country tonight in places. Don't get me wrong. I question how much more intense than what we had already seen this year, is more what I mean. Like, more of the same, I agree. We'll probably get more of the same. But I think it'll be largely calm, even if it's close. I think, for the most part, I mean, it's funny saying largely calm, but, like, yeah, I would stay out of, like, Washington, D.C. I'd stay out of, like, Portland. I'd stay out of a couple of other cities, just because that seems to be where this, energy is located into. But other than that, I think 98% of the country, 99% of the country is going to be pretty, kind of a walk in the park. It's just going to, it's kind of just be what it is. Like, I don't know. I mean, I've only been alive so many years, right? I'm sure a lot of you guys in chats, I don't think anyone in chat's 150 years old. I don't think anyone in the chat's seen every election. Even though 150 years old, you wouldn't have seen every election anyway. But I don't know. I feel like we have become a very, like, that puts the words. I feel like just in general, like people, like Americans in general, we've become really like skittish, nervous people as a culture. So like we freak out about everything now. We're always like, oh my God, this is gonna be the end. And we get very paranoid and worried about weird things a lot. And I think that's what we're seeing here as well. So I'll go and just check out. This is why I wanted to check this out. So this is this is the Twitter curated election day feed. So I thought while we're still waiting for this stuff to come in, we'll scroll through this Twitter. But here's the thing, like, I understand, like, like, that's how the system stays messed up, but, like, at the same time, like, there's just, as an individual, you have to find other ways of impacting things, and I don't know, like, vote, if you want to vote, voting's important, don't get me wrong, but, like, once the votes are done, and they move on to whoever wins, you have to just move forward and address that now. You know what I mean? I guess that's more what I mean. Address what's actually happening instead of the politics around it. Because the politics around it just leads to money going to advertisers. That's what... what's crazy about this country? Think of anything. At the end of the day, it's like, why does this exist? Oh, because money goes to advertisers. Oh, okay. It's like, yeah, why do we do this? Because money goes to advertisers. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Of course, I got the Billy Madison reference. Great Adam Sandler film. Oh, no, Super Chat. Thank you. My melanated scope. He said, I was in Kenosha yesterday. Didn't know Trump would be there, but there was so many Trumpers. Chicago and Kenosha are all boarded up. Yeah, Kenosha was an interesting stop for Trump at the end of his campaign. Because I think that was one of his last official rallies. For Election Day, obviously, today. And... I mean, everywhere's boarding up. I get that, but I just don't know. I don't know what the... Like, a lot of times, people have fears or worries or concerns, and it's understandable about things. And again, I'll have here just the Twitter curated, this is a Twitter-approved news about the election. Because, dude, I gotta admit, also, just a little aside... The way this internet, the way like Twitter and social media have been handling this election, just like with like all of a sudden you can't let people say lies on the internet about an election because like I don't know, it's I'm not talking like censorship or whatever. It's just the whole tenor is so. It's the kind of unfun, oppressive tenor that leads to a loss of users over an extended period of time, is more what I mean. Like when I go on something and it's like, God forbid you get something wrong or you're gone, it just makes me like, I don't want to use it as much. Maybe it is safer for democracy, but it sucks for their platform, I guess. A little aside. But going through and you'll see not a whole lot going on right now. I believe this is under overview. So let's see. So let's go to... Because the latest stuff is mostly people are waiting in lines. Let's see. I've seen a lot of reports. A lot of reports today of voting booths going down. Actually, God, I wish I had to pull it up. Sorry, guys. I was going to pull it up for you guys. There's a... I'll wait till I pull it up before I bring it up. Or else, as I brought it up, it'll take me down. But there has been reports about power outages and just system outages impacting voting machines in some areas. Long line reports around the country. How much of the long lines is social distancing? How much of is the long lines? Probably a little bit of both, right? But... Sorry. Here we go. But nothing too crazy going on just yet. I don't know. I guess before we wrap up here, not wrap up, but before we get to this last 45 minutes here, we're just going to get crazy. I mean, pretty soon it's just going to be like polls flying out like all over the place. And it's going to be, and not polls, but exit polls, data. They're going to start updating things like, oh, so-and-so's happening here, right? And now that's sort of rundown. I'll talk about one thing, and I want to see what you guys, how you guys feel about this. Because, I mean, look at this. I mean, just... How crazy is it going to be? This is going to start filling up pretty soon here. Hard to believe. Really, really hard to believe we are finally here. But there we go. I guess we'll go through here and I'll show you guys swing states from the Associated Press. So here's the big states that come in. You'll notice some of the big states coming in: Arizona, Nevada, Iowa not so much, but Arizona, Nevada, kind of western area states. 7 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Pacific. So we're looking at 6 hours before we get results in Arizona and Nevada, which are big states. However, Michigan's about 5, but really what's going to be very interesting is Florida at 4 p.m., Georgia at 4 p.m., and then North Carolina and Ohio, and then Pennsylvania. So by about 7 p.m. Pacific, we're going to know a whole lot about the direction this election's headed in. I was going to say, like, we're going to know about who wins the election, but, like, the reality is we don't know who's going to win the election. So, I'm sorry, that's not when polls close. That is when they're expected to release these results. I believe polls are closing earlier. I think polls are closing in some of these states. Again, Florida, polls closed about 18 minutes ago. So I want to get that data confused for you guys. But that's when they expect to actually have some results. So around 7 p.m. tonight, about 5-6 hours from now, you will expect to have some more solidified results. But in the meantime, a lot of people saw when we started. Like, starting so early, why are you starting so early? And please, on Twitter, send me anything. It's because I just believe this is going to be a crazy day. I think we're going to see, as this stuff starts to close, we're going to start seeing some crazy stuff going on. So I thought it'd be fun. I mean, I literally was going to sit around on Twitter and watching the news all day. That's all I was going to do, just hanging out during the election. So I figured, what the hell? I'll pull up stream, hang out with you guys. We can all go through this stuff together. So I'll put this up for now. I'm just kind of going through, looking at some election day stuff. And you can see it's still pretty calm. We're still kind of just... Everyone's waiting, more or less, for things to go off. I really haven't seen, and again, I've been looking around for it. I haven't seen too much nonsense. A couple poll watchers, allegedly, that's about it. We're, like, blocked out of polls. Let me see if I can pull up. I guess there's allegedly illegal signs that are up outside of polling places in Pennsylvania. But, I mean, like, realistically, I haven't seen too much people were concerned about, to be honest, which is good. But you do wonder what's going to happen as things get later in the day. Joe Biden has been out campaigning a lot. One thing I will say, it's kind of funny. I'll see if I'll pull up a couple of videos of them. Biden and Trump have both looked absolutely wrecked. That is true. Today, like, they look like people who've been campaigning their asses off the last few days. Like, they both look so tired, which... Good. Honestly, at the end of a campaign, you should be. This isn't absolute. This is smart water. Smart. It's not gonna work. Smart water. Notice that I have some champagne we'll be bringing out pretty soon, just to celebrate that we all made it here together. You know, we did it, guys. We made it. Let's see. But yeah, I'm trying to see if... Sorry, I should have kept the video. But, like, there was literally, like, someone who was like, I'm a poll watcher. How dare you block me out? And I don't know. People are saying, they're stealing the election inside of there. Whatever. Here we go. It's a post-millennial story, but this is basically what I wanted to highlight is, people on the right were saying, oh, a bunch of election shenanigans are going to happen. This is what's coming from the right as far as election shenanigans go. And then we'll get into what the left-wing election shenanigans that they said were going to be. But here is the right-wing version of, not even right-wing, post-millennial, though. It's like the Republican election shenanigans. Basically, a lot of complaints about signs like these being polling place shenanigans already underway in Philadelphia this morning, of course. But the main reason why I brought this up is I figured they'd aggregate the tweets. So here's one that went pretty popular from Will Chamberlain. This is a video of a poll watcher in Philly allegedly being wrongly prevented from entering the polling place. So here's the poll watcher certificate. I don't know. A lot of people get all up in arms about this kind of stuff. And I when I say that, like, how do I put this? I'm not saying, like, this stuff you shouldn't pay attention to. It doesn't matter. Sorry. My larger point is, like, this isn't the kind of stuff for, like, people on Twitter to litigate, right?
This is the city of Philadelphia. This is the city of Philadelphia. You wanted to talk. You wanted to talk outside. Let's talk. I have a lot.
Okay, but... So, anyway, that's basically, I think, one of the more intense things I've seen today. So, this is what, and I'm not trying to say this to be like, prove or disprove anything. I'm just saying, like, from the right-wing accounts I follow on Twitter, this is what they've been complaining about all morning. And then I'll go through, and please let me know what I've been seeing, my left-wing accounts I follow, what they've been complaining about all morning. Because people, of course, are complaining all the time. Let's see, yeah, a lot of complaints about poll watching. Again, if there's poll watching experts out there and they want to tell me how you are or aren't allowed to poll watch, please be my guest. But this was the other big thing I was trying to see. There was a lot of controversy today around signs like these being put out front of polling locations, which they technically, I guess, is illegal, which. Like, obviously, if you were allowed to just put political signs up directly outside of the polling booth, you would imagine more people would have, like, this entire wall would be covered in signs, obviously, if this is something you were just allowed to do. Like, if anyone could just show up and put signs up, like, vote for me, you would say, it's one of the reasons why they prevent it, by the way, is because they would turn polling places into absolute madhouses. It'd be like a little mini convention center at all the big polling places. Again, I personally don't think this is the end of the world. But yeah, if they're not supposed to be up there, take them down, right? I mean, if that's what, like, if you think that's what this election is, this election's on such a razor's edge that if we don't put this sign up, Biden loses, then hey, I don't know, man. That's, again, a failed campaign. There's nothing to do with the signs. But really, as far as election day shenanigans, that's the complaints I've seen. I'll try to pull up more. There's been some reports of polling locations. Again, just general, like, opening late, polling locations having machines that are down, power outages, internet outages, stuff like that. Stuff that's, I'm less concerned is like a coordinated thing they're doing, and is more just kind of probably what happens. So, what else is there? I'm trying really hard not to just do these like frantic poll watching, and like exit polls are a little bit different because exit polls are kind of, even then, how weird is that? This year, exit polls are going to kind of like be worthless almost. Isn't that weird to think about? Not worthless, but I mean, like, so much early voting came in that, like, the polling data would be kind of like the exit polls will do a good job of telling us how the in-person voting went, right? But like the mail-in voting, and again, mail-in voting, I used a mail-in ballot. I just drove to a drop box and dropped it off. I didn't mail it in. If you mailed yours in, good for you. No offense. I just don't know why people wouldn't drive it to a drop box and drop them off that way. I don't know. It feels like just less people's hands are on it, and you don't have to trust the post office when you don't have to. So that's what I did. Okay, I'm going to make my boldest radical centrist prediction. I couldn't think of a prediction ever. No matter if Trump or Biden wins, the next few months are going to look a lot like the last few. They really are. unrest, whatever you're calling it, in these big cities that we've seen in these central urban areas. It's going to continue. COVID's not going to just vanish. It's going to continue. We're going to be basically. I think people talk about something a little bit similar. Like Orwell's or whatever, but just, social media and the internet does kind of create this just perpetual cycle of now. You know what I mean? It's just like the forever. It's just like it's the now. It isn't now. There isn't present, past, future. There's just kind of the now, the forever. Oh, here's something someone said 40 years ago, but they said it on the internet. I could put it in front of your face. It exists in this perpetual present that never ends. So I don't think like the Trump or Biden win's going to be like, oh, things are way different now because so-and-so won. I really don't. The only thing I could see is if we saw something like, if we were to see Biden win, Democrats hold the House, take the Senate with massive leads, then I think you'd say a big change in the country just because that would be a big, it'd be a massive rearranging of the country, right? Short from that, though, like if Biden wins, the Republicans hold Senate, or if Trump wins, and the thing is, honestly, with the Republicans, even if Trump wins and they get the House and the Senate, not a whole lot's going to change, probably. That doesn't always seem to be the MO of Republicans is to do anything, like, you know. Like, if the only policy Republicans had was to launch me into space, like on a rocket, I'd vote for them because I know that's the safest I could be is voting for people who want to launch me into space because they'll never get around to it. They'll never do it. I am not always mad. You guys only see me when I'm talking about politics, and the more I think about politics, just like, man, some of the stuff is just like so frustrating, you know. Try not to be mad. That's why I say not is what it is, but it's kind of like, you know, like you can't. Like, it's not up to me or any of you guys are viewers or anyone else to, like, change these things individually, right? You have to kind of just do good things and make more good collective things happen and move things that way, you know? Especially because just the further you get away from things, like, it's really hard to see when you're reading stuff and you're very close up to it, how all of these very different things kind of come together to, like, you know, like, there's a lot of angles you generally speaking can't see. Either because they're not being talked about as much, or you just quite frankly don't have the time to see them all. You know, I think that's what happens a lot. And so what happens is when there's a lot of angles that you can't see and a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes you don't know about, it makes things appear a lot more frustrating and confusing than perhaps they need to be. But hey. Anyway, the American Liberation Party. Not asked earlier if the channel's going to continue after the election. Oh, hell yeah! Actually, I guess a little bit. I mean, this is not confirmed, but because I'm moving later part of December away. I'll probably be doing mostly Problem Solver Politics myself. A little bit of Cardin, but I'll probably mostly be doing Problem Solver Politics myself. And honestly, once this election ends, I'll probably start doing a lot more content because I just hated this election so much. I really couldn't stomach this election, especially once it was Biden. I was like, whew, you know? I spent so many hours just like praying for someone who wasn't Joe Biden to win that primary. Like, some people could just turn around and say it's about Democrats. It's not about I just like, dude, I can't back Joe Biden. I'm sorry. I was so for him losing the primary. I just cannot turn around and say, well, whatever. I'm just for him now. Doesn't mean I hate him, think he's the devil. I just can't support him. Anyway, Adam Duffy, haven't caught a stream in a long time. Good to see you, Coaster. Thank you as well, man. Great to see you back. Very, very cool. Anyway. Yeah, again, like, you'll still see Cardin. Cardin will literally be here, like, in an hour or two. It's just, you'll probably see mostly me, because we'll be separated by, all right. Actually, well, we'll get into that later. But, I don't know. Yeah, we'll still do streams together and stuff. He quite frankly is big time in me. He's got other projects he's moving on to. But no, yeah, you'll still see both of us on here a lot together. It's just he is kind of more pressing issues have taken up a large time of his life, and I am unfortunately in a position where I have a lot more free time to take on. Fortunate for this channel because I love doing this channel. I love doing it with you guys. But anyway, it is looking back at that primary it feels more and more and more like an anti-Bernie hit job. The more and more I look at it, I'm not big into conspiracies. I don't think this is a conspiracy, but I think there's a conspiracy they had to prevent Bernie Sanders from being elected the Democratic nominee for president. And a bunch of nobodies ran for president. And Elizabeth Warren was a nobody, but a bunch of like nobodies really. I mean, De Blasio, but like as president was De Blasio, Gillibrand president. Like, what was the guy out of California? The guy who farted. Like what? Why you run for president? All these nobody, Beto, run for president, right? And they kind of get in the middle of Bernie and Biden, right? Like they're kind of like that buffer between Bernie and Biden. It's like, well, if you're not all the way at Bernie, but you're not like just Biden, then you could support, you have these plethora, you have all these people. And then all of a sudden, all of them dropped out and said, never mind, I support Joe Biden now. Like all of them. And Bernie was just kind of like, what the hell? Everyone dropped out to immediately endorse Joe Biden. I bring it up all the time. It was like Amy Klobuchar like walks out on stage like, how you doing, Joe Biden? By the way, I drop out, vote for Joe Biden. And then Joe Biden's like, my VP, it'll be a woman, aka it will not be Bernie Sanders. I don't know. I still think there was more like not like illegal shenanigans, but just like general electioneering shenanigans, Let's run a few people that will chip away at Bernie's base a little bit, but just enough where if we get them to kind of form a phony coalition and have them all support Biden, people will do it. Even though, dude, you look at the way people, this is why I don't understand either, but like Joe Biden won the primary, right? I see so many people that are just like, they did a poll recently, right? The exit polls, asking people, did you vote for Biden or against Trump? And did you vote for Trump or against Biden? And I don't think anyone's surprised. Most people said they're voting for Trump and not against Biden. And most people said they're voting against Trump and not for Biden. But I mean, if that's the election, why'd they pick Joe Biden? People have said, like, I would vote for a shoe if they ran. Like, why didn't like all these young talents? Hey, you see the way they can trot Pete Buttigieg in front of some Fox News stooge and make him look good? They're like, what do you mean? And then, Buttigieg gets a clip that gets 3 million views on Twitter, so everyone watches him on Fox News and makes Fox News' ratings go up. Like, he really couldn't be the guy. And you just say, well, he's not Trump, Honestly, Buttigieg probably would have been very, what's what I'm looking for? If just owning Trump, by the way, the right, all they have to do is own the libs. If owning MAGA was all they really cared about, just don't be Trump and own MAGA, honestly, Buttigieg would have been great, right? He would have been fine at that. He holds 90% of the same values Joe Biden does, and he's 50 years younger. I mean, like, really, what was the gulf there? Is it really just people recognize Biden? Like, well, I know Joe Biden. I don't know. Kenneth Booker, too, super chat. Thank you very much, man. So what inspired you to gain such a love for politics? Honestly, sitting around all day on the internet. It was just one of the things that got discussed a lot. So, and like history stuff. I like history, and there's a lot of politics in history, and then just sitting around on forums and message boards and stuff all day. You see a bunch of politics stuff come up, and you kind of get interested in it. So yes, yeah, dude. The snooty, the like kind of snooty elitist aristocrat Democrat class, they would love Buttigieg. He'd be like, oh my God, he can call Trump a Cheeto in like 7 languages. They love the man. I mean, there's just something that's just still so off to me about Biden making it this far. Anyway, Gianna Marico, thank you very much. 5 Canadian dollars from the other side of the board. Does Trump have to win for Yang to have a chance in 2024? Keep rocking. Peace, one of the best shows on here. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Like, short answer, no. Long answer, probably. Nah. The odds that 2024 being basically an open year because Trump would be terming out, yeah, that probably does help Yang. However, if Biden wins, this is not going to be. If Biden wins and somewhere between being 78 and 82, he has to step down and Kamala's president, there's going to be a primary effort against Kamala, I'd have to imagine. She was never elected president. And that could... Now, here's the thing. And that also, I've been saying for a while, something's going to have to come along and just kill the Democratic Party as it currently exists. Trump did to the Republicans. Someone's not doing to the Democrats. It's just too old and bleh. It's not working anymore. It's not serving anymore. It's not doing what people want it to do anymore. I think Kamala Harris losing a primary in 2024 to someone maybe like an Andrew Yang kind of would be what that would look like, right? Because, like, dude, say what you want. If Joe Biden, and it's not like, I'm not saying he's like anything crazy. It's just like, if somewhere between now and like the next 4 years, Joe Biden's just like, what if he even just is like, I'm just not going to run for re-election. Like, I'll pass it off to Kamala and vote for her. I don't see that. I don't see that being something popular. Kamala's not a good candidate. She wasn't. It's just so weird. I don't know. People, you have to have, here's the thing. If you want to, all it really takes to be kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like correct is a very short memory because you can just switch your positions on stuff. It's like, dude, I remember Kamala being terrible. Everyone hated her when she ran in the primary. Her only claim to fame was calling Joe Biden racist. Somehow they're on a ticket together. See, the only thing she did right her entire campaign was called Joe Biden racist. And it's like, oh, well, we gotta have her on. Why? Who wants her? I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to pull something up that is not just maps because man, I don't know. I'm sure we've all seen about 1 million maps today. Not enough maps for a lifetime. I've seen some hilarious ones where it's like I've seen some where, and they're mostly like the Trump ones because no one's saying Trump's gonna win. The Trump ones are mostly not that crazy. Some of the Biden ones are hilarious though, where it's like Biden wins Texas, Florida, like Pennsylvania, and like, it's like, wow, he just wins everything. I think it's gonna be closer than that. I don't know. I don't think anyone gets to 300. That's a lot of electoral votes. Especially because, like, a 15, 20, 25 electoral vote win, that's not bad. It's solid enough. But yeah, I'm scouring Twitter for some nonsense. But good news is things seem to be pretty chill so far. So I hope everyone watching, if they have had a chance to vote or if they did vote, that your vote is counted or whatever. Okay, so one of the only real big election day story I'm seeing right now is another Joe Biden flub, which I don't know. It's not even loaded yet. I guess I can play. I'm honestly at this point I'm really not that interested in I'm really not that interested in Joe Biden flubs anymore. Just because, like, yeah, he's almost 80 years old. Like, I get that some people are just like, Joe Biden's fine. He's fine. There's nothing wrong with Joe Biden. He's 80, almost 80. I'm sorry if I just refuse to believe that somebody who, like, and here's the other thing. I was alive in 2008 and 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 and 13, 14, 15 when he was vice president and I would see him on TV. I've literally witnessed the decline in my lifetime. Just the people like, no, he's fine. He's always been like this. No, he hasn't always been like this. Like, he's always been like, what? Like, this doesn't even interest me anymore. It's just like, okay, well, yeah, he's an old man. Like, this does okay, but these are something I've been noticing, which is kind of interesting wrinkle. And this is the kind of stuff, honestly, on election day, you can't learn too much more about. It's in the coming weeks we'll learn a lot more about this stuff. But what's really interesting is we are noticing. I'm seeing from some polling locations this, as you can see on screen right here. Say the current wait time at this line in Snow County, which is that Snohomish. That is. I'm not going to guess, even though I'm pretty sure I know where it is. Anyway, we'll look at it for a second. They're seeing 40-minute waits, but then we're also seeing, and I hope Twitter's not going to do what it always does, which is race stuff. I've also been seeing in some counties like this. Here we go. This is King County. That a lot of ballots have been turned in already. And you're saying, they say voting machines won't be working as hard since officials say vast majority of ballots are already in. That's an interesting thing. And I'm wondering kind of what we're going to see as we move further down through this election. And again, it's going to be kind of like the weeks coming out and the days coming out. And I don't even know if you could read into the tea leaves here, but just electorally, right? Is like the counties where there was not a rush to vote in election day, who they go for, and the counties where that was that rush to vote in election day, who they go for. And then further concerns like that. I mean, there's more reasons why. And I'm not even saying like the polls are wrong because they're wrong in 2016. I'm not even saying the polls are wrong because they're biased against Trump. I'm just saying like whatever the media is doing for trying to accurately assess what people think. Now, it's not working at all, ever. And there's so much more that's happened this year to make it like this was never really been that big of an issue. It's like voting early, voting in person, because it was never brought up a pandemic. What if there's people who like don't want to vote by mail, but they're afraid to vote in person, so they kind of wait late? I mean, there's so many more variables here you just can't poll for. And then also, I think a lot of people that they kind of get wrong. There's like it's talking about like cancel culture. I think Cardin brings it up. Like cancel culture scares people away from voting for Trump or admitting they vote for Trump or any of that. I don't think that's true, but I do think you have to be kind of blind to like there is this generally accepted, more progressive, left-leaning, kind of like social political stance you can have. You know what I mean? Like there's a accepted political stance. Is it the only political stance anyone has in this country? No. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's certain things, especially depending on where you live, you can be for or against publicly, and you can't. And, yeah, like, because most things in the media are not fans of Trump, it just isn't something you're kind of allowed to be for, even if you do support it. In various parts of this country, all across the country. I think that's something else I don't know why this isn't a new phenomenon, by the way, that they're being like the socially popular thing, right? Like that's not like a new phenomenon, but it's like, yeah, like it's not like a very socially, like you're not going to get like a brick thrown at your head, but it just might be like, oh, well, that's not very popular or wise or smart of you to feel that way. And it just, it kind of discourages people from being honest about their feelings, but I don't think it discourages them from voting as much, I think it might make them say, like, I didn't vote for anyone, or I voted for Joe Biden, I guess. But it's just more like you kind of want to go with the crowd. You want to be, I don't know. There's obviously some crazy people that would throw a brick at your head if you voted for Biden or Trump, probably. But there's also the vast majority of people that would just be kind of more of like a general disappointment. Just kind of like, I know. And I mean, to be frank, a lot of people probably get over it, and people probably freak out. I think it's larger that than like people aren't afraid of getting canceled as much as they're probably afraid of just kind of appearing to be, really it's peer pressure, I guess is the word I'm looking for. There's a lot of peer pressure to be anti-Trump, pro-Biden, I think is the big thing. And also, that's one thing too, I think not to overlook, there is a certain section of human being who, if you peer pressure them, they will literally just do the opposite of whatever it is you're pressuring them into doing it. It doesn't even matter what it is. They're the kind of people where it's like, if nobody was jumping off a bridge, they'd go jump off the bridge, right? Like that section of people exists. So it's not going to flip an election. We're not going to get too far into it. But I just think there is it's more like a social pressure than a, yeah, but like the some of doxing and harassing and dark trade, but it's less, I don't know. I do think it's less that people, they might be afraid of it, but the doxing and harassing is really kind of the extreme circumstance. I think the bigger thing is just people being like, oh, that's someone, they voted for Trump. Like, oh, it's just kind of a general, like, they're bad. That's not, those people aren't good. I think that's the bigger thing. Like, just kind of a social thing. It's like hating, not quite, but it being like a Game of Thrones hater when everyone loved it. Not when everyone hated it. People just like, everyone loves Game of Thrones. What are you talking about? I'm kind of joking, but all right. So here we go. So AP. This is what I think is interesting too. So this is another aside. I'm glad AP brought this up. I want to show you guys the story as well. because again, I mean, there's no like Fast and Furious news flying in quite yet. I have CNN open on my tablet in front of me, and this dude's working his ass off, pointing at screens. This county in 2016, but if you have turnout, it was Republican +5 in this year. But if we have turnout that is equivalent to 2012 in this county, it's like, Jesus Christ, man, calm down. Whatever happens in Mecklenburg County in 2020, where Hillary Clinton won it by 60%, it just, I don't know. I apologize if any of you guys in chat think that's the best part about political, but just people pointing at graphs and blah, 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 blah. It's like, what the hell does all this stuff mean, man? If you're going to tell me this area always votes Democrat, it's like, okay, so why are we lighting our hair on fire and pulling up 40 different boards to be like, this area always votes Democrat? Sorry, you guys can't even see it. But this is what I wanted to show you guys. Just honest question to chat. What do you guys think this means? So stocks rally worldwide on election day. S&P in the 500 climb 1.8%. Which, again, all relative, I believe. Maybe that was the Dow. I thought it was the S&P 500 as well. I believe one of them had like a 4% hit not that long ago, right? It's all relative. Like if you go, if you start here, go down here, and then go back up here, you're still there. But it does seem to be that there's optimism for whatever reason in the stock market moving into election day. As the stocks powered higher Tuesday, as investors hope the end of a bruising U.S. presidential campaign may soon lift the heavy uncertainty that sent markets spinning recently. So the S&P rose 58 points, or 1.8%, to 3.3, around there, for its second straight healthy gain. The rally was widespread and global, with treasury yields, oil prices, and stocks around the world all strengthening. Dow Jones Industrial Average climbed 554.98, so 555 points, or 2.1%, and the NASDAQ Composite added another 2%. So everything seems to be up. So more than anything, when investors hopeful from the election is a clear winner to emerge, even if it takes some time for all the votes to be tallied. Whether that's President Donald Trump or former Vice President Joe Biden is less important. History shows stock tends to rise regardless of which party controls the White House. Not hilarious. Doesn't matter. It's one of the reasons why I was saying before, like, hey, your vote's important. It's good to vote. Make sure you vote. Always vote. You gotta vote. If you don't vote, my God, you gotta vote. But that aside, like, whoever gets elected, things are probably going to look the same for a few months. They probably really are. It's just the reality of it. And now here's the thing too, though, is I don't know if I actually fully believe that. I think I think Wall Street does know. I think Wall Street would prefer one candidate over the other. The money coming in says Joe Biden, which is weird. But I don't know. I just find it hard to believe. Like I don't find it that hard to believe that they feel like the market probably goes up regardless of who wins. I understand that. But over the long haul, I wonder what that means. Because also the market's been going up a little bit. I believe Bitcoin's, some of the Bitcoin gains are a little bit unique. I mean, they're not because Bitcoin's, it's not because crypto is becoming more useful as much as, well, I guess, I don't want to get into crypto, but what I mean to say is some banks are thinking about taking crypto, so the value is going up, less than like crypto's not changing, but its valuation's increasing. I voted already. I wrote in Andrew Yang. I was thinking, who do I actually legitimately want to be president? I'm like, hey, he's not going to win, but I don't get to pick the president anyway. If I could pick, I would pick Andrew Yang. And again, yeah, California. PayPal, again, yeah, so some banks started getting into crypto and stuff, so it's like, hey, it's worth money now. Anyway, though. I don't know, but what do you guys think about... Sorry, I get distracted reading things a lot when I'm trying to talk. But what do you guys think about that with the market? Like, do you guys truly believe that the market doesn't care who wins at all, and they're preparing for whatever? Like, why would there be people buying right now? Especially, I've seen a lot of people talking, not like, but I've seen there's discussion online that, hey, after the election, the market might tank if there's like some uncertainty and people are waiting to jump in and buy then. But it appears that no, it looks like they're, again, hey, I gotta say, I like to see this because it points towards making my prediction right. And I don't care about being right or wrong prediction wise. This does seem to be maybe ticking towards less less unrest and violence than people had perhaps previously feared, right? Because, dude, I mean, like, would people really be buying into the Dow Jones if they thought Civil War II was coming in like 3 days? Like, would that really be what people? Would that really be like a trend? Like, I'm just gonna safely buy into the market right now, knowing that every major city will be on fire in 2 days. Like, it does seem to be smart money is on not instability and a pretty fairly peaceful transfer of powers, or a peaceful retention of powers, which is what I've been airing towards the whole times. Adam Duffy, I also wrote in Yang, got kind of roasted by the fan. Hey, just tell him you voted for, you want to be president. What the hell's wrong with that, huh? Like, who the hell are you to tell me who to vote for? That's what I always say. No, but I mean, like, you don't want to buy into the market now and then have a civil war happen and have just lose I don't think, you know, all these big indexes are going to just be totally fine if a civil war happens. I think, yeah, there might be some safe stuff to invest in during a war, but I guess, honestly, too, and how do I put this? I'm trying to say this in a way that doesn't get me removed from YouTube entirely, but I honestly do kind of feel like as soon as blaming the White House's response for coronavirus is not the main campaign talking point for the Democrats, I do have to believe media focus on coronavirus will start to pass. I do. This is, again, not like a knock on either party. It's not a partisan thing. I do feel like even if it remains bad, a couple things. One, it's just hard to keep attention on one thing for that long. And two, it's just legitimately a major talking point during the presidential election, which is going on right now, is the response to coronavirus. So it's going to be ridiculously highly scrutinized, probably more highly scrutinized now than ever. Because something be scrutinized than the few months before an election, right? So as soon as the election ends, especially if Biden wins, because if Biden wins, it'll be kind of like, well, maybe you can keep scrutinizing Trump, but like he's not going to be a president anymore. And you have to wait a couple months for Biden to get in office. And then once Biden gets in office, you probably have to give him a few months to like start doing things, right? So it's kind of like, I don't know. But you see what I mean? Like this hyper intense, hyper focused, hyper scrutin, every single day we're counting bodies. That's going to pass with the election, I do firmly believe. I don't think COVID will quote unquote go away. It's just there won't be as much of a media focus on it. It'll still be there, but you know, it's probably going to be in the background for a while. But then also 2-point stimulus. I wonder if a stimulus. Here's the other thing, right? If the media stops freaking out about the coronavirus, and what if that changes some other things, which would lead to a second. I'm airing closer and closer to there will be no second stimulus. It just won't happen. They're just going to drag their feet until they can kind of reopen and say, well, now that we can kind of reopen, we don't need a second stimulus, which I don't approve of and I think is terrible. It's just what I think is happening. Which, again, I don't approve of and I think is terrible. But also, so this just came in a few minutes ago from the AP. Not this. But it appears that Kamala Harris has just landed in Delaware to hang out with Joe Biden for the remainder of the evening. So that's good. And let's see. It's going to be weird tonight because there's going to be a lot of... Hey, I'll be having a close eye on locally out here. Where's I'm looking for? David Kim, California 34th District, I believe. Right? I hope I get the district number wrong. That's one of the local races outside of where I live. I'm going to be having an eye on. I would love to see David Kim get a win tonight. Aside from that, there's going to be some big Senate races across the country. That's going to be pretty interesting to keep an eye on. But even then, it really, I mean, obviously, Senate probably matters more than the White House, to be frank. But the Trump election really is the captivating one here, the fascinating one here, because that's the one that's like, that's the one people won't shut up about. That's the one we've been hearing about nonstop every day, all day for years. That's the one I'm interested in what actually happens. I got an election party with like 4 screens. Yeah, honestly, that's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have 40 different over just to catch all, because it's gonna start getting wild eventually. It's been a little bit, honestly, tamer than I thought, tamer than I was prepared for this morning. I thought we were gonna start seeing some crazy stuff ramping up fairly early, but no, it's been actually kind of boring so far. A lot of people just showing up to vote. I mean, there's been some issues, voting machines going down for like internet issues, power issues, but like it really hasn't been what was a little bit of, actually I wasn't afraid of what people were preparing for. Now the day's early, the night might be crazy, but the day really did seem to go more or less without a hitch. I mean, we're getting into 2 p.m. Pacific. We're coming into the evening on the East Coast here. I mean, we're coming into, it looks like CNN says they're going to have some of their early exit polls coming out at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So that's, again, coming up in just a few moments here. I don't know. It really does feel like this has been the calm before the storm. I don't know about the calm before the storm, but I really do truly believe it'll be fairly... I think it'll be a lot of hullabaloo for nothing. I really do. I think the election will more or less... I think there'll be riots. There'll be some of the same stuff we've seen. Yes. But more or less, it'll just kind of go like we usually expect it. Unfortunately, maybe the future is we'll just normalize violence in select areas. I mean, I gotta admit, I don't live in Portland. It doesn't... I don't live in Portland, but I know that this stuff we've been seeing going on in Portland didn't just start happening one day this year. That's been the kind of political temper of the area for a while. So I imagine we'll see more of that continuing for years to come. I think we're going to see stuff like that. Again, whether Biden or Trump wins, right? Like this idea that like Biden or Trump will win this election and things will just change. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit pessimistic and dour, but it just feels a little bit, I don't know if naive, but a little bit of prisoner of the moment to kind of feel like, dude, there's so much stuff that's not going to change no matter who wins. Really, the only, and one thing that worries me is it feels like, it does feel like all of America's political ambition and focus is turned inward. We have no real political goals or aspirations for anything but destroying our domestic rivals. And that's not good for a country's, not even health. It's just not good for a country's growth. Like you can't like achieve new things and build, like how are we ever going to evolve on healthcare when defeat my enemy at all costs is everybody's number one thing on their platform? I will crush my ideological domestic opponent. It's like, okay, but then how do we come together and work on healthcare? If crushing your domestic ideological opponent is like goal number one, like how do we come together and make things better then? It's almost like the meme, like make things better. What do you mean? No. The election is to crush your enemy. It's to defeat the opponent. It's like, but then you make things better, right? No. Then you fundraise so a few years later you could go out and defeat the opponent. Oh my God. But that's what I get from like every party. It's crazy. It's well, and honestly, by the way, in life, anyone ever comes at you with that, well, look, you just got to kind of go along with what I say a little bit longer, then we can get to what you want. BS. Anyone ever comes at you with that, tell them to F right off. Because no, it's not how things work. You're not just subservient to someone for a while, and then all of a sudden they respect you and treat you as an equal. It's not how things really work, okay? Maybe in some worlds, but no. When you just walk up to someone politically and say, "Okay, I'll sacrifice what I believe politically to just shill for you," at no point do they just turn around and respect you for that. They'll probably just expect you to keep doing that, which is unfortunate. But at the same time, it's life. What are you gonna do, right? There's people that are legitimately successful. We'll use that word. But honestly, Biden and Trump both look pretty relaxed. Sorry, just another. But there we go. I'll pull it up for you guys so you guys can see it. See Joe Biden hanging out here in Wilmington, Delaware. Again, I think the Biden camp's getting ready to hunker into Delaware for the night. Cardin should be here soon. He said he'd be here this afternoon. I'm actually kind of waiting on Cardin to come for a minute to give me a break, but I'm just kidding. But no, Cardin should be here soon. Sorry, going through some chats. Yeah, no, yeah, Cardin will be here. I just started the stream pretty early because I was just sitting here hanging out anyway. I figured, what the hell? Why not sit here, hang out with you guys on chat? Especially because starting to expect, I'll pull up CNN here, starting to expect some of the first exit polling data to come out. And that is the first set of numbers we all get to collectively pull our hair out and scream while looking at, which is pretty cool, right? Isn't that the best part of election night? We all collectively pull our hair out and scream, staring at paper or the screen. The numbers, Mason. That's what it feels like sometimes when you look at these. Again, I'm sorry, I have CNN open in front of me. Seriously, what it feels like? It's like the numbers, Mason. What do they mean? The numbers. It's like that. Sometimes you have to just let things run their course. But again, it is interesting to just look at what is coming out with some of these exit polling, some of this stuff, kind of where people seem to be. So I'm going to have my eye out for that as well for you guys. Wow. It's really interesting, but no thank you, CNN. And again, sorry, I'm just like, I don't like have fun looking at the prediction maps, but looking at these empty maps, like, how crazy is this? It's happening tonight. It's real. It's here. Oh, I still can't believe it. It doesn't feel real. It really doesn't. That it felt like one of those things, they were just never going to let happen, right? They were never going to let this happen. Like, something crazy was going to happen. Like, I said for a long time, I was proven wrong, by the way. I said for a long time, I'm like, Joe Biden is not actually going to make it to the election. He's not. I said I thought he was too old. Scandals. I thought they didn't want him. I mean, I told you guys, this is not a conspiracy theory. By the way, rolling the bones here a little bit. I'm almost positive I'm allowed to show you guys PBS NewsHour because this is an American public broadcast service. So I'm going to have PBS up as well so we can check out and see what is going on with some of this stuff. Right now they're just running ads. So when they start running some of the, just the general exit polling data, some stuff coming out, who's saying what's going on, all that crazy stuff, we can keep up to date. They shot Biden up with some Nufigil. Don't know that Adderall. Dude, they probably all do, man. Like I always say, I have to imagine all of these politicians are medicated a lot because it's great. Wild life. Alzheimer's medication. Okay. I guess that's something that'd be kind of fun talking about here a little bit on election day. The idea of America moving towards, I don't know if parliamentary, I think, is a little bit too strong. I don't know if we'll get there, at least by the time America had something closer to a parliamentary government, I think it'd be a country that very vaguely resembled the United States of America anymore. Not to say anything necessarily bad about parliamentary governments, just it'd be a fundamental large shift. But this idea that America has to have two parties, not so much, right? I mean, it would. Now, I guess one way we could have something that kind of references more like a parliament would really just be if we added more political parties. Suddenly, it isn't just the right and the left in the Senate and the House. It's 5 or 6 different parties in the Senate and the House. But I think there'd be some. If that wasn't done correctly, there could potentially be some pretty big destabilization, right? Like, what happens when that if it does happen, or a third party just slowly grows? We actually talked about this when we did a live stream with Nerds for Humanity. Now, Tom, the idea that if like a couple of UBI candidates, we were talking about this like Humanity Forward, right? If there was some like official Humanity Forward party, right? Let's say they get one UBI candidate elected to the House, and then let's just say a couple of these independents, a couple of these people that might be registered as Democrats or Republicans now, if you just get them to switch to being to being represented by the, whatever this new third party is, which isn't crazy. This happens, by the way, every year an elected official or two switches party. If you could just get a couple to switch to a third party, which doesn't happen every year, but you see my point. Suddenly, you don't have to have half of the Senate or half of the House. If you have 5 or 6 people, which is just enough to break a majority, suddenly you're a third party. Like, you're a legit third party now. We can block bills. We have to be worked with. They have to build a little mini coalition with us to get bills through. And that only takes what? Depending on, in the Senate, it would take if you had 3 or 4 third-party senators, they'd be able to pretty much block or actually be harder now with the way the votes go. But you see what I mean? I mean, you don't have to all of a sudden have 35 senators or 150 Congress people. I mean, you really just need enough to impact votes. But, I don't know. Are we going to get that either? Who knows? Sorry, checking around a little bit again, trying to keep an eye on everything going on, looking for any. Let me know in chat if you see anything crazy going on. I'm going to pull up and talk more about, but here we go. Here's an unconfirmed poll coming out of Florida. Not poll, but unconfirmed out of Florida. So a 4:40 p.m. update. I believe this is just counted votes, meaning returned Republican or returned Democrat ballot. Yes, NPA other, yes. These aren't actually counted votes for. And that is, again, a lot of people don't love talking about this. A lot of people don't love hearing about this. But I do actually kind of firmly believe there is going to be a fairly large portion of both Democrats. I think more Democrats than Republicans. But people voting, you're going to see people vote one way at the top and then down ballot the other color. Right, you're going to see red voters put Biden at the top and red down ballot as a registered Republican. You're going to see registered Democrats go Trump top, Democrat down ballot. I don't know how many, but I think you'll see some of that. You'll see some of this return. So you can't. The returns aren't law. However, it is interesting to see that Florida seems to be leading in return ballots for Republicans. That can't be a good sign for Democrats in Florida. That being said, I have to imagine any sober-minded Democrat understands Trump's going to win Florida. I never really thought Florida was in play for Democrats personally, just because Florida's I just can't imagine Florida voting for Joe Biden. And again, this is from YouMishVoter99. I'm not saying this is these are the real serious facts right here. This is it. This is all of it. But it does kind of look like Trump's going to walk away with Florida, which again, I don't think should be crazy surprising to people. I really don't. It just seemed to me kind of obvious from the beginning. But that is an interesting point. So let's say, so let me pull this up too. It might be interesting to go through. Dude, the AP has really got to work on their website. It's one of the most miserable websites to pull up and read of all time is the Associated Press, which is unfortunate, right? You'd hope the Associated Press would be something accessible to read, but it's not. But just coronavirus is definitely one of the number one things. But I wonder, I brought this up on Twitter. A lot of people were very unhappy with this opinion on Twitter. I just quite frankly don't see the pandemic response being as something that, if the White House was getting in the way and meddling in state responses, I'd probably be upset with the White House more than if they just kind of said, we'll give you resources we have, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel like that feels like really a local government response thing. For some parts, obviously, the governor of Ohio can't close the borders to foreign countries. The presidents do stuff like that. Or they can't. There's certain, national aid, FEMA, stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the federal government has no responsibility. I'm just saying that, they can only do so much. Really, the main impact, the actual kind of hands touching you, will be from your local government. But whatever. Yes. So it looks like some very small protests. I mean, some of the protests looks like we're getting ready to gather and start around now, 5 p.m., 6 p.m. Eastern time. A lot of them are in Eastern time zones, which, for whatever reason, honestly, I don't know. I think it's mostly because Washington, D.C. is in the East, and that's where majority of the stuff is going on at. But yeah, so it looks like Florida. I mean, nothing's come out from Florida yet, but just what I had seen going in, I would be surprised to see Florida be a win for Biden at this point. Much more than I'd be surprised to see Florida go for Trump. However, again, I'm pretty sure the Biden campaign people, like sober-minded Democrats, understand they're going to have to win this without Florida. Honestly, Pennsylvania's the state, right? Like Pennsylvania's going to be where like all of this comes down to pretty much, which is crazy. It's one of the like having an electoral college system like this is not perfect, right? And one of the ways you see where it isn't perfect is because, yeah, it does look like basically Pennsylvania is going to be not the only state that matters, right? But like that's the pivotal state. Like that's going to be the state to keep an eye on. Whereas out here in California, even though we have 55 electoral votes, it's just so safe in one party's bag, no one really cares. See, Adam Duffy said, COVID was obviously bad for Trump as a sitting president, but do you think unrest in the country has been better for Trump overall? I don't know. I'm trying to think how I brought this up a little bit in Twitter a while ago. This is one, like, these are the kind of ways I don't see unrest in general as being good or bad for either candidate. The unrest, for whatever reason, led to an increase in firearm purchasing. The more I think about this, the more I think this is going to actually harm Biden. Everything I've looked into, when people who don't own firearms go to purchase a firearm and are subjected to a lot of the laws and restrictions, they tend to change their mind on these. Not always, but anecdotal. But I mean, it's very frequent. You can just find, someone doesn't own guns and they're like, yeah, all these regulations, those sound fine to me. Why not? Then you go to buy a gun and you go, what the hell? It shouldn't apply to me. It's more that than anything. I'm not saying it's less like an ideological functional shift in the way gun laws work. And it's more, yeah, laws on other people. Sure. Make it harder. That's me now. What the hell? But Joe Biden has made no secret how he feels about the, gun control in the Second Amendment. I'm not going to repeal it necessarily, right? I'm not saying that. But I do wonder if there's going to be some people that were kind of like moderate Democrats, centrists, left-leaning, moderate blue type people who just, shifted a little bit more towards Second Amendment and then look at Biden's platform and say, it's less for me. I think in ways like that, the unrest could benefit Trump, but it'd be more in the sense of like, just people kind of reassessing. And again, like this is one thing that I know it's not popular to bring this stuff up on the internet. Like it's not popular to bring this stuff up on like social media and stuff, right? But like there's going to be a lot of people who are just going to be like, quite frankly, I don't care about anything but like my safety and my wealth. And I'm going to vote for that. Now, they're not going to pound their chest and scream from the top of the tallest mountain that I don't care about your well-being and safety and I'm just going to vote for my safety and wealth. They're not going to do that, but they'll vote for it. And I think that's one interesting thing. But as far as trying to like read the tea leaves too much on who the riots benefit, I don't know. Yeah, someone just said, yeah, I bought a gun and realized how bad Biden's gun laws would be, and I mean Democrat. Yeah, I mean, like, it's one of those things, like, for example, there's very few people that are adults who don't smoke cigarettes now that are going to start smoking cigarettes. Dude, people who don't smoke cigarettes, a new law comes through, it'll just be like, we want to, we want every smoker's firstborn to work as a slave for 50 years. People will just be like, hey, serves them right. The hell with smokers, right? Like people have this thing where if it's something that they just know doesn't apply to them, like, I don't smoke cigarettes, I don't care, whatever. And then all of a sudden, if people were to whatever reason start smoking cigarettes, they look at these laws and be like, what the hell? Why am I paying $9 in taxes on a $12 pack of cigarettes, right? That's not going to happen with smoking. But with gun ownership, that actually does kind of happen, where someone's like, I'm not going to own a gun. Like, yeah, what the hell? Well, what's a background check? What's a magazine tax? What's a magazine limit? What's a this and a that and a this and a that? And then suddenly they go to buy guns and they're like, oh, crap, this stuff all sucks. They're like, why does it cost so much money? It's like a piece of plastic this big. Oh, because that sucks. When did that happen? It's like, well, you vote for it. It's like, oh. Yeah, when gun owners weren't people and they were just a political bloc, I didn't care what happened to them. But now that they're people, and I am one, that sucks. So just the idea of like the unrest and the riots, the impact they could have on the election, I could definitely see that kind of pointing towards it. Yeah. Well, and then that's an interesting point Eco Thunderbolt brought up here. So I'm a pretty big fan of firearms, but I feel the state laws ought to be a bigger concern. I don't think there's enough national support for any significant gun control. Which is, yeah, a lot of this BS presidents sell you or candidates sell you, they can't actually do. A lot of states would have to be on board of like big, because yeah, like I mean. You don't talk about the kind of thing a civil war starts over. We want to get rid of guns. Well, these 13 states don't. You know what I mean? Like, like that's not gonna fly. I mean, like you're gonna have to get like every state to say we agree in like a basically national disarmament of our citizenry. I mean, they say national gun buybacks, but even then, man, like. Dude, if there's just 25% of people who will never give their guns up unless you come and forcibly take them, eventually forcibly taking guns has to be the point you get towards. And I think, straying shy of that is what most people are interested in. Again, from Nigel, as a truck driver who was delivering throughout the country while the pandemic was at its height, I realized probably safe to get a gun just to be safe. And again, like... The reason why I brought up how it could, not like harm, but it just could be not great for Biden where his stance on gun control has been with some people buying guns. People aren't, like him out here, was it, I'm pronouncing it right, Nigel, right? Maybe, I'm probably getting it wrong. Anyway, correct me if I did. A lot of people, like, they're not like, all of a sudden, like, big hardcore Trump supporters. It's just, things are getting kind of crazy out there. I guess I'll buy a gun. I'm allowed to. It's, a lot of people have these, like, again, I brought it up, these kind of like avatars or these straw men in their heads of what people are like, but no, a lot of people are just like regular voting people who are just like, dude, a lot of people's opinions change on the economy when they go from being an employee to starting their own business. Because you're looking at how it works differently. You don't all of a sudden fundamentally shift your moral and ethical compass. It's just, oh, what the hell? I didn't realize things were working this way. I thought they were working the other way. Or even then, like, oh, you know what? Like, this actually is a pain in the ass. I didn't realize it was that bad. Yeah, it's not this, massive fundamental shift. It's just this, oh, I didn't look at things that way before. But yeah, it's one of the reasons why the media, but again, there's like the media has this really bizarre business incentive to, and by media I mean like the big 15 newspapers, the New York Times, there's the Washington Post, the CNNs, the MSNBCs. Like they largely work as gigantic affirmation machines. Like their job is to affirm your worldview back to you. That's only their job. It's not a way to report the news. I'm not saying this isn't like even like enemy of the fake people, fake news, yada yada. I just think more along the lines of like, it's just like CNN's job is to comfort you and let you know that everything you think and feel, you're right to think and feel that way. Fox News' job is to comfort people and say whatever it is you think and feel, you're right to think and feel that way. X and Y. And I mean, that's really, it's some 1Ks in chat. I mean, that's really, that's really more of it, So I don't know. We'll kind of leave it at that. I'm just doing a little bit more looking around to see if we can find some more. Because again, the good news is so far been a pretty tame election day. Not a whole lot going on. Some long lines. I think I saw some drive-up places at a long line. Some of these drive-thrus, but again. Long lines and some voting machines being down seem to be the worst of it today. There were some signs up in Pennsylvania conservatives had exception with that were apparently, I don't know if you illegals even in the world, but just weren't allowed to be up. And allegedly, so not even allegedly, but apparently somebody got a poll watcher was prevented from being a poll, but like that was really it. Yeah, I mean, there's some video here. I'm not even sure this is necessarily from. If I show any video content tonight, it's not an endorsement of these people or their ideas. Just seriously, forget the context. Forget what they're writing. I'm just showing you guys videos going on. This is so far as bad as things are getting. It seems like people are sitting around and standing around and just kind of general protest stuff. So nothing too crazy yet. If stuff starts to go crazy, we'll of course start jumping on that just to keep an eye on it. But I don't know. I really, really, really don't think it. Which, again, is good. The best case scenario is things aren't crazy tonight. But a lot of people, for whatever reason, seem to have a lot of interest in making sure things are crazy tonight. I really honestly don't know why. I don't know why so many people want things apparently to pop off, but I don't know. Do I play Among Us? A little bit. I think I went on my Among Us rant already on this on these streams, but I don't love the game. It's okay. I prefer the game Unfortunate Spacemen to Among Us. Okay, Borden brought something interesting up. He said suburban Philadelphia County is being sued today over early ballot counting and allegedly letting voters retry if they sent defective ballots. I think a lot of the nonsense and the craziness might be kind of behind closed doors legal stuff. Like, there might be a whole lot more. Whoa. Excuse me. Some of these CNN exit polls are going up. Sorry, let me get stuff on screen so you guys can see some of this stuff. And wow, some of these CNN exit polls I'm seeing going up are kind of shocking to me. 90. Well, I think they had. Sorry, I'll pull them before we go too far into these. Something like 90% of people were not voting for the first time at the polls today. So maybe it's just people at the polls today, but apparently, yeah, like all of the first-time voters voted early. Nobody's voting now. So I'll pull some of that because it first up. But sorry, that was very, very shocking number to me. I didn't expect to see that. I thought you would have seen a higher number of first-time voters. But yeah. Let me see if I can. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. They always make things so annoying to actually just pull up and look at. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do. Guess to make you watch the TV show, but. Tell you what, I will step out for 1 minute. Let me pull something up for you guys to look at, and then I will be right back. Whoops. Yeah, just give me 1 second. Find something nice and educational for you guys. Because this is the next thing I want to talk about with you guys, so. Pull it up. Cool.
We also have to unify. Look, we're going to act to deliver racial justice in America.
Cool. I already watched both of these. I want you guys to watch this really quickly. I'm going to be right back. But I wanted to talk about the last two rally performances, kind of the send-offs from both candidates. So this is the middle of the speech, right? But this is just kind of like the last, here we go, the last like 3 or 4 minutes of Joe Biden's speech. We're coming in the middle, but I just kind of want to look at the last couple send-offs because I do think it's important the way it is. And I'll be right back, guys.
At the NATO summit, other world leaders, chancellors, presidents, prime ministers, and before they realized it, they were all making fun of him as he left the room. Folks, and can you believe we're a president who acts like Vladimir Putin's puppy? Putin had put bounties on the heads of American soldiers in Afghanistan where I've been to many times. It's a rough area, man. But Trump has talked to him 6 times since then, and he's been afraid to say or challenge him at all. Donald Trump isn't strong, he's weak. This is a president who not only doesn't understand sacrifice, doesn't understand courage, physical courage it takes to be in uniform. Folks, We're going to support our military. They're the backbone and spine of this country. And folks, we have to vote to meet the challenge of climate crisis. Donald Trump calls it a hoax. I call it about our health and the ability to create millions of good-paying jobs right here in Western Pennsylvania. We can combat climate change with American ingenuity and manufacturing, creating millions of new high-paying union jobs. Let me be clear. I will not ban fracking in Pennsylvania. I'll protect those jobs, period, no matter what Donald Trump says. But I tell you what, I will no longer fund oil companies with subsidies, period. Folks, we have to restore the backbone of this country, but we also have to unify it. Look, we're going to act to deliver racial justice in America. Protesting is not burning and looting. The violence will not be tolerated. But the protesters, a cry for justice. The names of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Jacob Blake, Walter Wallace, they're not going to be soon forgotten by me, not by anyone in this country. And they're going to inspire a new wave of justice in America. When I met with Floyd's family, when I went down to Texas, he has a little daughter, 6 years old. And I was in the room and I knelt down to talk to her. She looked at me and said, "Mr. Vice President," she said, "my daddy is going to change America. My daddy is going to change America." Well, guess what? We also know that the American people realize we got to change. But we also know that justice isn't just about criminal justice. It's about knowing that true justice is about jobs, building wealth for your families. No one should be working 2 jobs to stay in poverty. We need a minimum of $15 an hour minimum wage.
So yeah, so this is the end of the
And for people
Biden
struggling.
2020 campaign right here. Watching the end from
First-term home buyers, they're going to get a $15,000 tax credit from me. We're going to provide capital for young entrepreneurs to start small businesses. Provide free community college, which, by the way, costs a lot of money, $6 billion a year. We spend about that much money giving breaks on for racehorses. Yeah. Folks, as well as free tuition for students attending state universities if they come from families making less than 125 grand. Folks, we can do this, Pennsylvania. In 2008 and 2012, you placed your trust in me and Barack. In 2020, I'm asking and seeking your trust again. I take nothing for granted. This is a battle for the soul of America. We have to win this. We have to win this together. Bring the country together. I'm proud of the coalition this campaign has built, welcoming Democrats and Republicans and independents. I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. There will be no red states and blue states. There will be the United States of America. I promise you, I'll work as hard for those who don't support me as those who do. That's the job of a president. The duty to care for everyone, the duty to heal. That's the president's job. So please vote. If you still have your absentee ballot, get it to a drop box as soon as you can, or vote tomorrow in person. Just make a plan and help get out the vote. The power is in your hands, Pennsylvania.
We love you. So anyway, so that was the end of the, and that was just the, because stuff gets lost in all of this. There's the amount of things that are going to be forgotten that happen over the last 24 and the next 24 hours. I mean, just will dwarf anything that's happened in a while. But I wanted to show just that the end there, and I guess he's still on stage for like 20 seconds, and then he walks off. I jumped forward a bit, but they're walking off. I just want to show, and then I'm going to pull up Trump here. I just think it's interesting to look at this stuff because I said this already, but I've been trying to kind of look at this election basically just discounting the polls. Again, not because the bias against Trump or the mainstream media will never get. Something about them feels fishy and off to me. Not that they necessarily have to be wrong, or I guess a more accurate way of putting it, I don't believe the opposite of it is true. Whoa, that's a new filter. Like, I don't believe if the polls say Biden's winning, it must mean he's losing. I don't believe that. But I do believe they just don't accurately pinpoint what it is that is going on. So I thought interesting. So we saw that was it. That was the last thing. And then I wanted to watch the same thing. I was going to look at the last few minutes of the last Trump rally of the year. So we'll go right about here. And again, I just jump into the middle because I'm less interested in kind of showing the entire big prepared speeches these guys had. And it's more just that kind of finishing energy I'm just interested in looking at, right? So let's look at this. This is Trump now. The very, very end of Donald Trump's last rally he did in this election cycle. So we saw Biden. Let's take a look at Trump.
History and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years, you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Michigan. Tomorrow you have the power with the power of your vote, right? The power of your vote. But you have a power to save America, for this country will never be a socialist nation. We would never allow that to happen. Together we can finish the job and drain the Washington swamp once and for all. Nobody knew it was so deep and so vicious, but we have done some job. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your coworkers, and get out and vote. Most important election, perhaps in the history of our country. I never thought I'd say that. After what we went through 4 years ago, I said, there'll never be anything like that. Never be anything like what we went through. And this is the most important election, maybe in the history of our country. From Midland to Mackinac, from Pontiac to Battle Creek, and from Detroit to right here in Grand Rapids. I love Grand Rapids. We inherit the legacy of American patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country, our families, and our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. And the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. Proud citizens like you who helped build this country, together we will take back our country. We are taking it back at a level that nobody has believed. We are taking it back, and we are winning, and we're going to win tomorrow. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Michigan, we have made America powerful again. Our military, it's never been like this. We have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Michigan. Go out and vote.
So that's it. I just, I don't know. I think it's important to look at that because that's basically, they've done events today. Trump's done interviews, Biden's done interviews, but that was really it. That was kind of the end of both of these guys' multi-year run now. I mean, Trump's been like a 4-year run. Biden, he's been doing it, since I guess, not quite 2 years, but really early 2019, I think was when Biden started running officially. But that was it. That was the last few moments of both of those guys' kind of presidential runs. And it's a little interesting now that we've seen. So I have pulled up on the screen now. I'm going to show you guys some of this, some of the exit poll data actually has started to come out. So that's what I was trying to show you guys. Now, I haven't, CNN, for whatever reason, thinks that it's best that no one can find their information without taking literal pictures of their television screens. Oh my God, I could not get that out. I apologize. However, very fascinating thing right here that happened on their exit poll data. And this is big. Now, again, this is something I wanted to bring up, or I wanted to kind of start from the beginning when we're talking about the exit poll stuff here, is the fact that this is people who showed up to, like, if you think that America's handled the coronavirus pandemic so terribly, you won't leave your house and you are just going to mail your ballot in and you don't want to leave the house because you don't want to get sick, you're probably not counted in this exit poll, right? But still, even with that, people showing up to vote across the United States, apparently. It really is basically an even split on the U.S. efforts to contain the coronavirus are going. And I believe that question is in reference to president. I believe it's like, not just in general. Like, maybe you'll say, I don't know about the president, but my mayor did a bad job, or my governor, or if they're saying, no, 51% said the president handled it badly, and 48% they handled it well. But that is, I think, probably closer than a lot of people were expecting. That was one. The other thing that I thought was interesting, and Spectator Index has this, but, and they're pretty reliable, Spectator Index. I'm not going to just make this up, something that you can just look up. So I'm pulling it up for you guys. So 32% of voters in the CNN exit poll saying being a strong leader is the candidate quality that mattered most. 24% was good judgment. 21% was caring for people like them. And only 19% was for uniting the country. And this kind of gets to what I was talking about before. There's a lot of people who aren't going to admit that, like, I quite frankly only care about myself when I go to vote. But the minority, the vast, of these four options, like, the smallest choices was like uniting and caring for people. Judgment and leadership abilities really are what stood out. Which I don't know. It's because of how crazy everything is, it's really tough to say who that favors, right? I know some people will say, oh, what do you mean? Of course it favors Biden. And people be like, what do you mean? Of course it favors Trump, which is kind of my point. That, like, it's kind of hard to say who that favors because of how this media cycle's been. How aggressive the media cycle's been, I guess is the word I'm looking for. It makes it really difficult to kind of chart stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, but like some people would swear that Trump's the greatest leader in the history of humanity. And some people will swear that Trump is like the worst leader humanity has ever witnessed, right? So like, what does it mean that leadership quality is important when there's wildly different opinions on what leadership is? Or, on what kind of leader these two people are, is what I was trying to get across, which I don't know. I think, again, you kind of find yourself coming back to the question being the kind of like, I hate to say it's like Donald Trump versus the media with Joe Biden as the stand-in, but it really does feel like media perception of the two candidates is going to be the big differentiating factor, right? If your perception of these candidates that they're strong leaders with good judgment, there seems to be a lot of people who feel that way about both candidates, right? So it really just comes down to how you feel about the candidates. So let me go through and catch up on some super chats. Let me make sure I got them all. If I always forget, I have the super chat button I can pick up. Adam Duffy, I'm for Biden's gun control for Cody's biceps. Oh, please, you are too kind. I've actually been lazy. I have not been getting into the gym as much as I need to, but hopefully that'll change after the election. My melanated scope, $5, said video idea, PSP 2020, a year-end review. Pull clips and stories from each month to talk about what ended up happening, thoughts then versus now. That, one, I love that idea, and two, honestly, that has been something I was leaning towards being the kind of future direction of what I wanted to do anyway. So keep your eyes tuned. Might be doing kind of a month-by-month breakdown of just the wild year that was. Which honestly is the other reason why I'm betting. How do I put this? The only reason why, if I was, I am a betting man. I just don't bet on politics. If I was a betting man on politics, I'd probably have money on Trump, just because Joe Biden leading in the polls all year and just winning does not sound like 2020 at all. You know, I know what happened with the Dodgers. I know what happened with the Lakers. They were the best teams in the league all year and they just won. But Lakers were hated on and slept on all year. Dodgers were kind of looked at the favorites, but they hated and slept on the Lakers all year. The Lakers are going to lose to the Blazers in the first round. I mean, like, it was a little bit different. But yeah, it just, I don't know. It just feels like, it feels like this has been such a crazy year. Whoever should win is at a disadvantage. That's what makes it so crazy. It's like whenever I try to just talk about things and work, just this overwhelming perspective and narratives about who Biden and Trump are and how you should feel about them and what kind of people they are and how bad or good they are, overwhelm everything. I just feel like in a crazy year, whoever's leading might want to be looking over their shoulder because it's a crazy year, right? Yeah. It does feel that way. I do also think that we are experiencing this. The media is having an issue because, like, legitimately, you used to be able to, like, this idea of complaining about fake news is not a new thing. Yellow journalism, we did this on one of our streams. If you look up, like, the dictionary definition of what yellow journalism was, which, by the way, we've decided as a culture is bad and we should try to avoid, it's basically what you call the media today, right? It's all just personal interest stories, not social justice, not saying it's like bad to talk about these things, but basically everything is just grievance airing in the media. So it just becomes this giant circle of like rabble, and everyone just kind of like takes turns directing pitchforks in certain directions. We've had this style of media before and we got rid of it because we're just like, it doesn't really serve people well. Like it can help with some things, but overall it seems to be destructive, right? Not that it's like evil, not that we shouldn't be doing it, but it just seems to be like it tends towards too destructive, and we need to find a better way of accomplishing the good things while minimizing the bad things is my larger point there. But I brought this up because I thought this was something else interesting. So again, though, this is what's so weird about this election. Exit poll. This probably isn't going to be covering a very specific and large base of voters, which is stay-at-home voters who voted by mail. They say they're all going to be Democrats. I don't think that. There's probably just some lazy Republican voters who are like, dude, if I could just mail my ballot in today and be done with it, why the hell not? Right? Like, I don't see why it's like Trump voters would all have to procrastinate till election day. And I think that'll be at some level. But so the most important issues, though, on the exit polls, number one's economy. This is very interesting. Racial inequality is the number 2 issue for president. It's above coronavirus in importance. That is fairly interesting to me. I mean, that's like bigger than healthcare. Hey, apparently those healthcare please memes, apparently they're the wrong ones. Apparently no. Healthcare is the least important thing. Adam Duffy. Wait, am I just seeing the monkey in the PSP logo? It's King Kong, but yeah, probably, yeah. Hey, normally it's probably under like the live banner or whatever, so I get it. But holy cow, I mean, you can't say that like social media, like the kind of social justices push on social media is all for nothing. Maybe you could say the exit poll's biased, but geez, 21% for racial inequality. That is huge gains. I mean, I haven't looked at it before. I have to imagine healthcare had a comfortable lead. It wasn't getting doubled up in importance. That also you could say is probably a really bad sign for Trump, right? I don't think if racial inequality is your number one concern, you'd vote for Trump. Not that I think like Trump voters are all racist. I just feel like if your concerns are purely on the economy, you might vote Trump just because you just kind of put blinders on other things, right? You'd be like, other stuff, who cares? Like, economy is my one concern. I want to go Trump. Or even maybe if like you just for whatever reason believe Trump's gonna be better on healthcare, right? Some people probably will. If your blinders are on, just healthcare, just crime and safety, I'll vote. But I feel like if you're someone whose blinders are on and you're just voting racial inequality, you're not going to vote for Donald Trump. You're probably going to vote for Joe Biden. But yeah, also what's interesting too is with crime and safety being so far below racial inequality, only because a lot of the racial inequality argument in the last year has been framed, not in crime and safety, but it's been framed in a like a police brutality thing. And I wonder if they just wrapped that into racial inequality or if that counted in crime and safety. You know what I mean? Because I feel like that those would be an equal concern, right? If you're concerned from like crime from the police, basically, maybe they would just wrap it into racial inequality instead. I don't know. Now here's another. I'm just honestly going through and pulling CNN exit polls up right now, but it's just kind of fun. Again, honestly, I'll say this is the one thing. Honestly, guys, today, what I'm all about is there's going to be a lot of people all across the internet today who are really going to be crossing their fingers and stressing out. Look, like I said, I'm not a fan of either of these candidates that much. I didn't vote for either of these candidates. I voted for Andrew Yang. I'm really just going to be kind of hanging out, having fun, talking with you guys about what's going on. Whatever happens, happens. We're all going to have to live in this country together no matter what happens, no matter who gets elected. So, yeah, no cheerleading, no pom-pom waving, no supporting the team here. We're just gonna be having fun watching the stuff unfold today. Jason Stillwell, $10. So my first message to you guys is super chat. Thank you very much, Jason. Really appreciate that. Enjoying, keep up the great work, guys. P.S. Cody is pretty much always right in my hero, and Cardin is okay. Well, thank you. You are too kind. I appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I wrote in Yang personally. Yeah, I voted for. I think I was joking, but I showed people I was joking. Out in LA County, we have an LA County district attorney running or judge running, and his name is Scott Andrew Yang, but like his billboards are like Scott Andrew Yang. Because like he obviously realized Andrew Yang was there was an Andrew Yang movement, and it's really funny. I voted for him as well. A lot of people were. It was funny when he first started putting signs up like 7 or 8 months ago, or even longer. I think a lot of my family and friends like, "Oh, you follow that Andrew Yang guy, right? I saw some of his signs up." I'm like, "Oh, really? You saw Andrew Yang?" And they showed me. I'm like, "No, that's Scott Andrew Yang. It's not actually Andrew Yang. He's running for like district attorney of LA County. He's not, or like circuit judge, whatever, like some judge position. He's not. He's not Andrew Yang." But I did vote for him. I looked into him a little bit. I mean, honestly, stuff like that. In LA, we don't have too many choices. I had more fun voting for city stuff. There's some local city stuff I get to vote on. But this is interesting. Check this out. Again, done with the exit poll caveat. Said it 5 times, but this is the exit polls from CNN. They've been doing big exit polling tonight. This is, like I said, the last one looked maybe a bad sign for Trump. This would be a good sign for Trump. If 59%, if 80% of people say that they're about the same or better off than they were 4 years ago, again, remove Trump and Biden from the name placards. The incumbent is looking really good if that holds. If for whatever reason, if 80% of people believe they're about the same or better off, and the majority of that 80% believes they're better off, incumbent, that's a good spot to be the incumbent, right? So that's interesting. I didn't. I kind of expected that, but actually no. Sorry, I expected it to be closer to. I expected worse off to be higher, mainly because of coronavirus, and people again like. I don't know. I like maybe one of my favorite sayings when it comes to American politics, right? But fair or not, right? Sometimes just things aren't fair, and it's just they happen. Fair or not, if people feel like if people feel like I'm worse off today, and I'm worse off because of the coronavirus, then I'm just worse off today. I got to vote for someone new, right? Like that could easily happen. A couple other interesting ones here, though, right? So we had this one come up as well. Hopefully once Cardin gets here, I can just like fish for these, and then while I'm fishing for these, Cardin can talk for a minute. But this is also interesting as well. So that that's kind of what I'm trying to get to. But that's honestly shockingly low, is it not? 44% of people reported, or Well, that's a shockingly high number. 44% of people reported no financial hardship from the coronavirus pandemic. That is definitely not what I was expecting to see. And it's not even like minimal or like, like there was financial hardship, but we're okay. We're managing, we're struggling. Just no. Just nah. All's good here. That also is a good sign for Donald Trump. I'm not trying to put points in either team's corner. It's just each individual poll, but it's also one of the reasons why I'm not gonna pull my hair out and scream about any of these individual exit polls, because all these individual things they weave a larger tapestry which tells a bigger story, right? Like it's not like that, but some of the stuff going through is kind of interesting, where it's like, that I didn't expect that, or I maybe thought these numbers would be different. Which I got some other ones though, a couple other interesting ones pulled up here. So, what is more important to you? Contain coronavirus or rebuild the economy? Again, another one of the reasons why there's not that much point in pulling your hair out on this stuff, because this one looks better for Biden. You would think the Biden platform, people who are voting to have the coronavirus contained, they would probably say Trump isn't containing it. And people who want the economy rebuilt, Trump is kind of helping the economy rebuild from the coronavirus damage. But if people don't care about that and they care about containing the coronavirus, that doesn't help him at all. So, oh, wow. I just saw another big one come up on my screen. I need to open this up somewhere else so I can just grab these in real time. Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. Because some of this stuff is not what I expected. Some of this stuff really is truly not what I expected. Some of it's kind of in that line, right, where it's like, I guess, like I can kind of see it going either way. But for example, this one with containing the coronavirus exceeding rebuilding the economy. That is truly not something I expected to see. It really isn't. I thought it would be a little bit closer. Closer is a better way of putting it. I didn't think it'd be a 10% gap. But at the same time, they're leaving stuff off here. Bop, bop, bop. And then, yeah, these are the Biden for or the Biden against. This was the other funny one that I saw earlier, that 93% of people said that they had made their decision before last week. I think that's funny, which I think, honestly, yeah, right? Like, everybody watching, like, yeah, right? Like, how many people, and I'm not trying to shame people that did feel that way, that did in the last few days go, you know what? I think I am going to vote for someone. So, it's been close, but I think I'm going to go for him. I just do have to imagine your average person who is going to be like, yeah, I kind of knew, right? There's another fun exit. And again, guys, I'm not big on these poll datas or gods or whatever. I just think right now when we're kind of waiting and we're kind of just hanging out, seeing some stuff coming in, the exit polls have been some interesting kind of just early, just early fodder to discuss. Like, check this out. So the condition of the nation's economy. Most people seem to think that it's good to excellent. Now it's close, very, very close. Actually, no, are most people saying good? My math skills are bad. Give me 1 second. It's 48 to 51. Sorry, most people are saying not so good to poor. Excuse me. But most people say good. Most people are saying good of all the 4 options. But again, the larger thing I'm trying to, which this kind of does, and again, I'm trying to say before, you got to look at all the stuff. This all does kind of speak to what I figured. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Like, all this stuff adds up to, and it's almost always close, but I think more so in a lot of ways, there really is this, America is starting to feel like a really big country with people who live really in just different realities. And that's not to be like disrespectful or say some parts of the country are better or worse than others. You know what I mean? But I mean, like we said before, like it's almost like, I know people who have not personally been impacted financially by coronavirus at all. So I know it's real, but it is weird to think that damn near half the country is like, honestly, I just am working, like I have to work from home now, but like I financially am doing fine still. I'm doing the same as it was before. Honestly, I'm sure some people in chat might know. I know people who I know one person, who literally they had a lot of just like their money sitting around in a bank because of the instability. When all this coronavirus stuff happened, they jumped into the market, made like a bunch of money, and are like retiring on it. You know what I mean? Like there is a lot of angles. There is a lot of people experiencing this stuff differently. So that is interesting to keep an eye on. But it's one of the reasons why it's been kind of fun to look at some of these CNN exit polls as they come out. It's just kind of the people that are showing up to vote, what it actually looks like. And it really does seem to trend towards what I would guess anyway. Things are pretty split. Depending on where you're from, things are pretty different. Now, here's some interesting stuff from Fox News I'm going to pull up for you guys. Check this out. So apparently this is the Fox News voter analysis national poll. Check this out, though. 63% of people in the Fox News poll believe the country's headed in the wrong direction. That feels like a question that sucks for the president, doesn't it? Sorry, I couldn't get the plastic out of this water. Which again is you can't get caught up in individual things, but that's very interesting. And a few more I want to go through. And once again, you see that this idea of racism, racial inequality, this is one of the biggest things in the ballot right now, according to some of these exit polls, I guess. But this is two exit polls from two different polling organizations showing some similar data on that, which is kind of weird, right? I mean, I don't know if weird is the way to put it, but man, I just, again, I don't think it's a bad thing, but it's just really interesting. It's really interesting to see how, You know what? My Scope's kind of getting to the right thing here. He said, Cardin, the balkanization of the U.S. is coming, man. In a way, there's... Hey, I make this joke a lot, and this is a joke. Probably shouldn't even bring it up, but it's too late now. I always brought it up. But when it comes to like these racial divides, the media is trying to like make worse in some way. Like they gotta watch, like, dude, they gotta mess around with like the California is 38% Hispanic, I think, and then like 36% white or something like that. But a lot of times in the media, they come at you with this white Hispanic thing, and I don't know, man. Growing up in California, I know a lot of people in the Latino Hispanic communities, and I would just say that I don't know what the media is talking about when they describe their weird. But again, it's why something like a balkanization would be a lot more brutal and ridiculous, and there'd be a lot... People wouldn't want to admit and acknowledge what it would look like till it happened. I guess is largely what I'm trying to get, what I'm dancing around saying there. So I really hope we don't see something like that, because I think it'd be really bad. I think there's people moving to different states based off their political preferences, but we have seen states do flip. It's not like they're all just set in their ways forever. California may be set in its way forever, but some of these other states, like, in what's just like in the West Coast, Nevada, New Mexico, Colorado, they're kind of where they are, but they do flip. Well, Arizona went to Clinton and then never went to a Democrat ever in the 100 years around it. But there is these states that we do see that go back and forth. So you know, I don't know if it would be that way. And I would hate to see racial lines drawn very, very like if very thick racial lines are drawn in this country, it would be really bad. And I mean by like the government, like if the government started drawing really thick racial lines in this country, just because we're a big country with a lot of different people from a lot of different places, and man, you would not believe the reasons people have for not getting along with each other. Like I believe it was the Protestants and the Catholics that killed each other in Ireland for how many years? They were all white, didn't matter. They were Protestants and Catholics. Some of them are Irish, some of them are English. I mean, like, dude, people don't need that good of a reason to hate each other. Anyway. This was also interesting. I thought that honestly, the Fox News polls almost feel like they're made to be bad for Trump. Like I always have there's always like the most shocking numbers that come out of these Fox News polls. Like the majority of people think that Trump had made America worse on crime. I honestly didn't have that much of a very firm opinion on what I thought Donald Trump meant for crime in America. Just I don't think the president controls crime throughout the country. But like, wow, most people are like, he's made it less safe. You know, I think the thing is, I blame the president for a lot less than other people do, perhaps, just because I look at the president as the, you know, just the leader of the executive branch. Like, there's a lot of stuff they don't have control over and they can't do anything about. And even if they wanted to change, they couldn't change. I just don't hold it to Mars. So here's some more of these Fox News exit polls that had came out. This one's kind of interesting as well. Oh, and sorry, someone brought up, I wanted to get to the point. Someone brought up California is a lot more purple than people think. Yeah, dude, I'm pretty sure 2016, where I live in 2016, they voted Hillary, but then all red all the way down. Dude, I think in 2018, we voted blue. I think 2020, we're going to vote red all the way down, just kind of driving around and looking around at the signs and some stuff around here. I mean, seriously, 2018, our assembly and our Congress seats, both seats up for grab, both flipped from red to blue. And then a special election caused one of them to flip red. And I think the other one is like, this is in California. This is like in Los Angeles area of California. Like, things are a little bit more diverse even in some of these deep red and deep blue states than you think. Because I'm sure there's counties and I know they exist in Texas and in Florida where they have blue representation and they kind of do flip back and forth. I mean, there's some stuff. But check this out again from these Fox polls. 70%. Math, man, making me do math is really rough. But over 70% of people are very to somewhat concerned about the effects of climate change. Which again, for Donald Trump, who says climate, like that's good for Joe Biden. Like this is a good for Joe Biden answer if this is real. Again, you have to know how much of this stuff really matters. But it's interesting to see all this stuff coming in. And again, we're not keeping a score of good for Joe Biden, good for Trump, good for Joe Biden, good for Trump. It's just not how that works. It's just interesting, I think, to just keep an eye on. It just kind of adds context to when we start getting these hard result numbers coming in later, kind of referencing into what the exit poll showed as well to see if any of it lines up and makes sense. MP, $2, thank you very much, Super Chat Man, said Trump gets Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. No way Joe gets Texas and Florida. I do think Trump gets Pennsylvania. I don't know much about Wisconsin, and I agree. I don't see Democrats getting Texas and Florida. That's it'd be like Republicans saying, we're going to get New York and California. Right? I think there's New York and California for the Democrats, and there's Texas and Florida for the Republicans. I think we're going to be there for a while. That's just kind of the safe, big delegate strongholds. But some of the other states are the ones that are more up for grabs. They're more important, that are more interesting. For example, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, I agree with you on. Wisconsin, I'm not as sure about. I could see, though. Only because I just haven't... I don't... There's been more rallies in Pennsylvania, so I've paid more attention to it. And honestly, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'll be wrong on this. I had been really basing a lot of this election, I decided, ignore the polls, watch the events, watch the rallies. And the rallies in Pennsylvania told me it looked like Trump was winning there. But again, this is not scientific. It's just kind of like a gut thing that I did. But again, interesting that Fox News found that big favor. Most people, again, good for Joe Biden. Joe Biden wants to do this. But again, it almost feels like they directly make these Fox News polls to anger Donald Trump too. So again, not why I think polls are like a very, very, very big deal. I think they kind of go one way or the other, and it's tough because they're like I said, this year I just kind of, what's the word? I don't know if it's experimental, but I'm just trying to gauge enthusiasm on the ground. Street level enthusiasm, that might not matter at all. It might literally only matter. Twitter enthusiasm might really be what powers this election. Like, who knows? But, and again, I think Trump can win Pennsylvania and then just lose. He can win Texas, Florida, Pennsylvania, but then lose everything else and lose. Biden flips one state and he wins. I mean, I don't know who I think's going to win the whole thing. I just think, yeah, it does seem like Trump seems to be winning out there in Pennsylvania. Just like, cause even for the whole fracking thing, like I get that like Joe Biden is going to say ban fracking. It just does seem to be that Trump wins on the fracking argument. So in states where fracking is a big deal, it looks like Trump's going to win. It looks like he beats Biden in that argument. Now, all 50 states aren't big fracking states, right? But Pennsylvania is like one of the ones. It works well for Trump in that sense. But yeah, we should start getting some stuff coming in very, very soon. I have a couple of different things open, and I'm bouncing around trying to see if I can get something pulled up. Oh, shoot. For you guys as far as delegates go. Interesting. So, we're seeing that most people, hold on. Dude, sometimes computers are great, and sometimes computers are just like, what are you doing? But this is an interesting one, because all those exit polls that I was showing you guys earlier, pull this up. That's a pretty big gender difference, isn't it? For people showing up to vote at the polls, 53 to 47. And that kind of all those CNN exit polling data we were going through, that's the gender difference on it. I don't know. I'm humored. I'm amused. This doesn't change everything, but that's kind of interesting. It's kind of a little bit amusing right there. I didn't know that. I didn't expect that. Perhaps a better way of putting it. They're doing some more stuff there. But yeah, let's see if we can pull up some of these early delegate maps and see if we have anything coming back as far as hard numbers, as far as hard data goes on any of this stuff. Oh, we have the first no delegates, but we're getting some of the early movement here on CNN. So Donald Trump is currently winning with 61% of the vote with 16 counted ballots. Wow. So, obviously we're in some big business here, some uncharted territory here. But I'm expecting very soon to start seeing some of this stuff coming in. We're getting to the point now. I think Associated Press said they're going to start having some official results coming in about an hour or two. About 3-4 p.m. was when I was seeing some of this stuff happen. So yeah, we're kind of there now. So anyway, sorry, I'm putting my tablet down 1 second. Because Cardin's getting his lights and his camera on and everything. Cardin just sat down. You can say hi. They can't see you yet, but you can say hi if you want.
Yo, what's up? Dude, what are these?
Oh, it's as soon as his delegates start coming in here, I'm gonna. I know you have your lemonade. I figured you could have your lemonade in one, but I got some champagne. I'm gonna open once the delegates once we've officially survived election season, and they're counting the votes. I was going to open up some champagne, and because hey, you know what? It's all over but the crying now. You know what I mean? Here we go. That's what I was looking for. And I'm just kind of jamming through again. So going through an exit poll. And chat, guys, anything really jumped out at you at those exit polls? To me, what jumped out the most was the fact that, indeed, kind of racial injustice and racism in general is like a big part of the ballot this year. Like, that is indeed a big important thing. Voters from the exit polls are saying that is what voters are showing up to vote on.
Yeah, because they feel if they don't say it that they're going to get jumped in the parking lot.
But why would they? Okay, you know what? Can you get your camera on? Because I want to do something when we put your camera on.
Okay.
But anyway, Card, get the chat up. I'm going to step out for a second. I need to grab my sweater. I want to turn the air conditioner and grab my sweater. But
yeah.
I've been talking to the chat. We've been going through some exit polls. Just if you want to just talk, hang out.
Actually, to me, that to be 100% honest with you, that does not surprise me. Just because I think the media drives a lot of the conversation. Whenever you have a question of does real life drive art or does art imitate real life, it actually ends up being a symbiosis of both. So I think the racial narrative created by the media is only slightly reflective of a reality out there. So the narrative pushing the reality and the reality pushing the narrative becomes this symbiosis. So if that's been the biggest thing the media has been pushing, then of course that's going to be one of the biggest things in the exit polls. Because, for example, the media has not at all been talking about the peace deals Trump has done. We're not in a time of massive war. So, it's not like they're talking geopolitics, because CNN doesn't cover geopolitics. It's not like they're talking Hunter Biden's laptop, because that's censored right now. What's not censored and shown to us ad nauseum? Racial issues.
Okay. Adam Duffy, Cody, can you say hi to Carden from me? Of course. Adam Duffy says hi. And then also gives the card. I'll be back in 1 minute. But talk about this. Tell me what you think about this. This is the CNN exit poll on the current electorate, if you can pull it up on your screen for you. Talk about what you think about that. I'll be back in 1 second, but tell me what you think about that.
Okay. Before you go, on the electorate of what? An individual state or the United States of America?
That's CNN exit poll. It's nationwide.
Okay, interesting. So CNN exit poll on the electorate says education, college graduate 45%, no college degree 55%. Yeah. Dude, it blows my mind that the amount of people in our society with college degrees is even that much. You know what I'm saying? But party ID is Democrat, 38%, Republican, 35%. Okay, that's almost exactly like my home district, with independents at 28%, except for in my home district, I think it's 28% Democrat, 27% Republican, and then all the rest are actually independents. If I remember correctly, I might be fudging one number on that. But okay. That makes a little bit of sense here. So yeah, actually let's jump right in here. I want to actually see the I want to see the map here. We're going to pull up a couple of these. Unfortunately, you guys can't see everything that's on my computer like you can see what's on Cody's computer. But I predict a spike starting in an hour. I predict a spike starting in an hour. Does that make sense, Cody?
Spike of what?
Spike of Republican votes. I think there was a lot of holdouts. I can't tell you how many people I met that are holding on to their ballot until today.
No.
And we're in the western states.
Well, hold on. No, wait.
And the western states are a lot more open, rural.
But no, the exit polling, I believe, would be people who showed up to vote today.
Yeah, and they're polled as they exit the polling location. But I got to tell you, I don't even believe exit polls, man. I'm not believing anything until 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern time.
Someone brought up something interesting. That party ID, I think this guy just typed in. That party ID adds up to 101%. Unless you can register as like a left-leaning Democrat or a left-leaning Republican. But yeah, anyway, that's more or less. But so we've been looking at a lot of the stuff kind of ad nauseum. Look at the stuff today. All the exit polls, who's doing what.
Dude, you're dressed like a Democrat, bro. You look like you could be going to Harvard, bro. You should have the blue light behind you. I should have the red light behind me.
It only looks like that.
See, here I am, the working class Republican, with his collared shirt, trying to, I just got off the lathe, at the factory. And then here you are rolling up. Yeah, dude. There's a symbolism here. And then you roll up.
All right,
saying,
Mr.
like,
Bossman on the
yo,
lathe.
Daddy Warbucks just, gave me a new sweater because I graduated with my MBA.
Hold on.
From from Yale.
H&M, this is working man's clothes. This is all H&M right here. This is working man's attire.
Oh, it's designer? Yeah, see, I'm Costco.
No, H&M's working man. It's cheaper than Costco.
No, H&M actually stands for Hotjep Mye.
This is cheaper than Costco.
Hotjep Mye.
Swear to
It's
God.
Swedish. Hibbly hibbly.
H&M is Swedish?
Yeah, H&M's a Swedish company.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure H&M's Swedish. Yeah, hold on.
Whatever.
H.
H&M doesn't matter. This is what matters to me, Carden. What do you think about this? Someone in chat brought it up. It almost does feel like these Fox News polls are just deliberately designed to scare 75-year-old Fox News boomers. But check this poll out. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's a Swedish multinational clothing retail company known for its fast fashion clothing for men.
Multinational. Exactly.
No, but they're from Sweden. It's just
Fast-
Chevy is from the United States of America.
This is priced at working man's.
Yeah.
I swear to God, it's like a $7 sweater and
No,
$9.
I know they make it affordable. And it's probably all manufactured in China at this
Actually,
point.
do you know why I'm not Amish? The sweater I'm wearing, 100% plastic, 100% acrylic.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a pain in the ass to wash, dude. But it's or dry, really, because 100% acrylic. Anyway. Card,
Yes, hit me.
I want you to look at this poll.
Okay.
Fox News voter analysis.
I can't stand water. Jesse
Okay,
Water.
he had nothing to do with this. He was just on camera and someone screenshotted this. changing to a government-run healthcare plan. 39% strongly favor.
What?
33 somewhat.
Well, it's because we're living in a crappy medical system, so they just
For-
view it as, yeah.
Dude, crap medical system, that's 71% or 72%. Again, is that over 100? But that's insane, dude. 72% of people are somewhat to strongly favoring a government-run healthcare plan. I mean, that's as popular as something can get. However, according to a Fox News poll.
I'll tell you why. That's
According to
because
one Fox
they've
News
never lived in a government-run healthcare system, so they don't have anything to look back on of, oh yeah, that sucked. So of course we're going to live in a time where all of them think it's overpriced, and they're being told that the crony capitalist, corrupt Joe Biden swamp-run, legally intervened, basically government-controlled healthcare system is the capitalist system. So they misinterpret this crony capitalist, swampy, overregulated hellhole of supposedly capitalist medical care. They mistake that for capitalism. And then they're told that the alternative is socialized, nationalized medicine. And despite the overwhelming examples in other countries, since Americans don't travel and see the failures of other countries, they only see the nice touristic parts, they don't realize they're ushering the own demise of their healthcare for what could possibly be the rest of their lifetimes. So yeah, if you're trying to convince me people are stupid and they believe stupid things like Barack Obama when he says, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor, then it doesn't surprise me that they're stupid and believe that, crazy Bernie Sanders out there saying, oh, the millionaires and billionaires are keeping you down. We need medical care, Medicare for all. It doesn't surprise me they believe the soundbite. Show me a survey too that says people that enjoy dieting. Like probably 89% of the people oppose diets. Yeah, that's what we need to do in order to not kill ourselves.
People oppose diets. Hold on,
or whatever.
Do you want to hear an awesome voting story today? I love this. This guy is a journal. Lataro Greenspan says that he is a journalist, but whatever. He does stuff for the Miami Herald. This cracks me. Whether the story's real or not, I just love the story. So I just spoke with a 28-year-old Miamian individual from Miami named Alex Garcia. He said he woke up today thinking he was going to vote for Trump, but changed his mind at the voting booth. He ended up picking Biden to, quote, go back to normal. Quote, I just want my Instagram to be about me again and how good I look.
Yeah, but see, that person was never actually going to vote for Donald Trump in the first place. This person's obviously a drama queen that just tries to add drama to whatever they're going to say.
You don't got to jump down his throat, man. I just thought it was
Well, first
funny.
off, I got family in Miami,
I just think that's
so I ain't cut no slack to any Miamian. Okay.
Whatever. Sorry, I forgot. No fun allowed. Everything has just got to be an attack. But I just thought that's hilarious. Someone's like, you know what,
some
man?
gay Cuban guy is just like, I want
Not
my
even
Instagram
that. Just anyone
feedback.
is just like so vain. They're like, yeah, but I think it's a joke. I don't know if it's real. I just thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah,
someone
it is
the
pretty funny.
first commenter, someone saying, "I'm from Miami. I know this is true." Like, yeah, that's people are that vain out here. They'd be like, "I just want to go back to just taking vain pictures of myself again. I'm tired of politics."
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. So, really quickly, Cody, you started the stream before I got off work. So you've seen a little bit more data. Is there any data that you find to be consistent with what you have seen personally thus far?
I mean, nothing really. Like I said, this cycle, I didn't focus a bunch on the polls. I just don't think the polls are able to accurately gauge what people like for anything. I think they're just off right now. So I focused just on the rallies, and all the rallies are in Pennsylvania. I think Trump won Pennsylvania. That's really it, though. I haven't seen too much out of any official numbers to back anything of that up yet, but that was just kind of my gut perspective on that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So, whoa, dude, I'm like buzzing like crazy. Holy crap. It's like
everything.
every part of me is just going off the hizzy right now, you know?
Yeah, apparently. Holy cow.
Seriously. That was like crazy absurd, man. But Ian Sharp, thank you very much for the super chat. Ian Sharp says, thanks for being a huge part of my political experience this cycle. You both have offered a lot of great perspective. Sad I never bought a hat. It is sad. We went through all those, man.
Well, second printing. But no, in all seriousness, thank you very much, man. Very much appreciated. Glad you hung out here with us. I was like, Trump's like a Carton's got to take a call. But yeah, it looks like things right now are still just so all over the place. It's hilarious. And going through those exit polls is actually a lot of fun. I have a feeling that for a very long time, absolutely no data or information that comes out will add any clarity to anything, and it's going to be just confusing. We're going to be around post-election. What is next? Yes. Definitely I'm still going to be doing videos post-election. Probably a lot about how crazy 2020 was and then moving forward. Honestly, I expect to be doing a lot more videos moving forward. This election season at the end, it was beyond what I could stomach. It was so terrible. Once these election seasons pass, I'm hoping I can focus on a lot more things I would like to talk about in politics in a less ridiculously charged period of time. And if not, and if things are stupid and crazy, I'll be doing stupid, crazy content as well. So, yeah, that's what's coming out. But it's 3:20 right now. Honestly, I'll go back to, I think, that AP map. This is around when I would expect to start seeing these results from these states. Maybe not called states, but early. And it looks like we are starting to get some early stuff coming in. Wow. Okay, so we're at percentages reporting. But we have some early numbers coming in. I'll show you guys right here. This is according to Associated Press through Google. So Kentucky is not really too interesting. With 1% reporting, looks like a Trump, basically they counted a Trump county in a Trump county in Kentucky, which was good. It looks like we have a 2% reporting coming in. Again, this is basically nothing. And out of Indiana as well for Donald Trump. And then New Hampshire, the 26 votes out of New Hampshire. However, again, going to this, they're starting to count the New Hampshire votes, but we'll see. 4 p.m., we're expecting to get some results from Associated Press. It's coming about a half hour from Florida, Georgia, and then 4:30, North Carolina and Ohio. And then 5 p.m., the big one, Pennsylvania. And I guess you could say Texas, but I don't think Texas is going to flip. Oof. So yeah, so that's where we are right now, guys. We're in this we're in this weird kind of like 90-minute window here where polls are closed, they're counting, they kind of know, but they kind of don't. Let's see. Thank you very much, MP. Do the intro, guys. Let's get this stream lit. Tell you what, when Cardin comes back, right before we announce the results, because honestly, that would probably be very nice. I'll start recording that. We'll do a video. Right before we announce the results, we'll do that. We'll do a little mini. We'll kind of reboot the stream at like the 3-hour mark when we get into announcing some of these last things. Hey, Christian said, no lie, I voted for Kanye. I hear you, man. I almost voted for Kanye because legitimately, I love Kanye West. I believe in Kanye West. When I saw Kanye West and Joe Rogan explaining why he was running for president, there was a lot of stuff in there. I liked his answer. I thought he was good. I'm not saying that I think he actually legitimately should be the president. And he's the smartest person. He's the genius. But I mean, it wouldn't be like a meme vote. It's like legit. I kind of like Kanye. Pete's not declared victory yet, but Pete, I think, has gone on Fox News and owned some Fox News hosts to get 1 million views for Fox News and Friends. I think he has done that. So good for him. Good for Pete. I'm glad Pete's convincing a bunch of people to like him with the help of Fox News. Good for him. Good for Fox News, too. Making a lot of money on it. But anyway, someone asked, here's Cardin. Cardin's back now.
Whew, sorry about that.
So, Cardin, look at this. These are like 1% reporting. But, dude, look. It's starting, man. They're starting to fill in colors on the map. I mean,
Dude,
we're
it's
here.
going down.
We are here.
See, here's my only thing, though, is I am tempering my excitement, Cody. I'm tempering my excitement with the realization that none of this matters because we did this on election night in 2018 when ballot harvesting was the norm in California. And we ended up declaring victories for like 6 congressmen, where 3 of them ended up going to freaking Congress and doing freshman orientation, only to be told that, they did end up losing 2 weeks later after all the ballots, came in. So like, I don't know. I don't know how much I can even trust this map.
But I mean,
that's not even knowing how much they're cheating. I don't know how much I can trust this without people cheating.
I hear that, but you know what? Sometimes, man, is what it is. All you can do is play the hand you're dealt. What other cliches are there?
Yeah. Make lemons out of
Yeah,
lemonade.
you got to know when to hold them. You got to know when to fold them. You know.
Yeah. Now, see, and the other weird thing that I've been seeing in the news lately, besides the obvious overwhelming elephant in the room, and it should be an elephant, is how like supposedly Trump got pissed that the FBI announced it's investigating the Biden bus incident. I don't know. To me, that's just gonna be a big fat nothing burger that everybody saw coming. You know what I'm saying? Don't lash out. Don't be pissed about it. Just understand they're going to try and, make a mountain out of a molehill. And by the way, a bunch of trucks did surround a presidential candidate, which if we're looking at this from a Secret Service perspective, you just have to think, there's like Fast and Furious hits that are done like that.
Yeah,
so maybe we shouldn't have a presidential candidate so vulnerable that just a bunch of opposition party people can figure out when he's crossing the border and surround him. Now, fortunately, we're Americans. And, obviously these were good Christian GOP opposition party people, you know what I'm saying, full of values and goodness, Cody. But if it were bad actors, it could have gotten bad quickly. So I think just from a strategical standpoint, it makes sense to look into the incident, if not just to figure out how they pulled it off so that a bad actor couldn't pull off a bad plan. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but again, like,
Okay.
I think that's a very minor incident. It doesn't really matter.
I know,
right?
but it's crazy. It's all over my feeds today for some reason.
That's your problem. You act to the media.
Oh, are you calling me a reactionary, Cody?
I guess, yeah.
I am a bleeding heart liberal who just wants people to get along and have school lunches paid for by the government. That's it. That's all, man.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with that. So, anyway, as you were saying, what were you saying?
I don't say anything.
MP, did you get his super chat?
Yes, I did. I told him. So when we get closer to announcing the actual results pretty soon, about Associated Press. Hold on, let me show you this too, card. Associated Press has said they're going to start actually calling some of these, not calling, but they're going to start expecting some results in the next 90 minutes or so. So I figured about 4 p.m. 4 p.m. we're expecting results in Florida, Arizona, and Georgia. It's going to open up some champagne. I figure we'll do a little second kind of reboot. This will be the first few hours is kind of just debate day, hang around. We'll do like a reboot, and I'll start recording, and we'll do a second intro.
Here's a crazy thing: Indiana and Kentucky both have similar electoral votes, 8 and 11, and leads by 38 points in both.
Oh wait,
of them.
we missed a super chat, did we?
That's weird. So I wonder how both are by 38. That's kind of interesting.
Oh, sorry. Sort of. I'm going to get to the beat trustee. Yes, we'll get to that in 1 minute. Actually, Carden, you want to talk about that?
Which thing?
Because right now we're in a limbo. Very first super chat of the night, and now is the perfect time for it. The beat trustee asked, "What is our live stream setup as far as cameras, computers, etc.?" Carden can definitely microphones and cameras.
Oh, dude, actually, let's show him the studio shot. Let me turn on the studio shot.
Okay, sure. Hold on. Yeah, I guess she walked away. We mostly use for the computer. I just bought like a kind of a. I bought a used gaming pre-built for the computer. It's got like, what is it? We upgraded the RAM to 32 gigabytes of RAM. I think the one I'm using right now, it's running a Intel i5. It's like a couple of years ago. I forget the actual model number. And then we just use a GTX 1660. Just a pretty modest video card. And then we also have the Elgato HD 60S, whatever the internal Elgato capture card is for the capture card. And then, that's the computer end. And then, we have a couple of... Oh, she's going to show you.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole studio. And we have a couple
so actually, we'll give them the tour. We got some newer soft boxes here, bro, Seth. These are super cool, and there's no sense in buying anything more expensive because I actually enjoy the less expensive equipment by Neewer for anything podcasty like this. If I'm doing, film or television or music video stuff professionally, I can't show up with these because they laugh you off set because Hollywood's full of a bunch of pretentious people that don't realize that better pens don't write better stories. As long as it's given off the right color temperature of light, looks good. Do the 3/4 Rembrandt shadowing with a little hair light in back. Hey, can you go back to studio shot, Cody? So we got a little hair light in back. This would be what they call 3-point lighting only because there's enough reflection coming off of the background from these other soft boxes that counts as my key light. So we 3-point light the thing. This is an RE320, which is an Electro Voice. It's the less expensive Electro Voice. And the only reason I got it over the RE20, which is the big beige broadcast mic that looks exactly like it with the same casing that most radio hosts use in radio stations, is simply because it was black and it fit the color motif. It was black and it fit the color motif of the Studio More. So that's actually why I bought the black microphone. And then this right here is just a regular run-of-the-mill what do they call this? Foam
Pop filter.
Windscreen?
Pop filter or windscreen.
Pop filter. That was
or
what I was
windscreen.
looking
You'll
for.
hear both.
Dude, Chemo Brain is totally kicking in. So anyway, yeah, and then we upgraded to these arms just recently, and we use a Mackie, but we used to have the Yamaha setup. You guys might remember we started out with a small little Behringer, and then we had a Yamaha, but then we outgrew it for other guests and things like that. And so that just sits there pretty much as a prop for looks. And I, too, got a gaming rig that used to be Cody's.
Yeah, little one.
Cody
These aren't-
sacrificed his old gaming
These
rig.
aren't gaming rigs per se. These are
Well, it was a gaming rig when it started.
like they meh,
So,
close.
yeah, and
Like media plus.
and Cody forced me to go PC. Basically, through sheer power of will, he convinced me to convert to the PC. So now we got nothing but PCs around. But I stream a little bit differently when I'm doing other streams. I use actually the small, simple Amazon $30 regular HDMI to USB capture card with whatever mirrorless we have. And I'm a huge fan of the A5100. So if you get into streaming, I think that one of the best things you can do is get a used A5100 with the Sigma f1.4 art lens. That's what gets this really cool image. There's an ND filter on it, so everything in the background is still out of focus, even though the light's blaring. And it's pretty cool because it's got pretty fast autofocus. If you look at that right there, boom, and here it is on me, boom, right there. Anyway, that's the tour right there. That's all I got to say about that. What about you, Cody?
No, yeah.
Dude,
That's the big
Kentucky
thing.
went blue, by the
And
way.
then I would say the
now
big,
Joe Biden leads by 10 points.
yeah, it's
They
gonna-
must have brought in the Louisville.
Well, yeah, like they're reporting like 8%.
See, that's the only thing that sucks about these. That I wish they would say which precincts reported, just because you don't expect until you get
Well,
like
I
60,
think-
70, or 80% in to
I
have
think
any
I
idea.
can't. Look, I showed you. Look, it's Lexington reported.
Yeah, but that's just by county. I wish that they even had a precinct map.
I guess.
That'd be kind of cool.
Eh,
Yeah.
I feel like why?
By the way, how'd you get to the county one? Which side are
Just
you on?
click on the state. Just Google election results, and this comes up.
Are you on the Fox one? Or
No,
are you
you
on
literally
the
just go to
CNN one?
Google and you Google election. I'm on Google.
Okay. Oh, I see. You're just actually on Google proper.
Yeah, like I'm literally just on Google. Yeah. So
Ah.
we're getting close. It's in a few minutes. I don't type loud. I just have a keyboard that uses the loudest form of mechanical key switches, which sound loud. I don't type loud. It's just the keyboard is loud. I just want to make sure that's known. I'm just kidding, but I'm not. It's true. But yeah.
You know something I'd be really curious to see, Cody?
Huh.
What are the stats on traditionally who gets their votes in earliest? I'm sure there's somebody that's done a study on this, but you'd think the smaller, more rural districts probably have better volunteers in more centralized locations with fewer people to count. So I wonder if there's any kind of statistic
You know what's crazy though about the
like
selection?
which precincts report the earliest.
Think about that with the selection though. Historical data kind of wouldn't matter because of the unprecedented amount of early voting.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder
That's
if
what's
there's
crazy.
any
Like
kinda-
historical trends kind of get cut off. Like there
Yeah.
is no trends for there is no trends for the amount of people that voted on election day in 2016 voting before election day in 2020. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
we can't map this to what's happened in the past. It hasn't. It's unprecedented.
Yeah.
So it is kind of tough to look at things that way. You know what I mean? Hey, you know what? I recommend everyone everyone get a mechanical keyboard. It's so much better. Once you get used to typing on a mechanical keyboard, keys are slightly closer together. You type faster, you type more confidently. You're kind of forced to type more confidently in a mechanical keyboard, but not only are you forced to, it's easier to type confidently in a mechanical keyboard because there's less rollover in the keys. You get more firm keystrokes. So yeah. There you go. Yes, I think I have Cherry MX switches, but yeah. I think these are Cherry. Yeah, honestly, when you use like a non-mechanical keyboard, it just feels like this bloated, gross, just mushy, just bleh. I can't stand it. Anyway, though. Pulling up, looking at some of the last stuff. There's some stuff that's been coming in a little bit. Kentucky, as Cardin showed, and we were talking about a second ago. Kentucky's clarified a little bit, but it's still at 8% reporting. I don't think Joe Biden's going to win Kentucky because the big city voted for him. That's just basically where we're at so far in the Kentucky race. But we're getting close. I mean, again, guys, according to the Associated Press, start expecting some results about 25 minutes from now in big states like Florida and Georgia. And then a little bit later than that, big states like Ohio. And then a little bit later than that, the big state, in my opinion, at least, Pennsylvania. And really the reason why I feel like Pennsylvania is the big state is because Joe Biden and Donald Trump have campaigned in Pennsylvania more than any other state. They both clearly circled this state. Cardin doesn't have, he stepped out. He doesn't have a mechanical keyboard yet, but he wants to get a, Cardin's big on the RGB. He definitely wants an RGB mechanical keyboard. So I might get him one before I leave as like a going away present. I'll get him a nice big mechanical with all the things. You know what I've been using? I don't have one here. This is by the way my favorite keyboard ever, and they don't make it anymore, so I can never buy another one brand new. It's the SteelSeries 6G V2. Classic, nice. Anyway, though, keyboard I use at home. It's a 10 key less design. So you see this 10 key part here? Gone. Much smaller, more compact keyboard. Very nice. I don't know if I recommend them to everyone. Not everyone would like them if you have big hands or whatever, or if you have maybe a small hands. I don't know. But give them a check out. These 10 keyless keyboards, they're very smart and good for desk space. Obviously, if you're like an accountant or you input a bunch of numbers and you want a 10 keypad, you know what I mean? Use a 10 key keyboard. But yeah. So anyway. We're clearly in the last 15, 20 minutes before we start getting some numbers here. Kind of just, but again, I wanted to make sure we had a stream today where there was no anxiety, no hysteria, no, oh my God, so-and-so has to win. Oh my God, how can they win? How can the numbers add up? None of that. Just fun. We're just watching it roll in because, hey, no matter who wins, we're all going to have to live in this country together tomorrow and the day after and the day after. Well, hey, Chris, you know what you can do too, though? You can buy separate 10 key pads. One, so you can have them moved independently from the keyboard, so you can have them in situations that maybe suit you better. And two, so when you're not doing data entry, boop, you can have your nice little compact keyboard. But like I said, it's not. I recommend the mechanical keyboard to everyone. The 60%, the 10 key, whatever you want to call them. I don't recommend those to everyone. I recommend everyone gives them a look though. It's not everybody needs the 10 key. So yeah. And the riots, here's the thing, man. We were talking about this earlier on the stream, right? The riots and like the unrest and the, I don't know, maybe I'm just naive and where I live we don't see it. But I don't know. I feel like on election day there will be an election and we'll have the election and the votes will come in and then we'll do what we always done. You know, we'll move on together as a country like always. The same thing as when Trump won, if he gets reelected. If he doesn't get reelected, the same as before. You know? I don't know. Because maybe I'm just a optimist in that regard. I just feel like things will, because people will be testy. Again, it is a little bit weird. It is a little bit weird, but it's like I don't think anything's gonna happen. Except for all of the violence already that happens every night across the country. But seriously, like all across there, I don't see it. It doesn't feel like around this time when, I guess what we've been calling the George Floyd protests, but just the general summer. Because again, I think the George Floyd incident kicked it off. I think a lot of the stuff we saw going on over the summer and even in the fall was based around a lot of things coming to a head, right? During those times, man, just being on social media and going outside and reading the news and being around, you could kind of feel it like well before 4 p.m. Pacific, like when it was going to be one of those nights where everything was going to burn, the sun was still up in Minnesota. You know what I mean? Like it's getting close to 4 p.m. Pacific here now. The sun's going down. It's dark all across the country. And I don't know. I'm not seeing it. I'm not getting that vibe I would get during some of these nights when we had that, a lot of the unrest of the summer where you would just feel it. I mean, you would just look around and I get a look at some of the videos and I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled for all that same stuff to make sure I am looking to see that stuff. And yeah, I'm just not seeing it. I'm not getting that vibe. I'm not getting that, oh man, this is going to be a bad night kind of feeling I'd been getting before. I'm getting a lot more of a, wow, this looks kind of respectable, actually. It looks like people are going to kind of keep their act together tonight. Again, I could be proven wrong. I'm not, like, if 3 or 4 hours from now, like, Chicago or Portland or even Los Angeles is, like, literally on fire, and, like, people are screaming and, like, oh, my God, everything's bad, everything's terrible, I would say, yeah, you know what? Okay, I'm not that shocked, but I still do believe we'll avoid that. I do. I still believe we'll avoid that. I think we will accept. This is hilarious. Oh, I got to show you guys this. Dude, this is one of the big... I swear the Amy McGrath campaign was actually just a giant money laundering scheme. But if she actually beats Mitch McConnell by margins like this... But as I showed you, I'm sure she'll beat him. She will beat him in Lexington across the whole state. Because, dude, every poll, and I guess I told you I tried to ignore the polls, but every poll I saw, McConnell was beating McGrath by like 7 or 8 points. So if she actually pulls off some massive win, I would die laughing. That would be too much. Again, I don't think it is. I literally thought it was a money laundering scheme, what was going on with that campaign. The amount of money poured into that campaign. It was like the amount of money that campaign spent on her primary against a progressive is ridiculous. She spent like $40 million against the progressive in the primary. Like what? But yeah, exactly. Some House results. We're getting some early results coming in. I'm pulling up some stuff, but it's really some of these big Senate ones in the White House, in the presidential one. That's really what I'm keeping an eye out for early. Because also, I think we're not going to see the president get held up as long by mail-in ballots and late voting. I don't think, as we're going to see get held up or get bottled up for congressional stuff, because it's just so much more fewer votes shifted. I think we might see more stuff going on with that. So that's very good. You know what, honestly, you know what I hope? I've seen a lot of people posting stuff like this. I really hope Andrew Yang, and I know Andrew Yang, he's seen the light, or whatever you want to say. He knows the way forwards with Joe, whatever you want to say. I really hope Andrew Yang has seen all the people. I was one of them. I wrote Andrew Yang in today. I'm sure there's people in chat here who wrote Andrew Yang in today. I really hope Andrew looks around at the political scene today, takes a good hard look at everything, and kind of goes like, you know what, like, okay, like, I get he's kind of been caught up and you got to vote for Joe, but I hope he sees all these people voting for him and kind of goes, okay, cool. Like what I did mean something. There's people who even today are like, you know what, man, like, I still want this guy to be my president. I don't even care if he wants to be my president anymore. I still want him. I hope he acknowledges that. And I think he is. I think he did. I saw him. Who was it? I think he was actually in chat earlier. I think Trumper for Yang. He replied on one of his tweets or whatever, something along that line. Let me see. Yeah, here was one. I think a couple I saw though where he replied to one of his. But just the idea. I hope Andrew Yang is going through and he's seeing all these people say, hey, I wrote you in. Like, after everything that happened in this election, you're still the person I want. I hope I see him respond to more of those or comment on more of this. 'Cause honestly, man, it's what he did is not to be understated. It really isn't. What he did was really cool. As we enter just like these last few minutes until I'm expecting to start getting the real results and the madness to start. It feels weird saying I'm proud of him, because it's like not that kind of relationship. He's like, a grown man. I don't have to be proud of him like that. But really am proud of what Andrew Yang, just any regular guy who is not, like a Donald Trump superstar, just a regular guy who decides, you know what? There's problems in this country. I've seen them firsthand. They have to be solved. No one else is stepping up. I'm going to step up. For him to do that and get to where he's gotten, yeah, I'm very, very proud to see that. That's the only reason why I was proud to have voted for him. I'm really glad and happy I voted for Andrew because I think what he did is inspiring and very, very cool. And God, dude, Howie Hawkins. This is like the other subtext of this election. If Howie Hawkins is less than, there's one guy, I forgot his name, but he's I don't want to put his political, but he does a lot of political podcasting and stuff. He was very upset the Green Party went with Howie Hawkins, and he's like, if Howie Hawkins gets more than 2% of the vote, I will delete my channel. Like nobody's gonna, like Howie Hawkins is gonna. I saw another guy. I'll see if I'll pull the tweet up. Someone's like, Howie Hawkins hates the 1% so much he's gonna stay at 0%. But Joe Jorgensen, already with less than 1% counting nationally. Joe Jorgensen has 5,000 votes. I wonder how many Andrew Yang has. We'll have to wait till later to find out. But yeah, it was very, very, very cool to see. Very cool to see this election cycle. Again, I think a lot of the doom and gloom is media BS. I don't think it's reality. I think the reality is we saw a lot of cool stuff happen this election cycle.
Well, like what cool stuff?
Like Andrew Yang doing what he did. I mean, that was very, very cool. I mean,
Okay.
there's a lot of now. Unfortunately, we saw.
I think the gloom for some people comes to the fact that he failed. You know what I'm saying?
He was always kind of set up to fail. To be frank,
yeah.
what he achieved
By
was
who,
really cool.
Cody? I want names.
Well, just by the system. It's just some random guy coming out of nowhere. Just quite frankly, people in front of him in line.
Okay.
Fair or not, that's kind of how it goes. And then you want to talk about front of the line, Joe Biden, quite frankly, doesn't have another 4 years left in him to wait. He's going to go. He's got to go now, man. He's already gone a few times, too. You don't get a fourth or fifth shot at this. Like, it's go time.
Dude, you're a savage.
Yeah,
man.
Tulsi, the Tulsi kind of the final fall of Tulsi, as sad as it was to being the fall of Tulsi, she went down very nobly. She went down like a queen should.
She's a savage.
Yeah.
She is the warrior princess. Like literally, she's one of the top 5 most respected political figures in my adult life. Tulsi Gabbard.
Not for long, unfortunately.
You don't think so?
Well, she's not a political figure for long, unfortunately. Active.
Oh, I think you're always a political. Like once a president, always a president.
I hear what you mean. My larger snooty point was, unfortunately, it looks like she's pretty much in the short term given up on like Congress and stuff. She's like, the hell with this. They're gonna. Someone's like, Howie can break 1%, dude. Howie's already losing to other candidates. He's already losing to the write-ins, dude. Howie Hawkins is already losing to write-ins. Of reporting,
man.
Nobody has reported Howie Hawkins. Or maybe this is the bug, but Howie Hawkins is at 0 and other candidates. So if you live in one of these states and you're Odin Yang, he's beating Howie Hawkins.
That is pretty funny, dude.
Sorry, no offense, but Jesus. Jeez, poor Howie. Poor Howie, man. Green Party. You know what's weird, too? You know what I think what's rough for the Green Party? Is Jo Jorgensen. I feel like Jo Jorgensen's like the libertarian Green Party at this point. It's like there's the Green Party and the libertarian Green Party.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, sorry. Carton's playing with his new toy.
Dude, I'm so excited for this.
Well, hold on.
Cody.
Hand me one of those glasses. I'm going to open the bottle in a minute.
Oh, you are? Okay, here, hold on. I'm going to toss
It's
it to
almost
you.
4
Ready?
p.m., man. We almost did. Don't toss it.
Are those like legit?
I mean, they're glass. Don't break them.
Okay. And you can tell they were washed in California because we're not allowed to have that non-spot stuff in our...
Here, 1 second.
Okay.
Well, you talk. You talk.
Well, can I just tell you what I'm really excited about, Cody? I want to show this thing off. This thing is a brick, dude. I got the Zero Lemon case. Okay? My buddy MAGA Hulk works in security, and he texts a ton. And so he has to have a battery case. And he came with a freaking brick, Cody. I'm not kidding you. It was a brick the other day to the studio. And I looked up what said brick was, and I found out that that brick is none other than the Zero Lemon. Look at how thick this thing is. Like, that right there is an epic piece of machinery. And the only problem is that it's so big, it's kind of hard to put on. But I want to put it on, and the reason why I was excited about this is because when we go out and we film Problem Solver Politics videos, all the time with these kind of cases, you try and stick it up to like either selfie yourself or to record something that's going on, and what happens? What happens? Boom, it falls because of these silly curved edges, right? However, now, boom, I'm getting this cat rocking and rolling. And this thing, how much do you think it weighs, Cody? 2 pounds? Okay. So put on the studio shot so people can see what you're doing. Because I have no idea how to even pour champagne. Was that a bad pour? Inquiring minds want to know how this is done, Cody. You're pouring champagne. Well, you don't have to pour two. There's only, you can drink mine. Oh, I can. Okay, cool. I'm going to get lemonade on mine then, dude. My Leninade. Actually, I'm going to go, or since you're up, do you want to grab one of the Leninades from the fridge so our inquiring minds can see what on earth this amazing beverage is? By the way, what are we celebrating? The closing of the first polls?
Just the end of the election season. It's over now.
Well, no, the season's not over. Election day is over.
It's all over now, man. The voting is here.
So the voting, we're celebrating the end of the voting. Maybe this is symbolic, but this right here is Leninade. If you look at it, this stuff is awesome. And it's hilarious because it's got all these funny jokes on them. Like, you know, what does that say? A party in every bottle. Because it's the Communist Party. Yeah, what does it say? A taste worth standing in line for. Dude, they got communism down, bro. Oh, sorry, democratic socialism down. Crap, the only problem with bottles is you have to open them. Who was that person? I'm just going to hardcore.
Who was that person? It was like
twisted,
some.
but it won't
And
pop
by the
off.
way, we're almost here. I'm gonna wait. I'll have my first sip at 4.
Okay.
Who was that person though? They blew it. I think it was like they were like on Bill Maher. It was someone who was like some like Democrat leaning journalist or something. But it was hilarious. They just they're like what if we had like, you know, a party that was kind of like, it kind of had some of like the nationalism from the right, but then it also had like some of like the socialism for the left. Kind of like a national socialist. I forgot who it was, but somebody said that. I was like, yeah. Why don't we have a national socialist party? I'm blanking on the name of the person, but it was really funny. Because it was like, yeah, no one's thought of that before. Okay, so the 7 p.m. So here we go, guys. The polls we're waiting to close at 7 are going to be Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont. You guys have seen already on the map. You can see that Indiana and Kentucky have been reporting already. Very low districts. They're wrapping up at 7. We're expecting to start getting some results from some of these states that close polls a little bit later as well. Excuse me, coming up in just a few moments, and that is per the Associated Press. That's where we are still. We're still just hanging out. We're waiting for the madness to really start, and it's going to really start. I have a feeling. Not in like, you know, chaos, just in a, you know what? Well, we still have these few moments here. We're waiting to get these more finalized stuff coming in. This morning. Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys remember. I mean, he's still a pretty big character. individual by the name of Keith Olbermann. Keith Olbermann. He at one point was known for sports commentary. Then he decided to get into politics. And like he decided to get into politics, but he decided to get into like resistance anti-Trump as politics. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to like flame people who like agree, like who liked him or watched his stuff. It's just like that was his niche. Like it wasn't like he talked about general politics. It was like he talked about, by the way, it's just Politico giving you guys, we're still waiting for anything. He would just talk about it. He put a tweet out this morning that might be one of the most ridiculous things. I don't fully understand at all what it was he meant. Or what he was trying to get to. Now, I'm probably going to have to go to like Fox News or New York Post to get a picture of this tweet because he deleted it. But here we go. But again, I don't think I don't think Keith Olbermann's kind of an idiot. It's a partisan thing, you know. Hey, if the Democratic Party wants to claim Keith Olbermann and say, "How dare Keith Olbermann represents the Democratic Party," be my guest. I wouldn't. But this was the first meltdown. What the hell are you talking about? Tweet I had seen, and I could verify this was a real tweet. I saw it on Twitter. It said, "Yes, Donald Trump has always been," this was in reference to a video, so it was a quote tweet, "will always be, and on the day of this bid for re-election still is, a whiny little," and this is because Kunta Kinte. Now, for those of you before my time, but I'm just familiar of it, there was a TV movie, I believe, called Roots, about slavery, followed a slave whose name was Kunta Kinte. I have no idea why Keith Olbermann referred to Donald Trump as a whiny little Kunta Kinte. I legitimately don't know. And then we have LeVar Burton, who played the character. The Kunta Kinte himself even came out and had some comments on this. So I'm not going to get too much into the particulars of it. Keith Olbermann's kind of a moron who says stupid stuff. So I'm not going to be like, can you believe? But I just mean expect a wild night of meltdown tweets no matter who wins tonight. Like, just expect some absolute nonsense and stupidity tonight. Because that was this morning. That was early. Imagine what's going to come out when people have been drinking, they're tired, they're stressed, they've been up all day. Imagine the crazy stuff people are going to be saying then. Still, that one. Kunta Kinte. I just don't understand, man. What was he trying to say? What was he exactly? What was he trying to like? What is a whiny little Kunta Kinte? What does that actually mean? Anyway, we're gonna start seeing a lot of stuff like that. But I think it's cool. Someone brought up that some of these House votes are coming in. Yeah, it is important to remember. There's more than just Trump and Biden on the ballot today. Politico is this really cool tool. If you want to pull it up yourself, take a look at it. That shows you Senate seats that are up, House seats that are up for grabs, and just kind of stuff coming in like that, which I think is very cool. Good for Politico. Out of the goodness of their hearts, and not to generate web traffic and revenue. Just goodness of their hearts. But yeah, and now here we wait. We're waiting for these last few. As you can see, I'm not crazy. I'm not lying when I say I'm expecting Florida and stuff to start coming in. Just waiting on Google. Just waiting on the Associated Press. But yeah, it's kind of like the last few minutes here. What do I think? Biden and Trump probably are both at this point. I would imagine they might be on camera somewhere. I don't know. I think I put my tablet away, so the CNN stream kind of gets pushed back by stuff. No, they're not on tablet, but they're on camera. They're honestly, I'm assuming both hanging out. I think because of the kind of tenor and language surrounding this debate, Trump has said he's not preparing a concession speech. I don't think either candidate's prepared to concede tonight. So I think both of them are just kind of hunkering down and getting ready.
No, neither one will. Neither one will. Well, first off, Trump's going to win, but Joe Biden, he'll never do, like Stacey Abrams never conceded. Stacey Abrams still walks around talking about how the election was stolen from her and she's a victim of voter fraud and voter suppression. Not voter fraud. Voter suppression. And now she's a hero of the left. That's just Joe Biden. That's just going to happen to Joe Biden. He'll never concede. It'll be this thing that happened that he talks about until he dies.
I don't think.
I think my lemonade looks more like champagne than your champagne does.
You don't know what champagne looks like, dude.
You don't think so? That looks champagne-y.
No, it
Look,
does.
yeah, look, all those little bubbles.
Dude, do you know what champagne is?
Yeah, champagne.
No, do you know what champagne is?
Champagne.
Because this actually isn't champagne, by the way. What I have isn't
I
champagne.
almost missed it.
But do you know? No, I'm serious, Card. Do you know what champagne actually is?
Yeah, it was a mistake. They discovered carbonation somehow accidentally, correct?
No. Champagne is like it's a sparkling white wine generally.
Okay.
So
why don't they have it in big glasses
So-
like they have white wine?
it looks like a white wine generally.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's probably a reason why for the carbonation, but no, champagne also just means sparkling wine from Champagne region of France. This is technically, I believe, this is prosecco.
Okay.
But it's just sparkling wine. But anyway,
Whew.
it's officially 4 p.m. So actually, hold on, Carden. Someone requested this, and I think it's a good idea.
What?
I'm gonna start recording. We're gonna record this next little bit here for a little. We'll put this up as a video.
Okay.
But I'm gonna point to you, and I want you to just start it off. We're gonna kind of do restart. Say your Carden Ellis. I'll
Okay,
say,
cool.
Hey, ready? So go 2 and.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Problem Solver Politics live stream / video of
Hold
election
on.
night.
One more time. Just,
What? That was bad?
Dude, no, same thing. Sorry, I wasn't ready. Do it again.
Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Problem Solver Politics live stream / video here on election night. I am your host, Cardinellis, with Cody the Oracle.
Hey, everybody.
And we're going to dive right in. Cody, tell us what's going on.
Oh, today, currently, it's 4 p.m. Pacific on the, I don't want to say dumbest, craziest, or wildest, but
Most
one
important.
of the weirdest election days of all time, and we are just now ready to come in and get
There's
these
a Mormon
first
prophecy of
results.
tonight, Cody.
So we are. It appears that someone of our comments was disagreeing with you on scripture and one of those things, but I'm not going to get into that yet. Anyway,
Oh, well, we got to get into
some
it.
of the first results starting to come in. We are sitting back. First of all, I want to say one thing. Congratulations, everyone. We made it to the end of the election cycle. It is officially vote counting period. Some of you guys are waiting in line to vote still. We're out here on the West Coast. It's still sun's up on the West Coast, even in this time of year. However, we're seeing the votes starting to come in now from Vermont, New Hampshire, Kentucky, Florida. We're getting Florida reporting with a fairly sizable lead for Trump, but that's 29. I mean, it's 1% reporting. That's 100,000 votes. But it is now time. We should be having a pretty fast and furious update cycle for the next, I'd imagine, few hours till we see where we are.
Joe Jorgensen crushing it. Anyway, there is a Mormon prophecy about tonight, buddy. We are living in a time when it is fulfilled. Literally, the prophecy is that there will be a day that the Constitution hangs by a thread. Boom,
Yeah,
shakalaka.
but that's like all prophecies.
Boom, the Constitution hangeth by a
It's
thread.
very vague. What does it actually mean?
Dog, bro, if it's over. It's over if we don't elect Trump, bro.
That's ridiculous.
The swamp takes over.
That's ridiculous.
Freedom of speech done.
Okay, hold on.
We have
Hold on.
slowly attribute. There's a point where you go septic if you let a bacterial infection get bad enough, and it's called going septic. The doctors can't save you. It is literally just a function of how can we keep you alive until you die. I'm not saying tomorrow we explode, but boom, this is the election. It is existential. The Constitution, as we know it, hangs by a thread and will be septic if Joe Biden and Kamala Harris get elected.
That's crazy.
My
talk.
children will not grow up.
That's crazy.
Actually, they're
talk.
already not growing up in a similar America, but there will not be the same America.
All right, you need a drink, man. That is crazy.
Well, see, Mormons, we don't drink. So maybe,
I know because hold on a second.
maybe that would help out, right, Cody?
I want to know how will putting somebody who was literally just in office 4 years ago into office somehow this time.
Oh.
even though
Because he's already
was-
done huge improvements.
but even
He got rid of the Johnson
But one second.
Amendment.
Even though Biden has been in politics for 47 years, even though Biden was literally the vice president for a decade, 8 years, even though all of that, somehow, if he gets elected president, all bets are off. The Constitution, like why for the last 50 years that wasn't on the table? Why is it now with Biden? I think that is the kind of hysterical hype they feed to partisan rubes to get them to come out and vote.
Are you calling me a partisan rube?
Yes.
Okay. I'm calling you an inexperienced non-father. And once you have children, you will understand the existentialism with which you now approach things.
Nah, I'm just not a rube.
You know, so we got another super chat. Says, toss some orange juice in that bad boy, Cody.
I might.
And then says, hello, Carden. Hope you're doing well. We made it to today. Let's try and make it to tomorrow. Oh,
I'll
that's,
make
dude,
it.
I'm writing that into a big, that's going to be in Gladiator 2 or Braveheart 2. Now, granted, both times the hero died, so I don't know how you make a sequel to either one of those films. But that seems like, we made it to today, boys. Let's try to make it to tomorrow. And then everybody has their battle cry and they scream. That's like the new Gallipoli.
Okay.
That's the new Gallipoli chant.
Well, hold on.
Right there. You saw it on our super chat first.
Hold on. Well, first of all, yes, we're all going to make it to tomorrow. And seriously, I mean, that's, again, I guess I only said this, I guess, with Carden not in the room, so I have to say it again with Carden here.
What?
Idea here, there's going to be a lot of places on the internet tonight, guys, where people are going to be having an aneurysm, either it's because they're so excited their Canada's winning or they're so heartbroken. We're just going to be hanging out, having fun here. Whoever wins, wins. It's all part of America. We're all the same country. You know what I really thought? You know what not changed my mind, but solidified my mind that I did not think we were going to see like mass unrest and a civil war and stuff like that? There's too much. I mean, I'm planning to move to Nevada in a couple weeks, about a month and a half now, just before the end of the year, moving to Nevada. So I've been going southern Nevada, so I'd stay in Las Vegas while I'm looking for places to live, right?
Yeah.
Going to Las Vegas, watching pro sports the way there's too much social, like there's too much of the stuff that unites us. We partake in. That I think we could see this election completely sunder the country. Could be the start. It could set us down that path. But there's too many things that are uniting factors for this country. People are still actively participating in. For me to think that
like
this election, like just people are watching
pro sports.
Pro sport,
dude. 3 out of 4 of the pro sports have exploded. My dad, my uncle, my father-in-law. The only the one they can stomach now is baseball. They can't even stomach football or freaking basketball.
Okay, but there's exactly. Maybe it's starting with the fringe people, but the majority of people are fine with this, are still watching. When I was in Vegas, nobody was like, "Hey, you for Biden or you for Trump?" At the tables or at the machines or at the bars. That isn't how this country actually functions yet. There's probably some counties, some flashpoints, some areas where things are functioning that way. Not nationally, not yet. And we're still looking. I'm gonna shoot around to some of these. It appears we're starting to get some stuff in. Trump is leading early in Florida. It looks like Kentucky is being called, I believe, for Donald Trump. And we've seen Vermont called. So the first 2 states called by the New York Times, so you know it's official, for the year of 2020, I believe. I believe that's what the check mark means, right? That's when they've called delays, and it's not just leading. No, that's not right. These aren't called yet. Sorry. I apologize. They have not called these races yet. I misunderstood. I thought that's what the check mark meant. Wait.
Yeah.
I'm reading this correctly, right?
No, I think it means it's called. Yeah.
The numbers, and they're showing the delegates up top. They're not showing him as outstanding. Indiana's outstanding. Anyway, yes, I believe that it looks like that's what's going on. Jason Stowell, $2 super chat. Carden equals Fox Media Mark, really. And then my Melanade Scope, $2. Carden, they don't believe in the Balkanization. Tell us, Carden. Tell us about the Balkanization.
You mean how America will be divided up into 11 different cultural groups?
Yes.
Yeah. So no, hold on. I reject what was that first comment that Carden is Fox News?
You're a Fox Media Mark.
Fox Media Mark. See, what's so hilarious, and it demonstrates the ignorance of said commenter.
Oh my God.
Name one show. I don't even watch Fox. The only guy I watch is Tucker. I don't like Hannity. I don't like Ingram. I don't like whoever else.
Instead of kvetching and having a moan.
Dog. I get a kvetch and have my motherfucking moan.
Why?
You know what I'm saying? Gotta get a word in edgewise. You know? Maybe that's just the Leninade talking. Cody. But no, I'm not a mark. I am a mark of truth. Truth is what I'm going for.
Everyone is. So hold on.
I will respond to a comment really fast before you toast, Cody. Is every permutation of our comment is getting better. It says, the fast we made it to today, the furious will make it to tomorrow. That could be even better, bro. That's like Fast and Furious 11 when it comes out. You know? Those movies Vin Diesel keeps making.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are we toasting to anything yet?
No, it just votes are coming in. I mean, we're looking, and it's happening, man. It is election night 2020, and it looks like Vermont and Kentucky have been moved for these two people. Donald Trump, which is with 16% reporting and a lead of 30,000 votes, doesn't seem that insurmountable. But I guess they're just saying, I guess the only blue counties have been counted, and Biden's losing.
Okay, so according to Fox 2. Kentucky has indeed been called.
Yeah, I'm assuming this. So yeah,
but it looks like not officially Vermont yet. I am refreshing.
Okay, but even then, Vermont's a very small state, very blue, and probably is going to go to Joe Biden. So that's interesting. So we've seen the first. So there he is, 8-3. Here's where we are.
Hey, so riddle me this,
kick.
Cody. Well, do you think we're going to see any big upsets tonight? That's my question. Do you think we're going to see some upsets, baby?
The thing is, no, because I think Trump's going to win Florida. I think Trump's going to win Texas, and I don't really see what other big upsets would be except those.
Dude, California, it's going red, dude. I've seen the rallies, dude. Going red.
California is not going red. That's what I mean.
No, I'm just kidding. People have been asking me that all week.
The two upsets I see are right because the two upsets I see are Florida going blue or Texas going blue. Those are the two legit upsets I see. Pennsylvania going either way is not an upset.
I got to tell you,
a lot of these other states, maybe Minnesota.
Watching Texas go blue, to me, would be a bigger upset than California going red. That is a further reality, Texas going blue, than California. See, California's been beat down for 50 years, so the Republicans don't show up to vote or they leave. If all of a sudden there was actually a reason for California Republicans to vote, I think it would actually surprise people just how Republican the state is. Okay? It was just so successfully gerrymandered. That Republicans were just ousted. And honestly, Republicans ruined our state through attrition and not doing their jobs and just showing up to Sacramento to collect their paychecks and their per diems. Democrats didn't ruin California. Republicans did by not doing their jobs.
Oh, you're right. Hold on. CNN actually has the Vermont delegates going. Or CNN has Trump at 11 delegates or 11
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sorry.
Like, we bounce around. It looks slightly different.
Hey, Associated Press, I have been informed that if you call the election early, so I'm going to go on the Associated Press, the most official of all election callers. They will not call the election unless it's called so.
Unless it's what?
Unless it's called. AP, if I get banned calling races that the AP is called.
Yeah, seriously, dude.
I will be furious.
Dude. This is kind of fun drinking lemonade from champagne glasses.
And Jason Stowell, $2, said, love your card, and here's to my favorite Tucker mark. Not that we're all marks to something. Nothing wrong with being a mark.
Dude, Tucker can do no wrong. Because Tucker owns.
Oh, I see you, Harkins. Hey, I might be messaging in a little bit. I mean, keep up. Hold on. I'll put.
And Jason.
Just because I have a spot out there already, but even just to meet up when I come.
Well,
out.
this is what I want to know from Jason, man. I want to know who's he a mark for. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's got a favorite. Gosh, who would I say? Who is your favorite political person in the media?
Me?
Yeah. Who are you a mark for, dog?
I'm not really a mark for anyone.
Well, everybody says that. But who are you a mark for?
No,
dog?
like I have like a healthy level of dislike.
Like Pokimane. I always see you watching Pokimane videos and giving her like $10 every day.
Yeah, I'm a Pokimane mark. No, I'm a Poke simp. Yeah, no. No, you know what? I guess to that point,
well, I want to know who Jason Stoll's. Who's he a mark for?
Honestly, I can't think because every single person I follow politically, I'm always trying to think like, they're probably wrong though. Like I like them, but like, they're probably wrong. I don't know. I don't know what I'm marked for.
So, what?
Yeah, I do. I am a massive. It's not really that political, but I'm a massive. Sort of Adam Carolla mark. I'm a big Adam Carolla mark.
Oh yeah, he's great. Well,
I really like Adam Carolla. I really do.
You're an Adam Carolla mark. So Jason Stoll got back to us and said, "No one. MSM suck on both sides."
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah, I don't think Adam Carolla is mainstream media.
But I don't
So, yeah,
think-
you
hold
gotta
on.
choose somebody,
I'm not
Jason.
like
Who are you a mark for?
I'm not like a political mark for him though. I just think he's funny. Like I like him. I think he's a good comedian. I'm like a mark in that sense. I'm like less of like a political mark. I like that. You know what I like about Adam Carolla? He's the only person that I've seen that hates the government as much as I do. I'm a mark for his government hatred. Without being like cringy, like sovereign citizen stuff.
Yeah.
Just kind of like this should function better anger, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. Dude, I think you'd be a really successful Adam Carolla. You know what, dude, bro? That before we die, Cody, this is a gift I'm going to give you. I'm going to make it so you co-host an Adam Carolla show somehow.
Ooh, Florida's technically blue right now.
Oh, yeah,
With
because
37% reporting.
it's always that way. Because what? Did Miami-Dade come in?
No, just the middle part of the country isn't counted. The middle part of the state isn't counted, and West Palm is
okay.
yet to come in. But yeah, Miami, West Palm, but like the West Coast is yet the Panhandle and the West Coast. I believe this is the more red part, is the Western Coast.
But it's
Tampa
always
being blue is
it's always Democrat early. Like
Well,
Kentucky,
hold on.
I mean,
if urban
you could see
centers
that
vote
one-
Democrat, they probably get urban centers in first.
or at least urban centers did early voting, so there's probably a lot more votes that have already been counted, right? But have you heard about some of these precincts where in the state constitution you're not even allowed to start counting the ballots until
Dude,
election day?
On the California ballot, it actually says in the California ballot, your ballot will be counted if this is received up to 18 days after election day.
Yeah, it's
Like,
crazy.
18 days. Like I get that. Like if the post office sucks, that shouldn't like count against you, so your vote isn't counted. But like, hot damn, dude, 18 days, like a month. I
Okay,
mean,
so, hey, we're
I
getting
doubt that
some-
really. I doubt that ever comes into like being needed, right?
So what's really interesting is Dustin says he's a Rachel Maddow mark. Oh, I'm sorry, Dustin.
Nice.
We got to get you some better markage, dude. Joe Rogan says Raw Generation. Getting a lot of Joe Rogans. Oh, Jason says I'm a PSP mark. That's Jason.
No, you're
I give you a big
too
fat
kind.
wet kiss if you were right here
too
right now.
kind.
And then I'm getting a bunch of Shen Bapiros and Ben Shapiro. That's funny. And Chris Emerson hitting it with the super chat. Thank you,
Number
Chris.
2020. I've had faith.
Says, yo, homies, thanks for the high quality millennial political content. God bless America. You know what, Chris? It's empty, but here's to you, dog. Thank you very much. And Marion H says, 18 days, what? Yeah, it's crazy. Did you sign up for the email, though?
But that's just what it says in the ballot. Who knows how official it is? But it's what it says on the paper ballot. I was like, I remember because I was about to drop it off when I saw that. I'm like, Jesus, man, that's like they're almost swearing in the next person or like getting ready.
Yeah. And then Dustin comes back and says, I'm not, I swear. That's funny. Yeah, man. Could you imagine being Rachel Maddow's neighbor? Oh, dude.
Neighbor, who cares?
Ooh.
Dude, Rachel Maddow probably lives somewhere where you're so rich you don't have to care who your neighbor is. By the way,
It's kind of sad.
correct
but
me
it's
if I'm
probably
wrong.
true.
It wasn't that long ago that Rachel Maddow and Tucker Carlson were literally on the same show, right? Like that wasn't that long ago.
They were which show?
I'm trying to remember. It was when both Rachel and Tucker look like even bigger goobers. Like they have probably some of the goofiest like styles. You know what I mean? Like they're when you see both of them, right? With Tucker with his 14-year-old boy hair and bow tie, and yeah. Well, what show was this? It was on MSNBC. Tucker Carlson. This is obviously an old grainy photo. I'll try to get more. But yeah, like Tucker Carlson.
yeah,
and-
back when it was
but what I'm trying to show you
480p.
is like this isn't 30 years ago. It's like a decade ago. Tucker Carlson was on a show with.
No, it says sounds like Howard Dean. That was when I was in college. That was
this actually
15
was like 20
ago.
years ago because they're talking
Yeah.
Brangelina, and
Yeah.
Bin Laden. But still, like, you could tell. But that's Rachel Maddow. That's Tucker Carlson. They both look more or less the same. Like that. I don't know. I feel like the media is always trying to make you think that like we live in like this forever and nothing's that like Rachel Maddow, Tucker Carlson are like they're like olive oil and water, whatever, water and vinegar or whatever. But it's like they used to literally be on the same show on the same network, like I guess a couple decades. But I mean, a lot of these people work together, man. Like they know each other. They're friends. This isn't. It isn't like they're a bunch of randos that just appear out of nowhere. Anyway, Florida's still holding blue. We're now getting to they're still 44%.
Dude, Florida's not going blue, dude.
I don't think it is either. I'm just
Everybody and
saying.
their dog has moved there to escape. Dude, California has lost 2 congressional seats, bro. When they finish up all the census and they redistrict, we're going to lose 2, maybe 3 congressional seats. And what are those congressional seats? All of the people that worked hard their entire life being fed the idea that the California dream is real. And then Democrats ruined everything since they took over the state assembly, state Senate in 1972 and the state assembly in 1996. And it's gotten progressively worse and worse and worse and worse until my home slice, Cody, I can't even hang out with my best boy, Cody, in Santa Clarita because he's freaking bouncing. You know what I'm saying? I'm probably going to have to move. It's this mass exodus. And where are they all going? Dude, Florida. All the old folk is going to Florida, and they ain't switching and voting blue. They're like, no, we left blue.
All right.
If they go to Texas, they vote blue for some reason. Florida, at least. Maybe they're old enough to be smarter and wiser. You know? Anyway, my Melanated Scope says, don't blame me. I voted for Kodos. Is that a gamer joke? Cody?
No, that's your generation.
Kodos? Who's Kodos?
Come on, that's your generation.
Kodos. Who is Kodos? Let me see.
It's an old Simpsons joke. So when the aliens take over the world.
Oh, dude, I know. I wasn't allowed to watch Simpsons as a kid. My mom didn't want me to watch Simpsons or
come
even
on.
TV.
Come
Because
on.
she was a public educator and she thought TV was just going to rot your brain and make it so you're illiterate. So I didn't get to watch a lot of TV as a kid. And as I got older, I went back and I watched some of the stuff I missed. And some of it was cool. Some of it wasn't that cool. But Simpsons is something where to this day, I'm almost embarrassed to admit it because it's almost as bad as not watching Star Wars. But to this day, I have yet to see from beginning to end a Simpsons or a South Park episode. You know what I'm saying? So
That's ridiculous.
I was thinking about buying the DVD of all the South Park because that started when I was in elementary school.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Are we going to hang out one day and just like binge watch South Park, bro?
Yeah.
Or Simpsons? I know I have a bunch of friends that animated
all of that
Simpsons.
stuff. All that stuff is like I would start early.
And I
with
beat the
Simpsons.
video game.
I would just watch early Simpsons through.
Oh, yeah, Kodos. He's the funky alien.
But there we go. And then for some other stuff, it appears that this is Democrats are leading the Senate, but these results aren't coming in yet. So we're keeping an eye also on House and Senate stuff coming on over here in Politico. And it says they're leading the Senate with maybe Amy McGrath beats Mitch McConnell. I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay, so we got another super chat here. Amber Rose says, how reliable do you think today's results are, considering all the mail-in ballots yet to be counted? You know, a lot of that depends on the state. It seems like some of these states are really on top of this mail-in ballot thing.
Yeah.
And they got a good system. It's going down. They got a ballot. They stick it through the scanner. And, you know, they just seem to have a good infrastructure for it. It's like when you're driving from Los Angeles County to Ventura County and all of a sudden you notice the roads get smooth and good and there's no more potholes because, you know, you're in a much more conservative part of town. It's like when you go from LA to Burbank and all of a sudden, you know, the traffic lights work and there's not homeless people everywhere. You know, like there's literally just
Hold on, do you know who Burbank's representative is?
I know it's horrible. It's Adam Schiff, but that's the Congress. I'm talking about the, you know, like city council and stuff. They just run it better in Burbank, right? There's a reason why Disney Studios is there. But, yeah, it seems like some of these states, they kind of got a system down and it works. Nobody complains, no lawsuits, no this, no that. Okay. Others, it's just a crap show and it's a joke. You know, I mean, have you heard about the ballot machines breaking down in New York City and them saying, oh, we'll collect your ballot. We'll just scan it in for you later. And it's like, yeah, right. I'm not giving you my ballot. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, sure. I'm going to trust you to open it and scan it if you don't like what's in there. Please get out of town, dude. That's de Blasio territory out there, man. I saw Gangs of New York. I know how these people behave.
Gangs of New York.
Yeah,
and then
dude,
we have another. Hold on, I'll get to that. As far as I think for reliability, the mail-in ballots and stuff, kind of what Cardin was saying, I think Florida honestly seems to be one of the states we're going to be able to trust the Florida results. The specific, and it's a state that I'm not
based
saying
on what their history of doing. Yeah, Miami-Dade County's like in the news every election cycle for screwing up.
The way the laws in Florida seem to work as far as counting the votes, they're not going to have a big backlog. They're going to be ready tonight.
Oh, what you're saying is they allowed them to start counting before
it's
election
not going to be an
day.
issue
Okay.
unless there's lawsuits, but pending lawsuits there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pennsylvania, I do think we're going to have. I don't think we'll actually know the official Pennsylvania results unless somebody has an insurmountable lead, which I don't see. I think it'll be tough because Pennsylvania does seem to be having all lawsuits. Both parties seem to know Pennsylvania is the linchpin to all all of this, and they both threw everything at it. So that's where all the lawsuits, that's where it's focused. But some states I've looked into it, and what I've heard, Florida seems to be one people aren't too worried about. And then Jason Stowell, 2 Super Chat, said, just changing my handle to official PSP Mark. Well, you're too kind, Jason. Very much appreciated.
We got another super chat
and
from
like Carter
Taylor
said, everyone's a
Stapleton.
Mark. And then Taylor, just wanted to say that I appreciated watching you guys in 2020, and may your problem-solving voices continue to ring for a long time. Thank you very much. Very much appreciate that, man. Seriously. Very much appreciate that.
Boom, dude. It's blowing up, man. Blowing up.
Yeah, but it looks like as the results are continuing to come in, we are still looking. Florida's still looking blue with about half of the votes reporting, but it's probably going to be about 0.5% to 1% either way. However, I'm imagining the southern Alabama area, the Panhandle, is Trump country. I could be wrong, but I'm imagining that's Trump country there. And the West Coast in general. Also, I wonder if some of these central areas are more Trump country as well. Kanye West at 0.5% in Vermont. I got to go look at that.
Yeah.
Hey, he is Kanye West at 0.4. Kanye
out,
West,
dude.
Kanye West is gonna beat.
Kanye?
He's gonna beat Howie Hawkins nationally. He is.
Kanye?
Of course, he's Kanye.
Wait, no, but he's not. Wow, dog.
He's 32 votes.
Brother, my man Kanye.
Good for him,
Dude, I got to tell you, it was voting for Trump or Kanye for me. You know what I'm saying?
It was a Kanye West at 0.2
Yeah.
in Kentucky with 900.
Because Yang didn't even make the ballot in.
I wrote in Yang, but
You wrote in Yang.
well,
Okay,
you would
cool,
have to
yeah.
write in Kanye anyway.
In the California ballot? No, he made it onto the ballot
No,
in
he
California.
didn't.
Wait,
No,
he didn't? I thought he made it on the California ballot.
Rocky De La Fuentes.
Oh, yeah.
Put him down as his VP.
Put him down as his VP, right? I was looking at that and I was like, wait a second, wasn't he running as the VP?
Yeah, no. He's trying to
Okay.
sneak people on that. No.
Yeah.
Kanye's not on Kanye Omari West's name is on the California ballot, but not for president.
Oh, that sneaky guy.
Yeah. Dude.
Rocky De La Fuente.
Poor Howie, man. Look, Joe Jorgensen's getting some votes.
You know, I got to say, I got a lot of respect for anybody that just like sticks to their guns and writes in Andrew Yang. I get that. Like, I totally get that.
So I want to be president.
Yeah.
Trev Third, $5, said it's the implication. It's the implication. In very much indeed, it is the implication.
Wow, dude. Hey, imagine if you're.
Karn's not going to get that joke because he's a. And they just now are showing the electoral map from here. I'll show you guys right here. So. Oh, come
It says first time super need to know if Cardin is a lefty. Who's super?
Cardin's definitely not. Cardin is.
Dude, I'm a
isn't
total
a
lefty. I'm
Hold on
freaking
one
bleeding
second.
heart
I just
liberal.
wanted to show you. So yeah. So for Florida coming in, you look at the places that went red for Florida. Southern Alabama, the Panhandle of Florida, that was obviously red for Trump. Some of these central areas, it's really just the big cities of Tampa and Orlando last time. And if we look at what's going on today in Florida, the Panhandle is where they're missing a lot of votes, as long as some of these less populated central areas. So this does look like it is probably going to come down to the wire and be like 1%. Although I don't think Trump's going to... Biden's going to win California. Biden's going to win New York. Trump's going to win Florida. Trump's going to win Texas. I think. That is my guess. And then Pennsylvania will be iffy. But yeah, so it looks like that's where this will become close. Because it looks like it's really close, but then you have this all to be counted. Anybody with some more knowledge of Southern America, if they could tell me, how did Southern Alabama become Florida? How did that happen? Or southeastern Alabama become Florida?
Dude, that's a really, really good question. It probably had to do something with the Seminole Indian Wars, right?
Maybe. Oh, I'm just...
Because most of those names in those really southern parts are actually Indian tribes. Like Mississippi is an old Indian name.
Oh, here we go. Reggie
Yeah.
Allen, $5 super chat. Sorry, I almost kicked the bottle over. Said, watch Kill Chain, the cyber war in America's elections. It shows how outdated our in-person voting systems are. Can't believe people trust mail-in votes. Hey, for the sake of YouTube, there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud in the United States.
Wait, says who?
There is no evidence, Cardin. However,
Well, you live in California, right?
there is
Last year, you had to take off
evidence.
150,000
There
names.
is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. Anyway, though, to your point, though, dude, yeah, go to the DMV and say this is obviously inefficient, ran like garbage, and people could steal from them. And yeah, our elections are too similar. I agree. We need to upgrade a lot of that stuff. But I've never seen that documentary, so Reggie's
watch
promoting
Kill
it,
Chain.
not me yet, but I do want to watch it, and I agree, dude. Like we have a lot of problems with. It's like it's not even like, and it's like, I don't know how is it partisan to say the American government has a habit of lagging behind and having stupid, outdated nonsense that's easy to abuse. Like that's pretty consistent with America.
Yeah. So, yeah, Reggie, I'm gonna watch Kill Chain. I'll check that out. I do have to say, as much as I love Election Day and I am wary of hackers and stuff like that, I just think ultimately the internet is where this is going. But actually, Mexico has a really interesting election system that's surprisingly transparent, considering how corrupt their general their system is in general. That's worth looking at, where you go in person, but then they put a dye on your finger that you can't wash off and you can't get out, so you can't vote twice. It's pretty cool and it's pretty interesting. And then Matt Vamish, answer the question. I'm a huge lefty. I'm like as left as it gets. I'm so left, I'm willing to vote right if that's what's
That's what I
necessary to protect minorities, women, religious minorities,
Cardin's
so on and so forth.
Cardin's so whatever. Cardin's so right. It's unbelievable. But then we have a little history lesson here Henry Spohr said that Spain controlled Florida, and then a land split agreement between Spain and the colonies. And Ian Prado grabbed from, I'm assuming, like Wikipedia or whatever, some snippets saying the southern part of Alabama's eastern boundary along the Chattahoochee River originated during the colonial area under the 1763 Treaty of Paris, which ended the French and Indian War. The British gained control of all French land in North America east of the Mississippi. In the southeast south of the 31st parallel, the British created the colonies of West Florida and East Florida from former Spanish land. America does have some fascinating... left-handed is what he was asking. Cardin's not left-handed.
Oh, see, yeah. Oh,
You're
a lefty.
I'm not a lefty. Okay,
You're ambidextrous.
hold on. Baseball, football, throw with my right. I eat with my left. I write with my left. This is where things get weird. I skateboard regular. I snowboard regular. I wakeboard goofy. So, it's weird stuff. But as we're seeing, still waiting for these final Florida results, honestly. I'm interested when we're going to get these final results up here. However, Joe Biden is currently extending his lead in Florida, so it's not out of the realm of possibility Joe Biden wins. I would be surprised. And again, though, this is all like the only part of the state they haven't counted really is Trump country. So keep that in mind. Is it densely populated enough to make a difference? That's a good question, but that is it. Fighting stance. When I did karate, it would be like regular. Or like not goofy, right? Like I would lead with my left. And boxing too, yeah. I would hit with my right and I lead with my left. Just weird. Why the watch? No, my watch is on my left hand. It's my left hand. I'm gonna watch.
Yeah, but see, that might be what freaked him out though, because that is a weird thing about me. I always wear my watch on my right hand though. Even though I'm right-handed, it's always bothered me. I've never gotten why you wear a watch on your left hand. How do you put it on? I don't know. It's like, so I've always worn my watch on my right hand.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's probably what threw him off.
Fast.
And also, the other thing too, Cody, is are you left or
hold
right
on.
eye dominant?
Just quickly, West Virginia, according to Associated Press, being called for Trump as well. Is that what I'm seeing here?
West Virginia. Okay, that's another predictable one because there was all those coal miners that left the Dem party.
West Virginia.
Yeah,
Come on.
That doesn't surprise me.
You know
dude.
that. You know what that is, right, Cardin?
Yeah, West Virginia, Alabama,
Yeah.
take me home.
Which, now that I think about it,
Country
why does he say
roads.
West Virginia now? Like, they aren't that close together, really.
No, it's like West Virginia Open Highway, or he says something like that. Why, like country?
West
roads?
Virginia's closer to Michigan than Ohio.
Yeah, hold
depending on what line you draw.
Country roads.
Yeah.
Take me home lyrics
Mountain
to the
Mama.
place. So almost heaven, West Virginia. See?
Chattanooga. Anyway, enough. enough pretending we know the lyrics to to Country Roads by
Country road.
Oh, Mountain Mama. Duh. Yes, not Alabama.
Take me
Mountain Mama.
home.
That is, yes.
To the place. Something old.
You know what's funny? It's actually in the Fallout soundtrack I've been listening to the last little while.
Dude,
Actually, but
you
it's
got
not
me
the
into
original.
that, bro. I'm starting to be a little gamer through osmosis.
Well, it's not. I don't know if listening to the Andrews Sisters makes you a gamer. But
Well, look, I just feel like, could I be cool? Could I like roll with a gamer crowd now?
just play video games, dude. It's that easy. Just play video games. So yeah, it does. Sorry though. Just to be real for a second, it does appear with nothing. Apparently, Donald Trump is being called in Kentucky and West Virginia. They have called they called for Vermont for Biden. Biden leading in Florida, but we're still waiting for Trump country to get called in the panhandle. That's kind of where we're at with big updates.
All right.
Yeah, dude, Fallout 76 is the most garbage trash video game I've ever actually liked and enjoyed playing, and put 100 like Fallout 76 is by far the worst game I've ever put 100 hours or more into. However, man, is that a great soundtrack. It really is. Some of that, oh god, some of the stuff in that Fallout soundtrack, like Don't Fence Me In by the Andrews Sisters and Bing Crosby. It's like that's just the kind of stuff that's not showing up in other places, so Dear Hearts and Gentle People, that's another good one. When I first heard what is it, Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition, I asked Carden, I'm like, is this like a Mormon song? But no, it turns out it was a World War II song.
Although I got to tell you, bro, Mormonism is doing something right if you question whether Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition is a hymn of ours. That is one of the most flattering things I've ever heard in my life, Cody.
Well, I just know.
Thank you.
See, that's what I mean. You're asking me too. Civil War. Hey, Cyberpunk will never come out. But like, dude, like a Civil War is happening, but like everyone's hyped for the PS5 and the Xbox. Like, really? I don't know. Like, it feels like that would be the kind of. And I don't live in Civil Wars. I don't know this stuff. I'm not a historian. I'm not saying that. But what I just the bad omens for me. The things that would be worrying for me would be if like fairly trivial things like Lakers winning the finals. Or, like the PS5 coming out. Like, if that kind of stuff was stuff people couldn't unite and get around anymore, I'd be worried. But Cyberpunk is still something people get around. Like, there's still a lot of stuff people get around and enjoy together, regardless of right or left. That just, it makes me feel like I just can't see, dude, I have spent a while converting Carden to, I'll look and try to find some more exit polls. Sorry, the last little while I've mostly just been having the results themselves update. I'm really wondering when we're going to get some updates in the panhandle here. I'm very interested because, dude, if Biden wins Florida, it's basically over. I don't see any path to victory for Trump. Like, this is massive. So I'm kind of waiting on that, but I will try to pull up some exit polls right now. We'll pull up some more exit polls as well, get some further information a little bit on that as well. Yeah, but I forced Carden into being a Big Iron, Marty Robbins fan by playing a bunch of Marty Robbins songs over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. They're great, man. Big Iron, El Paso, They're Hanging Me Tonight, The Master's Call, Cool Water. I mean, a lot of great songs, man. Mr. Shorty, a lot of great songs. Sorry, no more. Like, I've seen some stuff on exit polls. I'm looking for some more official exit poll data. A lot of the stuff is from hours ago. That's what we were looking at hours ago. Because everyone's kind of now holding their breath for the things. It appears Virginia has just been called for Biden as well, putting Biden above Trump in the total electoral votes. Of course, way too early for that to matter. But another state that we have seen officially called, again, officially called by the official callers of states, even though Joe Biden is losing in reporting votes. But hey, Associated Press, whatever they call Google, that's what I'm going to call it. Even though 70% of the votes going, whatever, not going to ask. Is Trump even winning in West Virginia? No votes reporting, so we'll see more about what the hell's going on with any of that stuff. But yes. You know what's cool? I was thinking, dude, pretty soon, like these Andrew Sister songs and stuff are gonna be old enough where they're just gonna be fair use. You could just play them wherever you want. Like pretty soon, the kind of music that's gonna be fair use is gonna be like 30s and 40s music, right? It's pretty good. Yeah, but you know what? I'm gonna once I get moved into once I get moved and I'll have my good computer that can actually stream video games into a place where I could stream from, I'll stream video games with you guys. But anyway, Cardin, we had seen Virginia's been called. Okay, more votes have been called. It was funny. So they called Virginia for Biden, right?
Yeah.
But for a little while, it was showing that that he was trailing by like 100,000 votes. But it's updating now and increasing.
Yeah, but see, Virginia is just basically a suburb of the swamp now.
You don't gotta defend your boy. It's okay to just say, "Yep, that's."
No,
what
I'm just saying, but that was like totally calculable.
Hey, I hear it, man.
That was probably one of the most
I hear it.
predictable votes out there. It's like that's almost the wisdom that it takes to say that freaking Virginia is going to go for Biden is the wisdom that it takes to say New York and California is going to go for Biden.
Cardin, that's why they called it with zero reporting.
Oh, okay, cool. And honestly, that's why when that tidal wave hits the northeastern seaboard, you know what I'm saying? There'll be no tears for the swamp. No tears. It's the punishment of God.
No, I don't think. Wait, hold on. Is Joe Rogan already had Alex Jones on again?
Yeah.
However,
Tim Dillon.
if you're talking about today for the election, he's having Tim Dillon and Kyle Kalinske, not Alex Jones.
Oh, gosh.
My Melanated Scope, $5. Cardin, drop some knowledge on us. Tell us which new culture nation we should move to in 2021. Cody, stop baby. I'm not babysitting it. It's just when I cut to Cardin,
Yeah.
that's when I pour more in. So I'm just filling it up when you guys can't see. All right. But I'll tell you what, just on camera. And again, we're having a celebration of America. I hope you all did your civic duty today. I hope you all voted. Remember, there's nothing more important than registering to vote and voting. If you don't, remember this, everybody. I want you all to remember this. The hopes and dreams and ambitions and future financial prospects of your local politician is on the ballot. So make sure you vote.
Okay, that was a stirring oration. So, Cardin, drop some knowledge on us. Tell us what new culture nation we should move to in 2021.
After we balkanized.
Yeah. After the balkanization created by Democrats when they outlaw free speech, my interest would be going first to the nation that supports most free speech or that has the coolest people. One thing that's interesting, Cody said it really, there's things that you say sometimes, Cody, that just stick with me. One of them was you said, you know, I don't think the riots will take off here because Californians are too cool with each other. And to a certain extent, I think that's true. Culturally, we're just very down. We don't suffer from the ailments of, you know, racial or even social based upon economic class strife. We're kind of, you know, out west, surfs up, let them fight over that in the northeastern seaboard.
And if you want to talk just quickly, not to interrupt, but if you want to talk about specifically racial, but like the largest racial group in California is Hispanic at like 37%. I mean, we are a very diverse state.
Well, and we've been that way though for 100 years.
State. Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's not like we're diverse all of a sudden where all these Mexicans moving into my suburb of Ohio. You know, it's like we've literally been other countries as of like 200 years ago. And there's Mexican families here where the border crossed them. They didn't cross the border, you know. And you have the Japanese influx from when they were building the railroads in the 1800s. You had the Filipino influx. You had the Vietnamese influx. You had there's actually a plaque on Mulholland Drive that overlooks the Hollywood the Hollywood sign. It's a tourist plaque, but it had this brief history of Los Angeles. And there was a quote on it that always stuck with me. It said, Los Angeles is a perpetual boom town. And I think that phrase kind of just describes California, a perpetual boom town. And since we can never just catch up with it and nothing ever kind of solidifies and change is truly the only real constant here, in many regards, at least demographically, we just kind of learn to love everybody and rock on. You're here, surf's up, let's go do our thing. And also the fact that a lot of our ethos is agricultural and also film driven. nobody cares where you're from if you're making a cool album or if you're making a cool movie. We always think like you are what you're making here. You know, you are what you're participating in. Whereas like it was weird for me when I went to New York. It was kind of interesting like meeting people from like established New York socialite families where they're like, oh yes, and they would say like, I don't know, Peter Burger. Let's just make up a name or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yes, it's like I'm a Rockefeller. It's like a Rockefeller. Like, what? I was supposed to worship you? Are you in the pantheon of the gods? You know what I'm saying? And we don't really suffer from that here. And so, yeah, I think what you said a while back about Californians are too cool with each other, that informs my decision of saying I would be encouraged to stay here. However, our leadership, our culture, and our people is great, but our leadership's so bad. I think they'd outlaw free speech and they'd call religious people guilty of hate crimes.
Okay. Well. That aside,
So go where you feel comfortable.
Hold on 1 second. My little anecdote I'll say about California. I was working out here in California at a local business, doesn't matter where. Anyway, one of the interns we had, he was from Atlanta, right? And he was talking to me one day. He's like, dude, I didn't realize it. It was the weirdest thing. I knew people in California were laid back, but he's like, California. He's like, I went out to the club last night. And he's like, dude, like I got like pushed into someone and I stepped on their shoes and they were just like, oh no, it's cool, man. Like whatever. Like there was no fights and everyone was just kind of, he's like, dude, it's not like that in Atlanta, man. Like you don't just step on someone's shoes, get bumped around to the people and go out to the bars and everyone's just cool with each other and there's no fights. But beyond that, that really is but there is a lot of the country. And we were talking about this before, I think when you were gone, like more or less, more people are closer than they're not. So I don't think, I mean, I'm looking, I'm not seeing unrest. I'm not seeing it anywhere.
Well, yeah, because it's not going to start until they have an excuse. These are excuse artists, bro. Evil waits for an excuse. It's not proactive. Evil does not build. It only tears down. So right now there's no excuse. They're always feigning interest for something, you know, or they're always fighting for some cause. And right now there's no cause they could feign. Joe Biden hasn't been beaten yet. So they can't say that tyranny reigns yet. They got to wait until like this is the eye before the storm.
Oh, never mind. I'm still waiting. Never mind.
By the way, what is this thing where you're saying, are people saying that Joe Rogan is dead in the JRE chat?
Okay, there's this meme, and whenever a stream gets popular and there's a big stream chat room, a big meme is to just say, oh my God, I can't believe Joe Rogan just died. That's so sad. Like, oh no, Joe Rogan died. And then the idea is everyone in the chat will go, what? Joe Rogan died? And like, oh, and you get him. It's like a joke, right?
Yeah.
So whenever there's a big popular chat and you got all these random people together, the joke is you always say, oh, Joe Rogan just died.
I don't like that I'm seeing 16 delegates to 13.
Dude, nothing's reporting yet. We're still
It's
waiting.
on Google. Google said it. You know it's right.
We're still taking it easy. Again, I don't know what's like. It's crazy. 78% of Florida is reporting. It's just literally not Trump country. So until that happens, it's hard to tell what's going to happen. Biden has
But this is what's crazy. Look at
Biden's
this.
forming a decent lead, though, so we'll see. It possibly just holds.
Yeah, I don't care where they're coming in.
That's very interesting.
When you look at the macro scale, though, of just them getting it in, them just bottlenecking all these votes in. Like, we're not calling anything here, but I'm amazed at how neck and neck it is. Joe Biden, 16 electoral votes, 49.1%. Vote count, 6,089,387. Donald Trump, 13 electoral votes with 49.9% in, and then 6,100,000. I mean, they are separated by literally only 30,000 votes now in the millions. This is within 0.1% of the margin of error, dude. That's how neck and neck it is right now. Every other election day, even 2016, there was wide spreads of sometimes double digits. You know what I'm saying? It's literally neck and neck right now, just jamming in the votes.
Well, it's going to be close. I've thought that the whole time. It's going to be close. Florida is just the one big state we're waiting on. We're also coming up on the 5 o'clock hour. Again, Associated Press said expect coming up at 5 p.m. Expect results from Texas and Pennsylvania. I mean, tell you what, if we have some idea of what's happened in Texas, Pennsylvania, Florida, Wisconsin, Michigan, which is coming up at 5 p.m. as well, I don't know, dude. It would start getting to where it's pretty safe to call the election almost. So
yeah, and it's
there,
crazy
man.
that
how crazy is that?
I'm surprised how
coming up on the
competitive
end.
Florida was. I know that Republicans out-registered 100,000 new voters. So I'm confident that Florida is going to go red, but I'm surprised it's not going redder by a thicker margin just based on how many freaking escapees and refugees have moved there. They say it's because there's been a hard tack of old fogies going towards Joe Biden for fear that Trump wasn't taking coronavirus seriously enough. And Joe Biden simply just saying, oh, all mask up.
Pardon, do you know what percentage Ron DeSantis, the Republican, beat Andrew Gillum, the Democrat, to become the governor of
Oh,
Maine?
it was down to like 10,000 votes, right?
0.4%.
Jeez, yeah, it was brutal, dude.
So what do you mean you're surprised Florida's that close? It was 0.4% for the governor. Which, was president of the state, basically. I mean, wow. Very close. Huh. Well, anyway. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Joe Rogan streamed 2016 election. Didn't Joe Rogan stream the 2016 election as like a panel at like a comedy club? Much smarter for him to stream the 2020 election in his studio. I believe, right? That's what he streamed the 2016 election. Very cool. Yeah, no, I'm expecting his thing with Florida until we see this Panhandle area start, like Southern Alabama, Trump country. Until they start reporting. And even then, just reporting some of these more, I expect, here's the thing though, I don't expect Biden to win Florida. Like that would have been just like a very happy accident for him if he actually did win it. I think Trump will win. Yeah, definitely smarter move for Joe Rogan to do his own studio. Interesting with Kyle Kalinske. Oh, not even for politics. Just interesting. I mean, like, hey, dude, that's a pretty big tab right there. Hey, you wanna do election with Joe Rogan, the biggest podcast in the world. So good for him, man. Very good. Hey, and we have a drink for everyone who's had a great 2020. Honestly, fortunately for us, I couldn't stomach this election. So once the primary ended, we didn't do as much coverage of the general. But for everyone who had a great general season, it's for them.
Don't you have to pour some out for the fallen?
I don't have any fallen homies. Actually, I do, Andrew Yang, but, but I voted for him, so.
Yeah, that's like, dude, our whole channel's a fallen homie, dog.
I know, poor Andrew, man.
Yeah, so look, that's filling out, bro. It's filling out.
Well, but isn't Tim Dillon Joe Rogan's new best friend that doesn't have sexual assault allegations against him? It's like I can't bring Joey Diaz or Brian Callen on anymore.
Well, that's all just because they became friends with.
That's
all just because they became friends with Joe Rogan, and he's persona non grata in Hollywood now because he dared have a conversation.
No, but Brian
with
Callen has sexual assault allegations against him, and then Joey Diaz as well. Those are like who he always had on.
Yeah, but didn't Joey Diaz never have assault allegations until he spoke with Joe Rogan?
I'm just saying, like, those were the people he used to always have on his show, and I don't know. I'm sure Tim Dillon will be accused soon enough.
Dude, I'm just happy to see Joe Jorgensen crushing it at almost 1%. You go, girl.
What about Howie? How's Howie doing? Florida, isn't it interesting? We're at 7. It's like 79% reporting. It's literally everything but this part of the state, which is interesting. Like there's.
By the way, you know how yesterday you were joking, Cody. By the way, you have to click on Google's election map. Okay, that you're on. Look at who the last party, the last individual 0.1% is. Gloria La Riva. Look at her party. You know how you're joking yesterday that the monarchist party.
No, the last one is the Constitution Party.
Or the one that says Gloria La Riva, which
Party
is
for Socialism and Liberation. So I mean,
yeah. Remember how you said
Liberation Party? It would be the American Liberation Party.
It sounds like the monarchist party. You know
the Party for Monarchy in America. My American Monarchy
that's the Party of Death. The one that has the most good names in it is the Party of Death. You know what I'm saying?
It's like like in the civil wars in Africa we saw over like the 80s, like the African Civil War, like the 80s and 90s. Everything was like the people's democratically elected free state of whatever, and then it was like some dictator with child soldiers. It was just like naming it whatever you could. Honestly, it's a shame that the Westerners didn't there's not as much. We don't know as much about the African Civil War. There's been a lot of conflict in a big part, like a major continent for years. That's an aside, but it's a shame we don't know more about it. However, I really hope to see Howie get more than 2%. If Howie gets more than 2% nationwide, I'm going to scream. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Hectic Energy, watch the KOTC that dropped a few hours ago. Happy Election Day.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. I should, but I don't.
What did he say and dropped? I want to see it.
KOTC. King of the something?
King of the...
Not King of... Just type it in. We'll look. Don Blankenship sounds similar to the guy from Most Extreme Illuminati. It does sound like... Don Blankenship running on the American Constitution Party does sound made up. This is an AI-generated candidate. He doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's true. Blankenship.
Some random guy who looks like an insurance salesman named Don Blankenship. But you know what? How close is he to Howie in the votes? Okay, Howie's doing pretty good. Joe Jorgensen's killing Howie. And oof. Dude, okay, it looks like Trump's going to win. If Trump's down by 0.6% and they haven't counted the deepest red part of Florida from 2016 yet, looks like he'll probably win.
But also, does that map indicate whether they're done counting in Miami and they're done counting in Palm Beach?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Donald Trump's losing, but they're yet to count a red part. But again, I don't expect Biden to win Florida anyway, so who kind of cares on that front? It was interesting to see that for a while. So what's going to be really interesting, though, is Pennsylvania, and we're coming up in 5 minutes. Pennsylvania, Texas, some other big states.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. Watching Florida go. You forget how many big cities are in there. You got Miami.
Tallahassee?
Yeah, Tallahassee's kind of...
You got St. Petersburg, Tampa Bay area.
The interior coast is weird. It's like living next to a giant lake,
the western coast.
Yeah, the western coast of Florida is weird. It's like a giant. It's like weird because here's what you don't realize is we have waves in the Pacific. Like unless there's a hurricane, there's no waves out in Florida. You just kind of like walk out, and 3 football fields out, you're like calf deep. 4 football fields out, you're like knee deep. You know, you got to walk like a quarter mile into the freaking ocean.
Hold on. Mitch McConnell, they counted more votes in Kentucky, and Amy McGrath is down by 24%. Exactly.
Oh,
Amy
dude.
McGrath. Dude, the amount of Amy McGrath.
She's like
campaign,
$20 a vote right now.
Yeah, that's a money laundering scheme, man. It's more than that. She raised like $150 million.
Amy McGrath.
I'm sorry. People have to be smarter than... We got to beat Mitch McConnell. Maybe Mitch McConnell's been in the Senate for 40 years in Kentucky because he wins there. It's like, nope, just give Amy McGrath $150 million to get fucking smoked by Mitch McConnell.
Dude, that actually gives me hope for humanity. The fact that Bloomberg's
was obviously going to happen. This was obviously going to happen. But like, come on. Of course, this was gonna. This happened in 2016. She got a bunch of money to run for Congress. And I got smoked.
This actually gives me hope for humanity that Bloomberg failed as hard as he did, having wasted his $500 million, and that McGrath failed as hard as she did, having wasted her like $250 million or whatever she had.
They've counted more of Florida. Oh my God, the map's bugging out. Okay, they've counted more. It did it again. And they're starting to count some of the more northwestern parts of Florida. And Donald Trump is just taking the lead in Florida. So yeah, but again, I don't think Donald Trump is winning in Florida. Again, he's just taking a slight lead of about 0.2 points. And Donald Trump just took a slight lead in Florida as they're going to. Google just called South Carolina for Trump, and it looks like same as here. So South Carolina, and it looks like Trump's about to finish locking up Florida. But we just started getting first Pennsylvania result. And again, this is the only state that matters to me. Trump finishing Florida off here because, yeah, the only stuff left to count in Florida is up here, which is southern Alabama. Unless southern Alabama somehow went really blue in the last 4 years, which I don't think, this kind of panhandle northwestern part of Florida looks like it's going to keep going red. And we're going to see, it looks like Trump finish off there. But really, this is the only state that matters is Pennsylvania. And mostly, I think the biggest question for me is going to be, how does Biden do in Western Pennsylvania? How does Trump do in Eastern Pennsylvania? Right?
Yeah.
I think Pittsburgh's Trump country, Pennsylvania's Biden country from everything I've seen so far.
Wait, Pittsburgh, and then You said Pittsburgh is Trump country, and then you said Pennsylvania is Biden country.
More
You
or
meant-
less. More or less. Like, just like that seems to be where
You
they're
meant
doing
a different
better.
city, right?
What?
Well, you can't say Pittsburgh is Trump
Philadelphia.
country.
Philadelphia. my
That's
bad.
what you meant to say. It was Philadelphia.
Sorry.
Okay.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. Hey,
Yeah, Philly. Yeah, Philly.
a lot of P's in there. This
Yeah.
this Amy McGrath thing, dude. She's just getting obliterated again. Everyone knew. Every poll said she's gonna get obliterated. Every poll. She raises $150 million, spends $50 million of it to beat a progressive in the primary, and then just gets destroyed by Mitch McConnell. Sorry, but that's like everyone knew that was gonna happen. And yeah, Trump's continuing to move up here, but this is the only state that matters as far as I know is Pennsylvania. Looks like New York Times is more on their stuff here. So there's also a weird bug with Pennsylvania that.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here's just Pennsylvania though.
So there. Oh yeah. So it's literally just the Philadelphia region.
That's counted so far, yeah.
Okay.
The only reason why I say it, as far as I know, like the more fracking energy sector area, and let me know if I'm wrong. I don't live in Pennsylvania, and I'm an American geography, but the more energy sector part of Pennsylvania is western, the more kind of just northeastern-y part of it's eastern. So,
Yeah.
dude, I'm gonna do a video on the Amy McGrath. People ask what's the future of problem solving politics. I'm gonna do videos calling out some of these morons who took your money and got obliterated in these elections. That's what I'm gonna be doing. But for early electoral vote numbers that don't matter, it looks like Trump's gonna finish off Florida, and if they call Florida for Trump, that'll push him pretty far ahead in the electoral votes. But Joe Biden gets his 50 bomb from California in a few hours. So
Yeah,
that's the thing with electoral votes. Like, it doesn't matter. And we'll go from there.
So 81% of estimated votes are reported right now in, I'm going off the New York Times instead of Google. And yeah, it's showing Donald Trump up 0.1% by literally only less than 10,000 votes. 9,500 votes.
Yes, but with the only remaining counties to be, again, further into the
Yeah,
southern Alabama.
that's crazy, man. This is like hanging Chad territory, bro.
No hanging chads,
Yes.
please. No hanging chads.
Do you even remember that though, Cody?
That's literally my earliest political memories, hanging chads.
That's your youngest political memory?
Yeah. Like, like legitimately, like I remember it as a kid, the election being held up because of hanging chads. Dude, every day on the news, hanging chads, hanging chads, hanging chads, hanging chads, hanging chads.
Interesting. Okay. Wow. Looks like they just called Trump wins Mississippi, Trump wins Tennessee.
Yeah, the South. They just called the Southeast. Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama. So what I mean, if they called Alabama the second the polls closed, I have to imagine the panhandle's going for Trump. So,
Yeah.
but we knew this was going to happen. Trump was going to look really good here. Biden's going to look really good here. It's states like Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa.
Yeah,
Or
we got
Ohio. Excuse me.
we
Iowa.
got 20 electoral votes and 13 from Illinois and Virginia.
Oh, hold on. We just had
Yep.
we just had Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Illinois, Connecticut, and Delaware all called.
Oh, and Oklahoma
Rhode
just
Island.
got called.
And
Oklahoma
Rhode
just
Island.
got called.
Here it is. Now it's coming in
Now
fast
it's
and
coming
furious.
in. Hey, go to the New York Times map. Oh,
I have
is
it
that
up.
the one you're on?
They're calling it Fast and Furious
Yeah,
now.
seriously. Wow, it's going down.
Well, no, hold on. I mean, I'm literally just reporting off of what
Yeah.
we've seen. The color reflects kind of exactly. This is just what
But see,
we
here
see.
what's
and
funny,
it's
on
just
Oklahoma,
the
the-
empty, uncounted counties are counties that are going to be going.
But look at Oklahoma. It's hilarious. It says 0 votes counted, but it's already been called. I'm literally on NewYorkTimes.com.
A lot of these states,
right
and
now.
again, I'm using New York Times. Again, I would never call Google. I would never call an election early Google until an official source, such as the New
Yeah.
York Times, has called an election. I will not call the election.
Yeah.
But these are these are reporting these are reporting counties, reporting districts. These aren't exit polls anymore. This is the actual results from New York Times. These are reporting districts. So these are the districts that have reported and the votes they're reporting. Counties, sorry. Across the states. The states we're waiting on in Florida, again, are mostly states in the northwestern part of the state, which are in basically southern Alabama.
By the way, New York Times did something that I really appreciate this time around. Look, New York Times did something good. What do you know? Look at those bottom icons where it goes by electoral votes. they show you the map in
Yeah,
terms
based
of
on
their
electoral
electoral vote
Yeah.
size.
But
yeah.
that's just it's just
Look how disproportionate New York is compared
Mitch
to its regular
McConnell.
size.
Mitch McConnell has just been called by New York Times. Amy McGrath, that bandit,
The bandit
she's
McGrath!
made off with so much money. I mean, you'll get to keep it, obviously.
Like, seriously, if that were a bank robbery, if this were the 1830s, there would be a posse
Yeah,
forming
Texas,
in town.
Early Texas votes are for Biden. Let's see what the Texas results are. We're looking at they've mostly just counted Dallas. So yeah, Biden's probably going to win Dallas, but the Fort Worth area, that'll be interesting. Like the actual like metropolitan downtown Dallas, probably yes. Rest of it'll be interesting. Again, though, Texas is a massive state. Texas is countries anywhere else in the world, so we'll see what happens when they actually report all votes there. And that's what New York Times is saying. Again, we'll go back and look at what Google and Associated Press is reporting. They're reporting a lot of similar stuff. It looks like they're reporting very similar results on a lot of these. They have Texas blue so far, but it's early. Pennsylvania, I do think Pennsylvania might be one of those ones we do have to wait on. But it looks like electoral votes are counting very similar. 85-55, 85-55, both on New York Times and AP. I'm actually not sure if New York Times is using their own source or if they are basically just counting off the AP. Now, they have here Trump is leading in the battleground states. Ohio, they have Biden plus 18 with 31% reported. 31% reported is a solid chunk to be up 18.
Yeah.
And Biden plus 61 with
But
1%.
there's no way that's anything close to their final number. That just shows some
Exactly.
precinct came in. Yeah.
Plus 31. Let's take a look at that. That was, again, we're looking at Ohio. So let's take a look at where we are in Ohio here. That is with, dude, it is so annoying how this is bugged, and I have to basically show you guys it this way. Oh, my God.
Dude, if you go on their size of lead
Oh, my God. Here we go.
calendar in Dallas County, Biden is up huge. And in Ohio and Franklin
Columbus
County.
and Cleveland, but they're yet to count a lot of the Akron areas. A lot of these, they're yet to count the flyover parts of the state in between the cities. So,
Yeah.
unfortunately, we live in a society where
Flyovers don't matter.
not that they don't matter. It's just that there really is the voting is that separated. People vote one way in cities. They vote one way in counties.
But it's
you
really
know?
funny. Accomack County or whatever it is, with 98% of estimated votes in, has like seriously gone right, like way right. And that is that in Delaware? Or is that in no, that's not in Delaware. That's in the border chunk of Virginia, which is interesting. Buena Vista has gone seriously right, but then there's a huge Boone County shift to the left with 98% in. So that's really interesting to me. Seeing where these big shifts, big shifts of 5 to 10% either way is kind of like, okay. But some of these other big shifts really surprise me, and that makes me want to dive in and wonder, like, why that big shift happened.
Dude, again, I think once we know what happens in Pennsylvania, and then once we've seen for sure if Florida or Texas flip, again, Florida looks safe. Texas, we don't know enough on Texas. We'll know a lot about this election.
Dude, look, go
A
down on the
lot.
New York Times ad and look at this bar graph that they just threw up on how the vote count is progressing. Look at how much further ahead Florida is. They're just moving.
What did I tell you?
Yeah,
I
you
said,
did.
Dude,
You were right.
everything tells me Florida's.
You
we're
were
gonna,
right,
we're gonna
dude.
know Florida soon. And yeah,
I mean, Florida, I guess they were so embarrassed by all those Miami-Dade with the crazy lady that's in charge of the voting. They were sick and tired of being in the news.
Hold on. Somehow, some nonsense is going to take place in Broward County, Florida today.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how, but I just know something's going to happen out there in Broward County. The Broward County is the twilight zone of America.
Yeah.
But aside from that,
That's literally where
they
my
are
family
set up-
lives, dude. Unincorporated Broward County.
Unincorporated. That's the twilight.
Florida.
That's Hazard County, America.
Yeah, seriously. So I should get my father on the line.
Oh, the circles represent basically how much of the votes are reported and how much are how many votes there are to report. For example, Texas, massive circle, a lot of votes to report. New Hampshire, small circle, not that many votes to report. That's the graph. Again, they have a lot of graphs and bars and so and so's. Ohio is now Biden plus 15 instead of Biden plus. Well, no, it was Biden plus 15. It wasn't Biden plus 30% reporting. So a lot of similar stuff we're seeing here. Florida, we're waiting for the last few percent to count in Florida. Yes, shout out to All Gas No Break. Shout out to All Gas. You know what? take a moment here. Shout out some other YouTubers out there. Not even political. Shout out to All Gas No Brakes. Shout out to Bald and Bankrupt. Shout out to
that's true.
Lindy Beige. Shout out to
I don't watch Lindy Beige.
shout out to OSW Reviews. Shout out to that's all for now. But yeah, no more. So after that, furious states being called, nothing else being called. Some other big things. A lot of re-elections for senators in Delaware and Massachusetts. Cory Booker re-elected in New Jersey.
Oh yeah, duh.
Hmm?
Yeah, you know that was going to happen though. He seems like he's much better local politician than a national politician.
Oh, but how about this? According to an individual here, I can't read you his full name. Come on, this site. Anyway, though, apparently, we'll take a look at this. Apparently, what's killing Biden in Florida is the Miami-Dade County area.
Oh yeah, dude. Cubans hate socialism, bro.
And there we go. Yeah,
Yeah.
they were expecting probably a bigger margin of victory than about 8%.
Yeah, no way.
I'm imagining that's what it must have been. They said that's according to Asted Herndon from Milwaukee. He said Biden is getting the margin statewide he wanted in Florida. It's just the Miami-Dade County return that's swinging the state towards Trump right now.
Yeah, you got to
Interesting.
realize
That's very interesting.
I grew up going to Miami-Dade County, and this is something. So the left can't meme, and the other thing they can't do is figure out that ethnic groups are not monoliths. All the time they talk about the Hispanic vote, which first off demonstrates wild ignorance to what the term Hispanic even means. But B, let me tell you, bro, a shop owner whose parents were killed and or persecuted, tortured, or exiled by Fidel Castro has a much different view of the Squad and AOC and the Green New Deal or whatever than, the DACA child of migrant laborers in Arizona or California. It's like two totally different approaches to the word
Cuba
socialism.
and Mexico aren't the same place. Exactly.
Yeah, and this they
Argentina,
cannot.
How about this? How do Argentinians feel about Brazilians, Carden? Do they think they're just one and the same, two peas in a pod, people of Argentina and Brazil?
No, actually, I'd say Argentinians and Brazilians get along better because they're perceived as different due to the language difference more than they get along with Chileans, for example.
There we go. I need to know. There we go. So, do you think Chileans care that they're
But do
regionally
Chileans
close?
don't get along with Peruvians,
My
and Peruvians
only
don't get
point
along
is
with...
that, regional rivalries and regional differences exist everywhere. Just because you have the same skin color. For some reason in America we think that matters. It doesn't matter like anywhere else in the world. Like you could hate your neighbor who look and sound fundamentally the same as you for stupid reasons.
Yeah. So, Ohio's jumping ahead towards the 40% mark of ballots in, my man. How does that inform any of our predictions?
It looks like Biden's going to win Ohio, which honestly might be
That's the bellwether state.
Might be the linchpin. Well, that just might be Trump can't recover from that if he loses Ohio like this. Now,
I don't think though, but like
mostly
all those rural districts aren't in yet.
Mostly rural, but I'm just saying if Biden does hold, that might be it. Actually, right? Might be able to basically say, I don't know what Trump does after that. I think Trump would have to win like Arizona, Minnesota, and Wisconsin.
No,
if
he needs
loses
to
Ohio.
win. He needs to
Something
win.
weird.
He needs to win all
Or
of the
something
states he's
weird.
going after. He needs to win Florida. He needs to win
My only point is
Pennsylvania.
Biden only has to win like one or two of these states, and he's in. And Ohio could be it. So
Yeah.
this could be huge for Biden. Like this basically could be the election. I'm not saying it is or will be, but I mean like pending other stuff, Biden nailing Ohio could be good for him. But we'll see.
Yeah, let me look at this here. I'm gonna listen to some. Of these facts.
Oh yeah. But
Coming
again,
in.
a lot of rural. To your point, you're right. A lot of rural
A
districts.
lot of rural hasn't
led
even
to
been shown up
report.
on that map.
I'm
I'm gonna listen to local news.
Postmark ballots have until November 13th to arrive. However, in Ohio,
Interesting.
postmark ballots have until November 13th. There's 10 more days of votes being counted in Ohio. So really, Trump or Biden just needs to be close by the end of the night. Now, Trump's got to make up 14 points, so it might not even matter. But that is interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, sorry guys, if you're getting for some reason it's telling me that it's not getting a high enough bit rate, but OBS is telling me it's sending out at a steady bit rate. So I'm sorry about that. Hey, are you Chinese or Japanese? Who said that's one of the greatest? That's the pilot episode of King of the Hill, right? Right, chat. That's the pilot episode of King of the Hill. Where they ask a Khan, like, are you Chinese or are you Japanese? And he's like, I'm Laotian. I'm from Laos. And they go, oh, so are you Chinese or you Japanese? King of the Hill, one of the all-time great shows. Yeah, sorry guys if you have problems. Hopefully it should pick itself back up. I don't know why it would be showing as poor. Everything is showing good on my end. Update on Florida. Trump is still leading. They have started to count more of these panhandle votes. As they start getting in further into these panhandle districts, Trump has now increased his lead to over a percentage point. And yes, it looks like with only probably red areas to count, it looks like Trump is moving in to finish off Florida, which again isn't surprising. Because dude, if okay, here we go. The majority of votes counted in Ohio are urban votes. So,
yeah, that was about to say. That's what I was looking up. That's kind of what I'm.
Because I'm like, yeah, dude, if Biden owns Ohio, I think that's just it. You know, like
no, he's got to win Ohio.
So,
well, actually, technically not, but I mean, he's got to win Ohio, Wisconsin. He's got to win Pennsylvania and Florida. Pennsylvania, Florida, Ohio, Wisconsin. He's got to win.
Dude, PA. They started counting PA votes about 15 minutes ago. See, people are saying that. Sorry, guys. Let me see if I can adjust something with the stream. I don't know why it would be doing this. Everything on my end says the stream should be good, so.
And that's a spread. Oop, just went down.
Yeah, having problems. Sorry, guys. We're working on it. Everything on our end, like, I'm messing with what I can on my end, but for whatever reason, man, it is not getting it out. So let me check a few things very quickly.
So here's what's interesting is on foxnews.com, Pennsylvania right now only has 3% in, with 82.8% going to Joe Biden. Meanwhile, when you look at New York Times,
people are saying it's good for right now. So hopefully, yeah, I adjusted a couple things. I'm hoping because honestly, normally I could see on OBS we're not sending out routes. So very good. I did try to do a very quick reset. Let me know if it happens again. Again, guys, I have to imagine YouTube servers are going to be jammed tonight, and I hate to say it, but if YouTube servers get jammed, I'm pretty sure we get kicked off so Joe Rogan stays on. It just is what it is. Anyways, though, it looks like Trump is taking Florida. Texas, though, getting up to 25% reporting. Oh, hold on. All of a sudden, last time I checked in Texas, it was like a pretty comfortable lead for Joe Biden. I think I said double digits, correct? All of a sudden, Joe Biden is a 0.3 lead in Texas. So again, though, not a surprise. This was not surprise per se, but if these rural counties don't make up a 12-point gap for Trump, it looks like Biden will win. Now, 12-point numerically looks like 300,000 votes, which that is possible in rural counties. Like, I don't think there's 5 million votes in rural Ohio, but there might be a half. But that's still, he needs a lot of those 500,000. By the way, PA, we've started to see an increase in PA. We're at 3% reporting, though. However, like I said, I thought I was wrong. Apparently, Pittsburgh is leaning heavily Joe Biden. Donald Trump has basically no votes so far reporting so far.
yeah.
So there we are with that. There we are with that. Little rundown now that we got the stream back and now that YouTube decided for us to work again. Trump just gained like 100K in Ohio. Is that true? Probably. They're getting closer. Again, I expect that to happen a little bit. I don't know if it's enough for him to catch all the way up, but yeah, the numbers are close. What's that y'all are drinking? Well, Cardin is drinking diabetes. I'm drinking Ruffino sparkling wine, product of Italy, Prosecco. It's produced from a beautiful vineyard in the northeastern region of Italy.
Dude, they straight up called Connecticut with less than 1% of estimated votes in.
Same with like Alabama and Mississippi, though. Like they're like,
Yeah.
yep, Alabama's going for
It's
Trump.
like just I gotta tell you,
Oklahoma, is that a recent call? No.
I just am morally opposed to that for some reason. I'm just
the instant call. Dude,
yeah,
they're
I
gonna
don't
call
know.
California for Biden and like, boom! It's like Biden wins California.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen just because we're a very blue state. It is interesting though to see Trump very much narrowing in Texas, and again taking a look at Texas. A lot of the, I believe, more. I don't know which part are more red of Texas, but yeah, it looks like Texas probably. I would guess Texas goes back, but PA 3% reporting. Trump still has no support, but it is a lot of some. Looks like some more rural districts or suburban districts up here. Interesting. If Biden destroys Pennsylvania and Ohio, I think there's no hope for Trump. Biden wins.
No, he's got a Trump. Both of them are actually kind of up against a wall in a certain sense. That the arguments made towards these current swing states are very much in common with each other. Okay? Arguments made in Ohio and Pennsylvania and Michigan are going to be pretty similar. Maybe not to the same arguments made in Florida, but
That's a good point. That's a really good point, yeah.
yeah, both of them need those three pretty much.
Yeah. And
Okay.
Biden's still holding. And sorry, go on.
And so the only reason why I say both of them are up against the wall is because if you can convince one, you're probably going to convince all three.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
You know, and neither one of them can win without it. So really, both of them have their backs up against the wall fighting for Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania.
Interesting in this. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Texas on New York Times are still reporting pretty sizable lead for Biden in Texas. However, never mind. I think they just updated AP as well to a fairly sizable lead. For a while, it was close. So Texas, both Texas and all these states are moving close. Michigan early returns for Trump. That is interesting. 1% though. And that's not what New York Times is saying, but that is what we're getting out of. So there's going to be some confusion and some differences here. But again, I swear to God, Google, we will not call an election. We will not call one of these states early. We will only call them when a verified official major news network has called these states. I swear to God,
Yeah,
Google.
so Maine, they finally put Maine up on the Fox News. Maine is going 1-1.
I like this, though. So hold on. Honestly, I side with the banquet beer over the champagne of beers. I'm sorry. I'm more of a Coors than a Miller guy.
Is that how you pronounce it? Is Coors, not Coors?
Coors.
Coors.
It really depends what part of the country you're from. I swear to God, it really depends what part of the country you're from. The banquet beer.
Dude, there's my cousins in Arkansas, dude. Not even reporting.
But yeah, Trump still is basically getting nothing out of the state of Pennsylvania, which I have a hard time believing he gets nothing. So we'll see his more report.
Yeah, I'm looking at this map, county by county, and literally they've got like Pittsburgh and the surrounding areas counted, and they're starting to get some in on.
Hey, best beer in America though, best American beer, Modelo.
Yeah, they got Northampton County right by New Jersey.
Yeah.
That's when you drive through Jersey and you end up making it all the way to Pennsylvania. I knew people that commuted from freaking Pennsylvania to Manhattan, dude. How crazy is that? That was nuts.
It's because I live in the Northeast.
Yeah, Lehigh
Hey,
County.
nice.
I did some filming in Lehigh County.
What kind of whiskey you drinking, my melanated scope? I'm interested. Modelo. Dude, Modelo's the unofficial American beer of America, at least California.
Dude, in Philadelphia, freaking so far 94% has gone for Biden.
That's what I mean.
That's
Like,
really
like
funny.
it's a big leading pen.
But dude, I mean,
in
it's amazing
Pennsylvania.
how small these numbers are. Less than 10%
I know,
reported,
exactly.
11% reported.
Long
yeah.
way to go, man. Long way to go.
But Florida,
See,
man.
I'm more of a Modelo Especial guy than a Modelo Negro guy. I'm more Modelo Especial. But it's because I like lagers. I'm a big lager fan. Well, Makers, that's a nice one.
So
When I
Trump
was in
tweeted-
Vegas, I was at a bar that had a 15-year Pappy Van Winkle, and I almost got it, but
Trump tweeted an hour ago.
an hour ago.
He said,
Come
"We're
on.
doing great all over the country. Really good. Thank you. We're looking really good all over the country. Thank you."
Oh, Ambrose, $2, said Michigan's ballot is a proposal about electronic data. I'm definitely interested to see how that goes. Same with California. We won over here too. I just voted
Yeah.
on it today.
Yeah.
The one Andrew Yang supports. Colorado is the best lagers, porters, and stouts. Oh, stouts! The best lagers and stouts and porters. You might. Ooh, I might have to go there. But actually, I have a friend who lives in Colorado. I'm gonna be close. I'll be a state over. Actually, Cardin's gonna be right in the middle between Colorado and me. He'll be there in old Ute County over there.
Yeah, dude, I hear you. Okay, so
Ooh,
North Carolina.
Blanton's original single.
What's
barrel.
happened in
Good
North
quality.
Carolina?
Very good, man. Very good. North Carolina early returns 3%. Big for Trump, but again 3%.
Yeah,
were
that's
very
nothing.
early.
That makes no. That could just be one person dumping a
Pennsylvania
bucket
still
of
only
ballot.
at 4%, but it's all for Biden. 45 now with Ohio. Biden ahead, big.
All right. Maryland got called. Maryland got called with 0% reporting. It was already called by Fox News for
Yeah.
Joe Biden.
Same here with AP.
Oh man, that is just so bad. So
Which actually
bad.
pushes the electoral vote total. So what is it? Biden's at 85, Trump's at 55 total right now electorally.
Yeah, man.
So we're moving along. That's going to change, though. They're going to have to call. I'm actually a little bit surprised they have not called Florida. It appears that a lot of Florida is reported. Trump has a couple-point lead, and the only stuff
Yeah.
that counts in Trump country. But hey, I don't know. Google,
Well, it depends on who.
I don't believe in counting. I do not believe.
I think a
in
lot of
counting votes
pollsters are
early.
being super conservative this time around because of the embarrassment of 2016. I think they're just being super conservative.
And Florida's a crazy state, right? But Texas, still looking good Biden. Pennsylvania, looking very good Biden. Ohio, looking very good Biden. Indiana, looking pretty good Trump. Michigan, early lead for Trump, but I mean, again, 2% reporting in Michigan, 3% reporting in Pennsylvania. I would say the difference is the 3% reporting in Pennsylvania is Biden up 82. The 3% reporting in Michigan is Trump up with 58. So a little bit different, right? A little bit better looking for Biden so far. Like so far, it looks really good for Biden. But again, if Trump retakes Texas and then holds one of these two states, a lot changes. We're at a pretty pivotal moment here tonight. Which again, this is the pivotal moment of the night here, heading into about 7 p.m. Pacific. I would say like 5 to 7 is really where a lot can change quickly. Holy cow, guys! Cardin snuck out of here. I was like, couldn't even see him. A lot of Miami votes to count still. Okay, so and if Biden underperformed in Miami, I could see why they'd be waiting to see more votes out of Miami, just to confirm that he indeed did underperform that bad. That sounds about right. Okay, so that's not too crazy. Man, I mean, because if Biden does win like Florida and Texas and Ohio, like, yeah, we'll probably just end the stream early. like it's just over. There's no there's no election anymore. It's just that's the race. It's an obvious win. Ohio's fascinating, man, but it looks like I don't know if there's a lot to count, but it looks like a lot of these counties are pretty like they're not fully shaded in. But it is still 49, and it's also still 14%. I don't really see Trump winning Ohio unless something crazy happens, which I'm not super well versed in what is or isn't counted in Ohio, kind of going off just what we're seeing on some early stuff here. So, but still, yeah, I have to imagine Biden wins then, which means pressure's now on. If Biden wins Ohio, Trump would somehow have to I guess the correct way of phrasing it is if Biden wins Ohio, he has to somehow blow these 3 states up here, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, or else he just wins. So, interesting. Do I think they'll make a Netflix special about 2020? Yeah, but only because Netflix is, honestly, I hate Netflix. So, maybe hate's a strong word. I'm very anti-Netflix. Dude, I go to Netflix, I'm hanging out with my brother and my family on Halloween night, right? And I wanted to watch a spooky Halloween film. You know, ghosts, ghouls, the like. So I go to Netflix. It's all just Netflix original programming. There's no good old horror movies. And on top of that, you know what the number 1 movie on Netflix was on Halloween night? Holiday. Not like Halloween, like holiday. It was like a Christmas date chick flick. And I don't say chick flick is a denigrating term. I love romantic comedies. I truly do. But I'm like, this is not the time for that. This is not the time for that. Shudder. Honestly, I use Amazon Prime. I use Bezos. My boy Jeffy B hooks it up. He's got good movies. HBO Max is pretty good. What did I watch? I watched a movie on Amazon Prime. By the way, Florida's up to 90% without calling. I guess they're waiting for some votes, but 90%, that's very high. I ended up watching a very interesting movie called Lake Mungo. It's an Australian horror movie. I honestly didn't like it, but that's what I ended up watching. I should have watched my favorite. Normally on Halloween I watch Scream. I didn't this year. I don't know why. I should have watched Scream this year. I love Scream, and it's the best horror movie. But hey, it's election night. We can talk about Scream some other time. I don't think. Honestly, I think Lindsey Graham's probably gonna win. Lindsey Graham is 0.5% ahead of Harrison. Blanking on this dude's name, Jamie Harrison, with 10% reporting. Is it Jamie? Is it Jaime? It's spelled the same way. I don't know. I think it's Jamie, right? Oh, dude, Amazon Prime has actual real movies. This thing I have open right now is the Politico Senate map. This is New York Times map. This, I'm just on Google. If you just go to the Google search bar and type in 2020 United States presidential elections, or just presidential results, this will show up. These are from the Associated Press, but Google makes the kind of the front form, the UI front form. Ohio with 50% Biden, probably going to win. Pennsylvania, 5%. I know it's only 5%, but they haven't counted any Trump votes yet. Michigan with 5%, though. Trump's got a sizable lead with Michigan, only 5%, but it's fairly sizable. It's okay. Texas, this is the big one. Closing into the halfway mark on Texas, though. Trump might retake this. Ohio's pretty big. That might be it, though. That might be all Biden needs. Who knows? It is Jamie. Okay. It's Jamie. It's not Jaime. Sorry. Honestly, the only reason why my familiarity with names and my confusion of names comes from being a big-time sports fan, right? Just see so many different names, spelt so many different ways, pronounced so many different ways, get them mixed up. But yeah, that's what I figured it was. Nightmare on Elm Street. You know what? Scream 2, I think Scream 2 has the best horror movie twist of all time. Someone was asking about Senate and House races. Here are the Senate races, the called races so far. Haggerty is held on in Tennessee. McConnell, Haggerty, empty seat, I guess, in Tennessee. Haggerty wins. McConnell smoked Amy McGrath and the wasted money on her. West Virginia, we have Capito holding on. Regular Virginia, Warner holds on over Gade. That's the Democrat. They're calling it for the incumbent with 32% of the vote in the trailing. Anyway, they've called it New Jersey. They've called it for Booker. New Hampshire, they called it for Shaheen. A couple open things. Texas, Cora Cornyn has a slight lead over Hagar, but with 44% reporting, we'll see what happens there. We saw earlier Lindsey Graham, very slim lead. He's actually opened it up a bit. It was less than 1% last we checked. We're still only 11% reporting, but that lead is now opened up to over a point. He's now at 50.5% of total vote for Lindsey Graham in South Carolina. North Carolina, Cal Cunningham. Apparently, no one cares about adultery anymore. He's holding on to a pretty sizable lead with 49% of the votes reporting. Looks like Delaware, we have an incumbent holding on for the Democrats. In Massachusetts, Markey blows out the doors in O'Connor so far. They're already calling it Reed. They're calling it Rhode Island. Georgia, Loeffler is in just a absolute logjam, but it looks like she has the lead. Couple more. SB has a pretty good lead so far. Mississippi, but only 1% reporting. Alabama, Jones, the Democrats got a pretty good lead in Alabama. Again, only 1% reporting. Kansas, 32% reporting. Solid lead for the Democrat Bollier. Illinois, they've called for Durbin. Michigan, we're seeing James, the Republican, with a pretty sizable lead with 6% reporting. Let's see if I can switch over to the House. See if there's any big House elections. A lot of stuff in the House. Some of the stuff called in the House so far. We're seeing Texas 36th. House, probably take a look at later. Dan Crenshaw won again in the House. We'll take a look at this in a little bit, probably only because there's just so many House seats. It is a lot harder to keep track, and a lot of those are going to be swapping back and forth as more votes come in throughout the night. So there we go. That is what's going on. And I'm gonna wait a little bit in the House and the stuff that's gonna move around very quickly. It's gonna go back and forth and back and forth, I think. However, Trump catching up again, we're seeing in Texas, Ohio, Biden holding strong in Ohio, Pennsylvania. Trump still, they're not finding any Trump votes in Pennsylvania. Still a big time lead there for Biden. Michigan, Trump's doing okay still. Florida, it looks like as they're nearing now a little bit, it says 89. I think we've seen 90% reported in some. It looks like Florida, they might be airing closer towards. Anyway, in the last 3 minutes, Tom Cotton, Republican, wins re-election for the Senate in Arkansas. Donald J. Trump wins Arkansas, whatever that, I mean, just how many votes Arkansas? Like 5? 6. Sorry, 6. So there we go. But anyway, those are just the last big updates. However, while those are the latest updates, which are good for Trump, the returns are looking really good for Biden right here. With potential wins in Pennsylvania and Ohio, which could be enough to propel up to the White House. Yay. Or whatever. The only prediction I made is that Trump wins Pennsylvania, which is looking pretty bad now, but they're counting more votes. Actually, Pennsylvania, according to the New York Times, big jump up in reporting votes to 7% now. We're still seeing a massive lead for Biden. However, it's shrinking. I'm pretty confident whoever wins Pennsylvania, it'll be by single digits, so I'm not crazy. I'm really interested in Nevada. One, because I'm moving to Nevada, but I wonder if Nevada... Because, dude, if you look at the general electoral map of Nevada... Everything, like if you look at the general electoral map of Nevada, generally speaking, in most elections or recent elections, everything is red except for literally Clark County. And even Clark County, it's like just like Vegas that's red. I mean, is blue. This is the only blue product. So I'd be interesting to see if the blue is extending or receding. So we'll see with that coming up in a few hours. But again, you're saying the polls aren't even going to close till 8 p.m. Pacific, which is 2+ hours from now, which is when polls close. Don't expect results for a while there.
How late are we streaming till? How late are we streaming till?
Till we know what happened.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'm gonna... Carden, can you sit down for a second and talk? I'm gonna use the restroom.
Okay, cool.
Anyone else? No, I'll turn it on.
Dude, yeah.
I'm gonna...
Yeah, dude. So, this is wild. But this is what I love about politics. This is like my Super Bowl. And this is actually also kind of why I at first was so knee-jerk against all of the mail-in ballot voting, because it takes away the coolness of this. You know, it reminds me like when just moving in with your boyfriend or your girlfriend started getting popular in the 90s. And, you know, people weren't getting married as much. It's like, okay, cool. As much as great, you're going to form your family unit and, you know, all this other stuff. There's a romance. There's a romance to election day and just staying up late, waiting until the votes are counted, being a vote counter, pulling the red eye until 4 a.m, making sure the other side doesn't cheat. You know what I'm saying? There's just this hardcore glory to it, baby. And this is what I love. And I'm really hoping that mail-in balloting does not corrupt that. You know what I'm saying? Firecracker 101 asks and says, "Hey, Carden, have you heard about the guy that bet $5 million on Trump being reelected?" Wow. That's hardcore. I mean, that is literally putting money where your mouth is. I would like to see a link to that, because we will indeed, what's it called? We will indeed highlight that on the stream as well. And somebody asked, I forget, do you predict Trump or Biden will win? Dude, I got to tell you, I think Trump's going to win. I think he's going to pull it off. And here's the reason why. I do not a silent poll, but in 2016, and forgive me if this is a repeat for some of our fans, but in 2016, I didn't think Donald Trump was going to win because Hillary Clinton is such a juggernaut, had the political system of 2 previous nationwide elections still in place. She had the infrastructure, the money, the corrupt connections. She was just a beast, a Goliath. But simultaneously, I didn't think Donald Trump was going to lose because in hushed whispers, I would talk to all these customers that I have, all the people I deal with every day from every walk of life, every race, every gender, every sexual orientation, the whole 9 yards. And in hushed whispers, I would have guys, gay, straight, left, right, top, bottom, black, white, say like, oh, dude, don't tell my wife, but I'm totally voting for Trump. If he can do like 10% of what he promises, like we're going to be in 10 times better shape. I'd have people, lifetime Democrats, saying, oh, dude, no, dude, I'm all in for Trump, dude. But no, I can't have a sign in my yard or anything like that. And so I had this weird feeling that the polls saying Hillary is up 20%, 10%, 5%, 12%, whatever it was, that's just not I shouldn't say it doesn't correlate with my lived experience. You know what I'm saying? And so I got that same thing going now, except for, man, so many black friends saying, yeah, dude, I woke up. Now I'm a Trumper. So many Latino friends. Are you saying you're woke? Dude, I'm so woke. I'm woke to the what's it called? The TQ, the Trump. What'd you say?
Hold on, I got some other news for you though.
What?
Trump has narrowed to 0.1 in Texas, which we expected. However, with 49%, half reporting in Ohio, Biden is maintaining double-digit lead. Nobody could hear me. What I was trying to say, Biden and Trump are now within 0.1% in Texas. Things have gotten very close there. Pennsylvania, Trump's not really eroding it. Biden's holding strong in Pennsylvania. Biden is holding strong in Ohio. Those are the updates I wanted to get now.
Okay, you said you wanted to update that Trump is holding strong in Ohio?
No, Biden is holding strong in Ohio. Biden is holding strong in Pennsylvania. Biden and Trump are separated by 0.1% in Texas.
Yeah, but how can you hold strong in Pennsylvania when there's less than 10% of the estimated votes reported?
Well, because he started with like an 80% lead, and he's just still leading by like 40-50%. But it's early. It's early.
Doesn't mean
I hear
anything.
you. I hear you. I'm just saying.
But Ohio's almost at 50% now, and almost all districts have started reporting. So that's interesting.
The gap is narrowed, but yes.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. We'll have to see how that one goes. But anyway, I go back on to the map here, and man, the South is just a big brick of red without any interruptions. But even going up into Missouri, it's interesting. They called Missouri for they called Missouri for Donald Trump, even though interestingly enough, when you click on the icon, 61.2% of the votes are going to Joe Biden.
It's happened with a couple states. They've done that.
Yeah, where they're like, they called it for him, but he's losing. You know?
They called Missouri. Are you sure?
Dude, on if you go to foxnews.com, elections, it's called. Look, declared
I'm
for
using official reporting sites card.
Oh, sorry. Well, dude, Fox News was one of the first to call correctly 2016, bro.
I'm using New York Times.
New York Times. Yeah, that's real. Yeah, that's real news.
Mr. Google, I swear to God, Mr. or Mrs. Google, I swear to God, until you have deemed the elections called, I will say they are not called.
No, I feel you. Well, they're not calling Michigan right now.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Trump went to Missouri.
But they also just barely called Arkansas for Trump, which was probably not a hard bet. So hey, 6 more electoral votes right there.
You think a lot of Razorback fans vote for Trump?
Yeah, I'd say so. And
like Scott Degenhart just said, "I live in Missouri. Trust me, Trump wins."
That is epic. Actually, anybody in the chat from Missouri? Missouri's interesting.
Yes.
Lots of rural, but then you got
Missouri.
St. Louis. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have said besides him.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? I should have said besides him and clarified. But yeah, the Google election map, man, that's a tough one. But Yeah.
That is funny.
It actually
What
reminds me
percentage
of
of super chats go to YouTube? I think like 20%. Some crazy number.
yeah, it's something like that. It's like a credit card
And
percentage.
some number nobody wants to know. Nobody
Yeah.
wants to know that number.
Nobody wants to know that number. That's funny.
Hey, speaking of Clay Remix, I appreciate it very much. $4 super chat with the mug. Hopefully that mug is full of red wine because it's a crazy night coming up right now. It looks like I'm assuming eventually Trump is going to get the call in Florida. He's moved his lead up to over 1%. It's fluctuating, but I'm assuming that's going to happen. That's going to move the electoral vote basically in Trump's favor, I think, a little bit, but then that's going to shift very quickly when a few other ones get counted. Texas is very close. However, while Texas was down to 0.1%, Biden's moved the lead back up in Texas. Again, if Texas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, if like some combination here goes Biden, West Coast doesn't even matter. It's like done. That's it. The election's over. None of you flyover rubes or you West Coast morons matter because Biden got Texas, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. So that's some big stuff we're looking at right now. And the reason why I say that is because California is obviously going blue, and that's 55. Let's do some math, guys. 55. Let's add to 55. So Nevada's 6. Utah's 6, we're at 12. Idaho's 4, we're at 16. Montana's 3, we're at 19. Wyoming's 3, we're at 22. Colorado's 9, we're at 31. New Mexico's 5, we're at 36. Kansas is 6, we're at 42. Nebraska's 5, we're at 47. South Dakota's 3, we're at 50. North Dakota's 3, we're at 53. And then Iowa's at 6. So this entire part of the country electorally adds up to California. Wild country, wild system. Nathan Butcher, Vermin Supreme claimed victory already. Hey, Google, ban that man. Twitter, ban that man. Oh, man. Thank you. I'm glad there were some earlier connection issues on YouTube. I'm glad the stream quality has been good for everyone else. Also, a Republican. Interesting. The Republican won re-election for the governorship of Vermont. Interesting. Even though Vermont is probably going to go, Vermont was immediately called electorally for Biden. Now, unfortunately, it's 3 electoral votes. Sly Cactus, here's $2 after the YouTube tax cut then, because why not? Thank you. Appreciate it. Always, man. Appreciate all you guys for hanging out. All you guys and girls for hanging out with us. Appreciate it so much. It's been great. And again, we have a lot of fun stuff planned, or mostly I have a lot of fun stuff planned for after the election. Keep your eye out for the Amy McGrath video, where I absolutely shred everybody who gave this woman $500 million or whatever to get embarrassed by Mitch McConnell, which is obviously going to happen. So very good. Cheers for that. Thank you, guys. Let's see. But yeah, I mean, we're waiting for some pretty big election decisions. We're waiting for Florida to get called. Looks like Trump's probably going to win Florida. I don't know, though. There's still some votes to be called. Biden's hanging in there. It looks like Biden might pull away with Texas unless, which it does look like, some kind of rural southwestern parts of Texas are to be counted. I'm not sure who that favors. And then Patricia Cohen from New York, she just tweeted out that Florida exit polls, 42% said that they felt better off today than 4 years ago. Pretty good sign for the president. I would imagine why it went Florida. But again, like Florida and Texas are pretty red. It's not like crazy if those go to Trump. So why do we vote if our vote don't count? I'm referring to California. Well, here's the thing. If California didn't blindly vote Democrat every single year, could you imagine if California was a swing state? Could you imagine that? Could you imagine if there was a 55 electoral vote swing state? The attention we would get. Each candidate would be forced to spend like $1 billion. Not literally, but you see what I mean? Like, that would be the craziest thing. But it's never going to happen. California's just going to keep voting Democrat. And one-party rule is going to ruin the state, not because Democrats are evil or wrong or stupid or incompetent, just because you need competition. One-party rule, so to speak, has ruined professional wrestling. WWE has become a shell of its former self because there's no longer a WCW. Hell, there's no longer a TNA to compete with, so they're just lazy and awful and incompetent. AEW competes against their C brand. So, there we go. That's my point. Japan has been one-party rule since World War II. Yeah, but it's kind of hard to compare Japan to America, right? TNA, hey, man. TNA in like 2007, think about it. You had Kurt Angle. You had Christian. You briefly had Rikishi. You had AJ Styles. You had like Chris Sabin. Unbelievable. But yeah, just like when one party rules the state, they're just lazy, incompetent morons who don't have to do anything to get reelected. Dude, Nancy Pelosi has been in Congress for forever, and her district has got demonstrably worse to live in. Ugh. Here's the thing: a lot of people talk about Americans. I'm not saying anyone chat's doing this, but a lot of Americans will be like, "Well, you know, this country does things this way. You know, like that country does things this way," and it's like most people don't realize that most of the countries they talk about are smaller population than Los Angeles County. They don't have a Bill of Rights. They don't have they don't have like a First Amendment. Like most countries don't have the First Amendment. Like every country doesn't have a First Amendment or freedom of speech. Like, every country doesn't. Yeah, Sting, the Abyss. There's some other guys. Black Rain. You had Gold Dust wrestling over there in TNA for a couple of years. Well, you know what's funny is California was a permanent red state for years before it became a blue state. I mean, that, like, you know, it kind of goes back and forth. Thoughts on AEW, long way to go. AEW is a long way to go. What's my thoughts on AEW? AEW today is a mile behind peak TNA, and peak TNA is like a mile behind peak WCW, and like peak WCW is like a mile behind peak WWE/WWF. So, U.S. basically wrote the Japanese Constitution. Definitely believe that, but that is really interesting because I'm pretty sure they have a stricter government in Japan than we have here. Don't elect that woman. I don't care if Nancy Pelosi has nothing to do with Nancy Pelosi. Don't elect that woman. It's bad news. It's bad omens surrounding that name. Anyway, let's see if we can get some updates on some of these maps. Because, I mean, seriously, we're pretty close to just saying, like, hey, I think Biden won. Which, I wouldn't be, like, dumbfounded or surprised. I just didn't think it would happen this early. Yeah, Pennsylvania, they're still coming in slow in their reporting. Ohio, though? Trump would have to have a massive comeback in Ohio if Biden holds. However, if Trump wins like Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, that might be pretty solid for him. Michigan doing good. So Biden's got work to do as well. I don't think you can say either one of these guys is clean cut destroying it, especially because if they do end up calling Florida for Trump, which I think they will, that'll put them pretty close electorally. And then Texas, I mean, if Biden wins Texas, there's literally no hope. Massive lead by Trump in Virginia. Virginia's already been called, though, so that's why we're ignoring it. Because according to the AP, which again, AP, they're the ones, they're calling it for Biden with 13% reporting. So it's probably a phantom lead, I guess. Same thing we're seeing here. We're seeing it being called by the by New York Times. I'm surprised Nancy Pelosi's still in office. She looks like the ghouls in Fallout. Well. She spends, she spends a lot of money to look like the ghouls in Fallout. Keep that in mind. Yeah, but that is weird. With Virginia, with 37%, it's actually not too many. But they've done that a couple times where they've called they've called a state, and it's like the person they called it for is losing by 300,000 votes. But, yeah, 80 years old. I know. It's almost like, why? Why is somebody 80 years old? Here's the other thing. It's not only that Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell are 80 years old and they're in Congress and in Senate. That's one thing to be in Congress and be in Senate. They're the Speaker of the House and the Senate Majority Leaders. Why? They don't have to be that. They could just be in Senate. They could just be in Congress. They don't have to be the leaders of them. Jesus Christ. Again, both of them older than the atomic bomb. The atomic bomb. Indiana just recently called for Trump, by the way, guys. Indiana called for Trump. Which, again, isn't important. What's important is if Biden can hold Pennsylvania, if Biden can hold Ohio, if Biden can hold Texas. That's basically the election over for Biden right there. Which Texas is really close still, so I don't know about. Ohio, it's like they just keep counting Biden votes, not Trump votes. Here's the thing. Whenever I try to play Among Us, I have a very, how do I put this? My style of Among Us play, not everyone likes. So it's tough to play Among Us all the time. It is weird that Ohio would flip so blue after Trump carried it in 2016, but it's also not crazy. I mean, sometimes, hey, man, like, maybe... Sorry, I don't believe that Joe Biden won these people over somehow. So maybe Trump did something to lose them. I don't know. It's possible. See, here's the thing. You know what happens? If somebody calls me sus and vote me out, you know what I say? I go, fine, vote me out then. See what I care. Vote me out. Do it. Do it. Vote me out. Vote me out. See what happens. I'm not it. So if you vote me out, the killer's still out there. So vote me out. I don't care. And then people vote me out, and then the killer wins. And I'm like, you idiots. I told you. But such is life, man. You can't dwell on these things. We'll do, you know what? I'm going to post the Discord link. I'm probably going to be too drunk tonight, but if I can hold it together, we'll do it tonight. And if not tonight, we'll do it another night. I'll announce on Twitter or Discord. We'll do a problem solver politics Discord Among Us game. So if you're not involved already, I'll send it here. One of these days, I'm not gonna promise win or win because who knows. But one of these days, all of a sudden you'll notice I'm on Discord a lot more, and I'm making Discord more, like I'm doing more with it. However, I'll set that up. It only takes a few of us. There's the link. Please join if you haven't. We will do that. I know. It is weird that they called Virginia for Biden, and it's like they keep counting votes, and it's like Trump's winning. But I'm assuming Biden is going to be on top. Like, Biden will eventually lead. Just because it's Virginia. It's D.C., basically. Like, dude, did you know D.C. as like a county or a district, I guess you would call it, right? D.C. is a district voted like 97% for Hillary. Whoo. Stop by the Yang Gang Roundtable podcast. I'll have to do that. Hit me up on Discord. You can like message me through there. I never answer that shit, unfortunately, because I'm a fucking asshole. I apologize, guys. I really need to answer that stuff. But we'll do something. West Virginia, or just regular Virginia. We're looking at. We're still. You know what's funny, Carden?
What? Hit me.
We're still in much the same boat. Texas is very close. Biden extending his lead, but Trump always kind of rubber banding back in. Pennsylvania, not much of the votes reporting, but all
Michigan
of it's for Trump.
Going hard.
All
Donald
of it's
Trump.
for Biden. Michigan doing very good for Trump early. More of the votes coming in. Ohio, they're getting over 55% reporting, and they're still getting the Biden lead. I mean, dude, if Biden wins Ohio and Pennsylvania, that's the election.
It's over.
That's the
it's
election.
over. But at the same token, Donald Trump leading by 15 points with only 13% in, that's a hard break early. I mean, I don't like going off of early breaks, but that's a hard break early. Meanwhile, it's much more neck and neck as it's much more neck and neck as you look at some of these other states. But Pennsylvania, like, you want to talk about hard breaks in Michigan? Hard break in Pennsylvania with Joe Biden at 49% lead, or like only 8% in. What happened? Did they literally just do like, one square block? Did they just
there does seem to be some shenanigans and funny business with the Pennsylvania counting. It is really low, man. Like 8% reporting. It's been almost an hour. Texas is at 55. They close similar time. Ohio's at 56. They close similar time.
I mean, look, North Carolina has 3/4 of its counts in. Texas is over 15%. Ohio's over 50%. Georgia and Kansas are at least sporting like a third, and they're freaking an hour this way. You know what I'm saying? Actually, wait, no, Georgia is Georgia in the same time zone? Yeah, Georgia would be in the same time zone as Pennsylvania, because that's going to be Eastern Standard Time, because every single state that's touching the ocean is in the same time zone.
Yes, hold on. Someone brought this up. I wanted to bring this up earlier. I saw this on Twitter as well. And I know Cardin's gonna mark out over this because he's a
Don't you talk bad about my boy.
You're gonna mark out.
Not
over
my
this.
side.
No, Cardin is gonna lose his mind over this. Unfortunately,
What am I losing my mind over? What?
Candace Owens has
What?
officially joined the Daily Wire on election night.
Well, why? She's cool. Whatever. Why? I'm not a Daily Wire mark, dog.
Hey, good for you.
I mean, when they first started, I helped him out and I paid the yearly subscription thing or whatever. But when I found out that Ben Shapiro was making like $20 million a year, I was like, okay, he don't need my money. So, we just got hit with 4 more states and New Mexico on the Fox map. They're calling North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming with its whopping 3 electoral votes.
Trump gets his 9. Yeah, we
For
talked,
Trump.
when you were
and
gone,
then New Mexico, they're calling for Joe Biden
Hard.
with no votes reported. How crazy is that?
When you were gone, we were talking about this. You see California, right?
Yeah, what about it, baby?
All of these states combined right here
Yeah.
add up to California. I swear to God. It's like all of these states combined add up to California. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, I don't think he's in chat today. I bet somebody on Twitter. You're right. Trump wins Wyoming. Trump wins South Dakota. Biden wins New York. Biden wins New Mexico. Trump wins North Dakota. Trump wins Louisiana. Then New York for Biden puts him up big. 92% counted in Florida, and they haven't called it yet. Very close. Biden's still holding on to a lead in Texas, but it is slimming, which you imagine is going to be close if he does win. The Ohio lead for Biden, holding fairly strong. The Pennsylvania lead for Biden is fluctuating between like 80 and 60, which is a pretty good spot to be. Michigan, 15% reporting. Donald Trump still holds on to a lead. So really, I mean, if things get crazy in these 3 states, the election basically flips either way.
Yeah.
Texas is interesting, but we're getting very close in Texas. That's going to come down to the wire.
Which is so crazy, man. If Texas falls, we need to start putting this in existential warfare terms. Texas falls.
I don't believe Florida has crazy late mail-in ballot requirements. I think Florida, we should know by tonight who wins. Texas, we might not know. They say that because an excuse is required to vote by mail in Texas, officials have said they do not think that processing those votes will result in delays, though increased turnout could mail ballots have until. So Texas,
here's the crazy thing.
We should know Texas and Florida tonight's my only point. And then also I just wanted to say that a Senate seat in Wyoming went to the Republican. That's not a surprise. Republican wins Senates in South Dakota and North Dakota again. Governor, sorry. In North Dakota. Not a lot of surprises there. Ben Sasse wins re-election for the Senate in Nebraska.
Ben Sasse. Man, if there was anybody that looked like a dweeb, it's Ben Sasse. So, any name that sounds like Swass.
Oh, and Cardin, I said we're gonna do a probably tomorrow. Or oh my God, I can't tomorrow. I'll be gone. Thursday. You know what we're gonna do Thursday on stream?
What?
We're gonna do Among Us with people from Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, but remember, I'm gone Thursday, dog.
So I'm gonna do Among Us with people from
Okay,
Discord
cool.
while you're gone.
Actually, I'll see if I can jump in from Utah, dog.
You honestly, it'd be easier from Among Us because you could just join the Discord chat. But anyway,
Yeah.
back to election 2020. Back to election 2020.
Well, here's the crazy thing. Guess what? Pennsylvania came in with 1% more votes. They got 9%, dude. 9% now.
Yeah.
But also, how are we even going to call tonight when they're allowing people to show up?
Pennsylvania
Like,
might not, because again, Pennsylvania
Yeah.
officials have said most votes will be counted by Friday, November 6th. Most. Hold on, let me read this to you guys again. Officials have said in Pennsylvania that they expect most votes to be counted by Friday. So there should be, if there are a significant number of mail ballots extending by the end of the night, the reported total could be relatively stronger for Republicans. So far, it doesn't look like it. But yeah, they're expecting to have most counted by Friday. That's not good. There is the link to the Discord server if you would like to join.
dude, you know what's crazy?
Huh.
Is in Michigan, my man, there's already been 3 million people that have voted by mail.
That is crazy.
You know, I mean, that's
And
a baller number.
Officials have said that full unofficial results could take until November 6th, Friday.
Like that is crazy. So are we going to look at the red
Trump
mirage?
is currently leading in the popular vote, however. As Adam Duffy said, I'd be howling if Trump won the popular vote. Trump currently has a popular vote lead, but remember, Adam, that is not counting California. Hold on. I want to remind everyone of this.
Our polls haven't even closed yet here.
Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by roughly 3 million votes, right?
No,
She did.
I don't think it was that big.
It was like
but
2
something
point, it was
like
like
that,
2.7. Hillary Clinton won California by like 2.5 million. Like Hillary Clinton's margin of victory in the popular vote was basically the California vote she got.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind as well.
Well, that's also why I don't really pay attention to the popular vote, because the thing
Like
is,
it was pretty close. You just,
yeah, but like so many
sans
Republicans
California.
in these blue states don't show up. That's the thing is if you took all of the red state Democrats and added them up against the blue state Republicans, it's a drop in the bucket. So the popular vote like really is not even a metric of much. It's really not.
Dude, Texas is coming down to the wire. It's 0.5% separating the two with 57% reporting. Coming down to the wire in Texas. PA is pretty wild still. Ohio is getting closer. It's Joe Biden's lead in Ohio is down to single digits coming into the last 40% reporting. Michigan also, though, Donald Trump's lead in Michigan is also shrunk down to less than 20%, coming in with 70 or 85% to report still.
Wait, how did Wyoming go red? I thought they were going to go blue.
Wyoming is never going to go
No,
blue,
I'm
dude.
just kidding with you.
Imagine a blue Wyoming.
Oh, yeah, it's Colorado.
No, Colorado was like 30 times the population of Wyoming, dude.
What's the biggest city in Wyoming? Isn't there like Fort Laramie or something like that?
Oh, that's a
it's
good
on the
fucking
Oregon
question.
Trail.
Casper and Cheyenne.
Cheyenne,
Holy cow. I did not know Casper, Wyoming. I know American geography is a meme. If you knew Casper, Wyoming existed before I just pulled the Wyoming map up, hey, this is for you, because I have never heard of Casper, Wyoming in my life.
Wow.
Cheyenne I had. I think Cheyenne's the capital, right? Casper, dude.
This is crazy, dog. It's tonight, bro. Tonight is the night where we
Isn't
find
it
out whether
crazy?
America
Like,
fails or not.
I just want everyone to look at this.
Whether Satan wins.
This is literally Donald J. Trump versus Joseph R. Biden Jr. It's real. It's happening. It's now.
Yeah, it's crazy. This is
Crazy.
the thing we've talked about for 4 years.
The Texas is still fluctuating, but plus for Biden, which again could be the whole thing. But I just realized the U.S. is huge. Hey, Alex, take a look at a picture of Texas over Europe.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. Wait till you see Texas.
So 57% of the
That's
polls
why.
are
Hey,
in.
1 second. No matter how much you hear bad about America, no matter how much you hear America's not a great country, just remember, America's so much better than Europe. America's so much bigger than Europe. America's so much greater than Europe. America is in every way superior to Europe. Just remember that. Whatever flaws we have, we're better than Europe.
Yeah, so I'm looking at these election results, bro. Indiana called for Trump.
Oh man, yeah, that's
Yep.
no states have been called in the last 10 minutes or so, so it's good.
Yeah.
Texas is staying close.
But I'm still looking at that with 65%. And so Fox News says that 57% is. Meanwhile, New York Times says 67 or 65% is in. I feel much more comfortable with a 65%. But either a Texas with 65% in, according to the New York Times, it's a 49.6 for Biden, 49.0 for Trump. So it's still just barely ahead for Biden. We anticipated that, though, with early voting and the urban centers first. It's always going to be a late break for Trump in all of these, which kind of sucks. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to be the person that you have to wait around for the late break for. But then
Well, but I don't know. I mean, at the same time, like, I don't know.
we're
It
getting
goes both
similar
ways.
numbers reported from Fox News. And now when you go to Google says only 57% reporting as well. They're a little bit behind, but we're still getting that 49.6 or 5 to 49.1.
Hey, Associated Press they're not behind. They're the official. But yeah, it is interesting.
because the AP got it right in 2016.
Hey, Associated Press. It is interesting to see Trump leading in the popular vote like this, though. But I think it's just because we haven't counted the big blue.
So
big blue
have you
states.
gotten the super chats? Adam Duffy says, I'd be howling if
Yeah.
Trump
Oh,
won
yeah,
the popular
I got
vote.
that,
You
yeah.
got that one? Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm all caught up on this.
Rock on.
Yeah. But yeah, Texas is still very close, though. Pennsylvania's interesting. I thought Trump could win it. It looks like Biden's going to destroy, but early.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Have you been
Ohio,
seeing
hold on.
Have you seen those
Card,
rallies
card.
in Pennsylvania?
That's
Yeah.
the reason. I based everything on rallies and not on polls. Ohio is into 6% separating the two. Ohio is getting close. Michigan, actually, Trump's pulling away a bit in Michigan. Ohio's getting close down the stretch.
Wow, look at that. So here's Michigan. You got Grand Rapids coming in, Flint, Detroit, Lansing. Dude, and they're all pulling red so far. This is... Oh, wait, I got my Floridian family here. Hold on, should I answer? Hey, don't say something crazy. You're live on the live stream.
Well, hold on.
How is it in Florida, dog?
Florida right now is leaning red.
Oh, right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, yes, it is.
Right here. And
Well,
you're in
hold on.
unincorporated Broward County, right?
Hold on, Cardin.
What? I'm getting the hot tip from the guy in Florida.
I know, but Biden's winning in not Biden. Trump's winning in Florida. Something interesting going on right now. Apparently, I think this is according to literally it's according to Candace Owens.
Okay.
But apparently, because Trump has just continued to lead in Virginia, Fox News is wavering on calling the state for Biden, because apparently Trump votes keep coming in Virginia, and they're like,
Really?
maybe again, that's literally coming from Candace Owens, so you have to take that with like a million grains of salt. Who knows if it's true?
Dude,
But-
hey, we should patch in my
But I'm
father
just
here.
saying, when you look at Virginia, yeah, like Trump still is a 20% lead in the state. It is kind of weird to call the state that early. Also, apparently in New Mexico, where it's pretty. But again, we'll see what happens. In the
Well,
call
I
of
got the
votes.
inside scoop on Florida.
Like Florida is at 93% reporting with now a 3% lead for Trump. This is the largest lead. This is the largest lead Trump has had tonight in the state of Florida. It appears Trump is indeed going to.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken,
imagined. Texas is again within 1%. Ohio is shrunk down to the same 6%. Things are getting a lot.
Well, hold on. We
closer
got to
all
hear the
over.
inside scoop on Florida. I got him on the line, man. This is like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and I got my lifeline right here. You know what I'm saying? This is the lived experience, Cody, right here, dog. So anyway, in a nutshell, because then I'm gonna have to hang up on you. Tell me, you say Florida is going red. What's going on?
We've got a couple of percentage point and a half leaning red above the blue, and it looks like so with every government, it went from being behind to being ahead. We'll see how it goes. Of course, the big men like Miami-Dade and Broward, Orlando, Tallahassee, Tampa, they all leaned blue, but the overwhelming, all the rest of the states, the counties have turned in their votes red. So It's exciting down here. So goes Florida.
Yeah, dude. Okay, so do you think it's gonna be crazy like Hanging Chad's 2000s or no?
Sorry, you're breaking up on me.
Oh, I'll call you later.
That's very cool, though. That's very cool, dude.
Yeah, so he said Florida's going red. And that's crazy because he's been through every single election that I've seen. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Chris Ellis right there. #1 professor at FIU, yo. It's in our blood, dude. We just get things right. No.
No, but it is.
Ooh, Minnesota's leaning now.
It is, but no, but the interesting thing that dude, could you imagine if they uncall Virginia because they just keep counting Trump votes, which would be so bizarre because Virginia is DC and DC is all Biden. So I don't think that will happen. All Biden, but all blue. I don't think that happen. PA at 16% though, and Biden is crushing PA still. Ohio, here's the thing is he was crushing Ohio, but Ohio has shrunk pretty soon. We're now seeing Ohio's within 4%. Texas is deadlocked at 49.3 according to the New York Times. Florida, Trump is still at 3% lead. So again, I'm kind of like thinking, yes, Trump holds Texas, Trump holds Florida, but what the hell happens in these 3 states? Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio.
Well, like I said, everybody's
That's
back.
big.
Everybody's back is up against the wall, and both of them need to win all 3 of those in order for this thing to work out. So like that is ultimately the big question is those 3 states right there. I mean, this, because I think if you win one, you're going to win all 3. If you can convince your average Michiganders.
Michiganders.
Michigite.
I know some Michiganders. I really do.
Yeah, it's the Michiganders.
I do. I know some. I know some local Michiganders.
Dude, my dad served his mission there, dude. You know what I'm saying?
They consider that a foreign country.
No, but okay. So my dad's got this cool picture next to this place called Hell. He served in a city called Hell, Michigan, because apparently it was so moist. Like that during the summers, it was just brutal. But then during the winters, it was just like even more brutal. So literally they named the town Hell, Michigan. And he like served there. So he's got this picture of him in his like, Mormon kid outfit, with his like cool flared pants because that was hip in the late 70s and the early 80s. You know what I'm saying? And he's serving in Hell, Michigan. How cool is that? But anyway, okay, so my father in Florida calls in and says Florida's going red, which doesn't surprise me because we've had everybody from our state leave to go there going red. But what's intriguing me is this early break in industrial towns like Flint, Lansing, places like that in Michigan that have been red, dude. You're looking at this and it's
Even
intense.
Detroit's not deep blue yet, but it probably will be. You know what? I'm gonna go American geography on you.
Yeah.
I didn't know Marquette was in Michigan.
Oh, dude.
I don't know where I thought Marquette was. I didn't know, but hold on. Also, do they have is the Upper Peninsula on here?
Yeah, it's on there.
Oh, yeah, that right there, dumb. I love there's like a Twitter account dedicated to tracking when they leave the Upper Peninsula out of maps of America. That is funny. But I'm gonna look more into the Virginia, the again, because if Candace Owens says it, and I'm not like I hate Candace Owens, it's just she's literally a Republican like activist. Let's look. So we have a guy here, Sean Davis, co-founder of the Federalist. So again, this is kind of Republican-leaning stuff. But yeah, Virginia is Trump leading by 20% with 40% reporting. That is weird, right? That is really weird. I wouldn't be, and again, I'm not saying that this is it's rigged, but I mean, at the very, I get you kind of can't uncall the state. You have to just kind of stick by your guns. But holy cow, I mean, 40% reporting, a 20% lead for Trump. That's weird. Ohio, yeah, Ohio is getting within single digits. Pennsylvania, though, again, like as far as Biden's chances of winning, even though you might lose some of these states, if Biden wants to win this, as long as he holds Pennsylvania, as long as he takes Pennsylvania back, that's probably all it's going to take. But this Virginia situation is bizarre, man. This Virginia situation is really bizarre.
Yeah.
They might have
Give me
to-
more details on that.
Well, Virginia was called for Biden, but we're at 40% reporting with the 20% lead for Trump.
Yeah.
They legitimately might have to go back and recall this. I don't think they will, though. I think they'll stick to their guns and say at the end of the day, Biden wins. And I think at the end of the day, Biden very, very well may
But
win.
here's the crazy thing, though, is if you look at
happen.
it, with 39% estimated votes reported, 750,000 for Joseph R. Biden,
No, I mean, it's a good
and
lead
then
for
1
Trump, I know.
million for Donald Trump. Like,
Yeah.
what? What were you guys thinking?
It might be an early call. Honestly, I'm kind of excited to see what happens with David Kim when the California votes start coming in. Remember when we talked to David?
What'd you say?
I'm really interested in seeing what happens when David Kim comes into the California votes.
Oh, yeah. That's
Remember when we talked to David? A humanity forward guy, probably one
Yeah.
of the biggest humanity forward guys, probably one of the best shots to win. Running
Yeah.
against corporate stooge.
Yeah,
Jimmy
what was his
Gomez.
name? Yeah,
So
it was like
I
a
think he
fake
can
name. It was
win.
like a
I think
porn
he can
star
win.
name. Yeah, I'm Jimmy Gomez. You know, it's just like, oh man.
Apparently, Fox News is now projecting that John Hickenlooper will flip the Colorado Senate seat.
Dude, New York went blue. What the heck?
Oh, what? No, what? hey, what? No.
Oh man, this is a riot.
Wait,
dude.
you told me Arkansas is Republican?
Dude, look, Ohio's getting even more neck and neck now, bro.
Of course it is,
62% in now.
Yeah, it's again within a few percentage points. 3%.
And what's up with Pennsylvania?
Texas is still deadlocked, according to New York Times. Florida, a lot of these things haven't moved too much for New
There
York
are
Times.
states 2 hours away that are shutting polls and going to report before Pennsylvania even has 10% in.
Yeah.
And with all the media attention they've gotten on their entire vote by mail
Well,
system,
16% from New York Times, but yeah.
yeah, you'd think that
Let's see what is going on Senate race in Virginia. In Virginia, looks like they're calling it for Warner, but yeah, Warner's losing to Gade with 41% reporting. They might have to recall the Senate race as well in Virginia, dude. Apparently they got something.
Wow,
However, hold on. Maybe the last 60%'s all blue. Wait, it's a chance the last 60%'s like plus 30% blue, you know, and it just doesn't matter. But yeah, that is very interesting. Thanks for bringing that up. That yeah, it's. Let's see if we can pull up some of the. But that is weird, man. That is weird that they called Virginia and Trump has just comfortably led Virginia through 41% reporting now. That is not normal. Trump increasing his lead plus 3% in Florida, still deadlocked Texas. Ohio is getting close. Ohio's getting to about 3 points now. It's been there about a while, but it's getting closer in Ohio. But again, Pennsylvania, if Biden can hold Pennsylvania, he probably wins. So,
yeah. So I'm dissecting this info, making sure before I say anything that it's all the most recent. But that is a block, an unbroken up block.
let's take a deeper look at the Virginia results.
And-
This is what's crazy, dude. Look at the Virginia results. They called this state for Biden.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You usually don't see that much red in an entire chunk of a state that populous.
That's so weird.
Unless
Like,
yeah,
the whole
dude.
state's red. It's
That's what Florida looks like. That's literally what Florida looks like. Flip it on its downward, and you're looking at a map of Florida with only 2 or 3 of these counties.
Hey, dude. You're gonna like this. Sorry,
Why am
I just think it's crazy. Madison Cawthorn, the 23-year-old kid in the wheelchair, the inspirational speaker. He has won his North Carolina congressional district seat.
You go, brother. Yeah, he's the military vet,
This
right?
is weird. This Virginia situation, though. Why was this called for Democrats?
Dude, so we got to Google what on
Like-
earth is going on.
like-
What's that middle map that's orange with you? I like that map. Which one is that?
What?
Your middle map, the ones that you're going between?
This is Politico. This is Senate.
That's
Politico
the
map.
Senate one.
Again, they called the Senate seat for the Democrat in Virginia, but it's almost like Virginia was one of those states where they're just like, we're gonna call it blue immediately. Let's see, Illinois. Illinois looks like a pretty solid lead for Joe Biden still. Closer in some, but Ohio's getting closer. Pennsylvania's not though. Texas, Biden is holding a small lead in Texas, very slim lead in Texas. Honestly, closer than it probably should be for Trump. Trump might be sweating bullets. Biden's probably feeling really good about this performance, but I have to imagine this southwestern part's probably more red than blue.
Yeah.
Just more rural. Kind of feels like ranch territory. I don't know, but
Boom. Look at this, though. Look at this.
oh, derailed to the T. Hey, welcome, man. I'm excited. Not welcome, but good to see you, man. I'm excited to see Maine's I'm excited to see Maine's ranked choice outcomes. As am I, my friend.
Yeah.
As am I.
That was the only state where
Ranked
Trafalgar wasn't touching
Choice
it.
vote is what I was trying to combine into one thing. I am interested to see it. It's very interesting. Yeah.
So, right now, Joe is up by 38 electoral college votes,
Yep.
according
But remember,
to Politico.
That's with Florida not called, so it's probably closer to being
Yeah.
up to like 7.
And so what's funny is, so you're looking at a map that says 119 to 93, while Politico is saying 131.
Someone has to Biden one Colorado. Biden has a one Colorado, but he has a massive lead with 30% reporting.
Yeah, so they're
And Colorado just elected a Democratic senator. So I believe is that going to push the Democrats into control of the Senate? Democrats are looking to take control of the Senate right now. GOP have a lot of work to do if they want to hold control.
well, Texas is heating up though, and here's the crazy thing: is this number is depending.
And if Virginia reflips, I mean, if they do have to uncall
Yeah.
Virginia and give it to the Republicans, that would be the craziest.
So give me more
election thing in a
details on
while.
Virginia. Give me more details on Virginia.
I wish I can go into I wish I can do the full manic deep dive where like that guy in CBS who rolls his sleeves up and like just screams and
Yeah.
points at the board. But I mean, looking at Virginia, like I'm just pulling it up to you. You look at the counties and the depths of red and blue in the counties. Donald Trump has crushed almost every single county.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a bloodbath.
He's getting 80% in a lot of these counties. Even in Richmond, which is the Biden win, it's like a 5,000, which is 10% reporting. And I believe that's where it comes from, guys. I believe that's where it comes from. As Richmond reports more than 10%, they're thinking as Richmond gets too closer to 100% reporting, Richmond might be a 500,000 plus area for Biden, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't be too surprised though. So.
Yeah. So,
But it is interesting to see it called for Biden with 41% reporting and Trump still leading comfortably. That
Yeah.
Trump lead has shrunk, though. It's now only 17. So, yeah,
Yeah, well, it's gonna
Virginia might legit just go Biden in the end.
man, but that would be almost as bad as Representative Kim getting sent to freshman orientation and having to get called back. Like that is one of the worst.
Yeah, but again,
worst errors you could make.
like Richmond, like the center of the state, like where everyone lives, the populous county, like where everyone actually lives. That legitimately, they're only at 10% reporting. That legitimately could, like you just extrapolate if 11,000% is 10% reporting, right?
Yeah.
So if 1 million votes are cast and 70% of them go to Joe Biden, that's plus 7-3 plus 400,000 votes for Joe Biden, and it makes up the difference. You see what I mean? So yeah. like it probably does still go to Joe Biden.
Okay, so we got so what's the upset though? Because here's the deal: for Donald Trump to win, he needs to pull off an upset in one of these states.
Yeah, or for Biden to lose, he has to blow it in a state. Isn't it?
Yeah. So Biden's got to blow it in his state, or Trump's got to upset
Ohio is
him.
shrunk, by the way, to 1.3%.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm looking at
No,
this.
sorry, not 1.3, 2.7, 2.7. But you see my point. Close.
Yeah, it's 2.1 according to Politico, with 65% of the vote in. So yeah, you're right. It's within 2 in Ohio. Pennsylvania is just a joke still. Oh, they got 12% in now. Good to hear. You know what I'm saying? But
Texas, we're getting plus 60, and it's still close.
Texas plus 60. Are you right? You gonna die on us, bro?
That's just spirit of the vote.
Yeah, you know, it's like you good on
Spirit
this
of the
one, brother?
vote. Just so glad to see my fellow Americans voting.
Yeah. So this one is
Dan
absolutely
Murphy.
crazy.
Excited to see mass ranked choice vote. By the way, I got my PSP hat. Thank you. I love to hear. Hey, Carden,
What?
what are you wearing, Carden?
My PSP hat.
Hey, you know what? I'm not wearing yet, but you know what I'm gonna be wearing right now for the rest of the night?
Oh, your math hat because you wrote in Andrew Yang. You go, Cody. That's legit. I respect that. Holla at your boy.
Here, I'll do the you know what that is? You know what that is, Carden?
That's the, I don't know, what is it? The God complex of those who are the oracles?
Close.
What?
Close. Anyways.
Okay, so we're looking at this.
Stuff still coming in. Let me see if New York Times has called anything lately. Biden wins District of Columbia. Big surprise.
Yeah.
That's the latest call. Madison Cawthorn winning Carolina's 11th congressional. That's crazy, dude.
That's North Carolina, right?
North Carolina, yes.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. That is interesting.
RKO out of nowhere. Thank you. Thank you, Magic Mike. Seattle KO. Same thing with you. Dan Murphy. Cody, I wrote in Yang too. Hey, I appreciate it.
So North
Who else you want
Carolina.
president, right? I appreciate it.
Everybody predicted that would go to Joe Biden. But I don't know. You think Trump could pull it off?
No, probably not.
Yeah, it's 1.5%.
Over.
What's so crazy is how close some of these are. Look at Ohio. They got 2/3 votes in.
Exactly,
And it's
yeah.
within 1.5%.
That's what I mean. Ohio.
Look at North Carolina. It's
Dude,
within 1.5%.
Texas is at 0.6.
Jeez.
How's Trump in Michigan?
No, it's according to
Biden's catching up in Michigan.
according to
a little
Fox
bit.
News, it's within 0.1% with 64%
Probably.
in.
Hey, so Google, we are only using official trusted sources here. Don't worry. You know what's funny? You could probably get away with wearing a math hat into a polling site,
Yeah, that's true. They say no electioneering.
which
but-
is both like sad and awesome.
yeah, sad and awesome simultaneously. Hey, so
Look at this
according
map,
to
dude.
New
Map's
York
filling in.
Times,
We're getting close.
Pennsylvania's got its act together and now got 19% in.
Not good.
Wow, good to see.
Still very heavy Biden, so that might be the election right there too.
I don't know, but you can't. But look at that map; it's empty. It's just empty, dude.
Well, no, yeah, and again, they're Friday is what they're looking at in Pennsylvania. We might have to do another stream on Friday to talk about this.
Yeah, dude. Do you need to get an Uber through the riots or what?
Yeah, the riots.
Yeah, you know.
By
there's
the
gonna
way,
be
Carden, are
riots,
you
dog.
in? You talk for a minute, Carden. I'm gonna go on Twitter and try to find the riots.
Well, no, they're not going to start yet, but by Friday, sure. By Friday, if they haven't put Donald Trump in the stocks in front of the White House, where you can throw tomatoes and rotten cabbage at him, then Antifa's going to start going nuts. Come on, bro. I mean, you see plywood sales through the roof right now.
Some dude got beat up in Washington D.C. That's all I got so far.
Some dude got beat up in Washington, D.C. Yeah, okay. Well, it could have been just some dude.
Whoa!
What's whoa? Don't say whoa like that and don't back it up immediately with something. What?
Dude, I remember I pulled up the predicted odds early.
What? Yeah.
Predicted is currently unavailable. What?
No.
Apparently predicted odds have